Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1126 Royal White Eyes. The White Tiger clan warrior who was injured by Qin Wentian climbed up. His body turned into his original form, a huge white tiger. He roared continuously, but blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He looked very miserable. The power of Qin Wentian's attack caused him severe damage. Are you going to fight in a group if you can't win? The royal family of the demon clan. Qin Wentian saw the surrounding white tiger clan warriors with murderous auras rising to the sky, and the irony on his face suddenly became very strong. Many big demons around were a little surprised by Qin Wentian's previous punch. The power contained in the legendary Saint Immortal platform was indeed strong. After washing his body, his attack could actually directly crush the White Tiger clan warriors. The White Tiger clan was actually humiliated by lowly humans. A sarcastic voice came, and it was another Xianpeng clan warrior. Shut up. A low voice came out, and a very strange young man from the White Tiger clan walked out. He stood in the center of several White Tiger clan warriors. When he walked forward, the other white tigers stood on his left and right, like the King of Kings. He swept his eyes and said coldly to the people of the Xianpeng clan, "If you Xianpeng clan want to learn from me, I can play with you. Bai Mu, you are the royal family of the White Tiger Demon clan. If you want to fight, my Xianpeng clan will have someone to accompany you. Now, it is humans who humiliate your White Tiger clan, not my Xianpeng clan." The voice of the Xianpeng clan strongman was sharp, obviously knowing that the young man who was speaking was extremely annoyed. The Xianpeng clan and the White Tiger clan are both powerful demon clans in the west of the Immortal Realm, with amazing strength. The White Tiger clan is known as the King of Demons, but even so, there are still royal families in the White Tiger clan, known as the King of Kings, just like the Nanhuang clan has many saints, but among the saints there are inheritance saints. The royal family of the White Tiger clan has pure blood of the king grade. The demon clan is different from humans. They attach great importance to blood. The purer the blood of the demon, the more terrifying its potential. Within the demon clan, they divide the blood of the demon clan into ordinary, royal and holy grades, in the same way as the immortals. There are 6 grades. The reason why the demon clan can reproduce a large number of people is that they have diluted the blood of the real pure blood ancestors in ancient times. The people of the White Tiger clan all have pure white tiger blood, but the purity is different. The people of the royal clan have extremely high blood purity and have royal blood. Of course, as the royal clan of the demon clan, even if the strong men of the White Tiger clan only have the pure blood of ordinary grades, they are by no means comparable to ordinary humans. Their blood is the blood of the royal family, which is more precious than the royal immortals of many human martial artists. The demon royal family with royal blood is really terrible, and its preciousness is close to the perfect holy immortal. As for the demon royal family with holy blood, no tribe has ever heard of it. If it is born to be a king and is the absolute leader of this demon clan. That Bai Mu was the royal family of the White Tiger clan, with pure royal blood. He had cultivated to the 6th level of the immortal platform, and the immortal platform he had created was also a royal immortal platform, and it was a 5th level royal immortal platform, close to perfection. Then shut up. Bai Mu glanced at the Xianpeng clan's strong man indifferently, but there was a strong murderous aura in his indifferent tone. When he stepped forward, the other several White Tiger clan members stepped aside and stood on his left and right. Bai Mu did not look at Qin Wentian, but first glanced at the other 2 battlefields, the battlefields of Nanhuang Yangxi and Nanhuang Shenge. Nanhuang Yangxi was worthy of being the inheritance saint, and had completely injured her opponent. The flames on her body were terrifying. The Phoenix ancestor of the Nanhuang clan's ancestral land had a very pure bloodline. The ancestral phoenix gave Nanhuang Yangxi extraordinary phoenix blood. Her wings were like real phoenix feathers, and the magical power she used was the phoenix strike technique, which was infinitely powerful. She crushed the opponent from beginning to end until the opponent was severely injured and repelled. Even the picturesque beauty Nanhuang Shenge was very powerful in battle, and she was not at all inferior to the opponent in the violent battle. Nanhuang Shenge, the saint of the Nanhuang clan, who had competed with Nanhuang Yangxi for the position of the inheritance saint, was no less comprehensible than Nanhuang Yangxi. Even when dealing with the strong men of the White Tiger clan, she still did not give in. Back off. A voice came out of the white eyes, and the young man of the White Tiger clan roared and retreated backwards, with murderous aura on his ferocious face. 3 battles, 2 defeats, and 1 draw. Before, the White Tiger clan was so arrogant and looked down on human martial artists. They wanted Qin Wentian to become a slave and mount, and wanted Nanhuang Yangxi and Nanhuang Sheng to give birth to cubs for their White Tiger clan. Now it seems that the White Tiger clan seems to be a little too arrogant. They can't even beat others, and they keep calling the other party a lowly human. Oh, what a shame. The little bastard jumped onto Purgatory's shoulder and said in a childish voice. Purgatory looked at this guy and said nothing. There's nothing to be ashamed of. These 3 humans are extraordinary. This person was unparalleled in both Star Soul and Immortal stage before. No human martial artist in the immortal realm can compare to him. Why should I be ashamed of losing to him? Nanhuang Yangxi is also the inherited saint of the Nanhuang clan. She is a very powerful figure among the humans in the immortal realm, equivalent to the king among humans. If it were the Xianpeng clan or other demon clans, I'm afraid the ending would be the same. Bai Mu's voice was cold and arrogant, and the faces of the White Tiger clan members behind him looked better. What Bai Mu said was not wrong, but they had underestimated the enemy before and underestimated the top martial artists among the other humans. In fact, these humans were all extraordinary. Bai Mu's cold and arrogant eyes swept in all directions. Those demon clan members who looked at him did not dare to look into his eyes. In those terrifying eyes, there seemed to be a terrifying murderous aura. Just a glance at the other party could affect their minds. Then, Bai Mu's eyes fell on Qin Wentian and said, "You are disrespectful to my White Tiger clan, so I should kill you. However, your cultivation is too weak. If I kill you directly, in your human words, it seems that I am bullying the weak. If you can survive after taking my attack, you are lucky." Despicable. Nanhuang Yangxi scolded, "You are a member of the White Tiger clan's royal family, have royal pure blood, and have a cultivation of the 6th level of the immortal stage, which is 3 realms higher. What a terrible gap this is. You actually have the nerve to make such a request. It's simply shameful. In the cultivation of the immortal stage, if 2 people have the same talent, the gap between each realm is irreparable. The difference is terrifying, let alone 3 realms, which is simply a difference between heaven and earth. What's more, Bai Mu is a member of the White Tiger clan's royal family. As the inheritance saint of the Nanhuang clan, she has the blood of the ancient phoenix and knows how terrible the royal family among the demon kings is. It is no exaggeration to say that if Bai Mu is at the same realm as her, he will be more terrible than her, the inheritance saint. Roar. As soon as Nanhuang Yangxi finished speaking, Bai Mu roared loudly. The shadow of the White Tiger Demon King appeared, and the evil spirit swept across the world. The terrifying demonic power swept in all directions. Nanhuang Yangxi wrapped his body with wings, and a rumbling sound came out. His body was actually madly repelled. Not only him, but everyone around Bai Mu was repelled. The evil wind covered a vast area. Purgatory and the little bastard also changed their expressions and retreated. The target of this evil spirit was Qin Wentian. It can be imagined how much pressure Qin Wentian was under at this moment. Boom. Bai Mu stepped out and trampled on the ground. His body seemed to become burly and boundless. A huge white tiger appeared behind him. The word king on his forehead flashed with overwhelming power, covering this space. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt that many evil spirits entered his body, wanting to destroy his body and kill him. Qin Wentian was seen with endless divine brilliance blooming all over his body, like a divine body, with a solemn appearance. Behind him, a supreme body appeared, exactly like him. It was his condensed true self Dharma body. The light of this true body enveloped his body, and the light flowed between them, extremely dazzling. In the boundless storm of evil spirit, Qin Wentian saw Bai Mu condense the true body of the white tiger stepping towards him, like a real evil god, able to kill all existence. The royal family of the Demon King White Tiger Clan, the King of Kings. Boom. There was another earth-shattering sound. Bai Mu raised his fist and blasted out. In an instant, endless and terrifying claw marks swept across the world, covering the void. There was nowhere to escape, and only a head-on collision. Qin Wentian released the perfect Saint Immortal platform, evolving infinite patterns and turning into the phantom of the true hound. On the hand of God, the light shone brightly. Qin Wentian did not take a defensive posture, nor did he sacrifice the immortal weapon. He actually chose to attack Bai Mu. All this happened in a flash. The hand of God collided with the opponent's offensive power, and the white tiger and the true hound blasted against each other. This piece of void became extremely violent, with flying sand and gravel. There were huge rocks on the ground that kept breaking, and the mountain was broken from the middle, and even turned into powder. Bang! Qin Wentian's attack was broken. Bai Mu's attack contained unparalleled demonic power, with infinite strength. The evil spirit entered his body and destroyed everything. He groaned, and his body retreated, hitting the huge rock behind him, causing it to explode. When he stopped, he only felt his blood boiling, and the evil spirit in his body was still raging. Qin Wentian. Nan Huangyangxi finally reacted. The evil spirit just now was too terrible, as if she would be wiped out by the evil spirit if she rushed into the battlefield. Rushing to Qin Wentian's side, Nan Huangyangxi's beautiful eyes had a trace of worry. "It's okay," Qin Wentian said in a low voice. He stared at the domineering Bai Mu in the distance in front of him and said lightly, "White Tiger Demon King, it's nothing." Bai Mu's eyes were very scary, and he still stared at Qin Wentian closely. The white tiger beside him stepped out, with a hideous face, as if to tear Qin Wentian's body apart. "Stop!" Bai Mu shouted coldly, and immediately the white tiger tribe warriors stopped. He still stared at Qin Wentian and said, "You are brave and strong. It is rare to have such a powerful martial artist. I will spare your life, but if you offend the dignity of our white tiger tribe again next time, I will make you pay the price." "How shameless!" Qin Wentian said coldly. "You are at the 6th level of the immortal stage and the demon king of the white tiger tribe, but that's all. If I were you, I could destroy your entire tribe." Bai Mu narrowed his eyes and showed a fierce light when he heard Qin Wentian's disrespectful voice. The murderous aura was released again, which was extremely terrifying. Chapter 1127, Trouble with Ancestors. Qin Wentian's words were extremely arrogant. His white tiger clan was the royal clan of the demon world, and their status was so noble, just like the immortal clan in human martial arts. Boom! Bai Mu stepped out again, the void shook, and the murderous aura was overwhelming. "I wanted to spare your life, but you dared to be so presumptuous and insult my sacred beast white tiger clan. In this case, although I will not kill you, I will let you know the consequences." As the voice fell, Bai Mu's fierce aura was overwhelming. "This is ridiculous. Are you only allowed to humiliate others in the white tiger clan, and not others to fight back?" Nan Huangyangxi said in a cold voice. "No." Bai Mu glanced at Nan Huangyunzai. "You are right, only my white tiger clan is allowed to insult you, but you cannot fight back. Nan Huangyunzai, although you are the descendant of the Nan Huang clan, this is the holy courtyard, and the people of your Nan Huang clan who set foot here do not seem to be as strong as my white tiger clan, and you are a beautiful woman." The threat in this voice was not concealed at all. Nan Huangyunzai's face was ashen. Qin Wentian waved his palm, and suddenly a city appeared. In the flashing light, the city expanded between the ancient mountains and turned into a terrifying giant city, lying there. Qin Wentian's body slowly rose into the air, and the city was pulled up with him. The surrounding strong men all stood on the city and were pulled up with the city. Bai Mu frowned slightly, watching this scene without moving, allowing the city to lift his body up. Looking at Qin Wentian again, he saw that the other party was surrounded by dazzling light, covering Nan Huangyunzai and Nan Huangshengji and others. "The city of immortal soldiers," Bai Mu said coldly. "I have never allowed others to insult me. I took your attack just to see how strong you are. If you continue to act recklessly, I will make you pay the price." Qin Wentian said coldly. A puppet floated in front of him. He pressed his palm on the puppet. In an instant, the puppet enveloped Qin Wentian's body, fitting perfectly, like a divine armor, and integrated with Qin Wentian's body. "I want to see how you make me pay the price," Qin Wentian said coldly. He put on the puppet armor and released a pressure that was already the pressure of the 9th level of the immortal platform. The light was shining and terrifying. Bai Mu stared at Qin Wentian, and then glanced at this extraordinary city. He glanced at Qin Wentian and said, "There are countless human martial arts slaves in my white tiger clan, and there are some people with extraordinary talents, but there are few people like you who have the courage to challenge my white tiger clan. However, do you really think that you are the only one who has powerful immortal weapons? Of course I don't think so, but you are arrogant and disgusting. Since your white tiger clan is so arrogant, I will accompany you in any battle you want." Qin Wentian said lightly. "Magic weapon, immortal weapons, what's the point of fighting? You are brave, but your strength is pitifully weak. I hope to see you become stronger in the Holy Academy. Then I will let you know why you need the White Tiger Royal Clan. Bai Mu spoke proudly, and his figure flashed, and he turned away, ignoring Qin Wentian. Wait until I become stronger. Qin Wentian sneered. His eyes flashed and he looked at the Xianpeng clan's strong men. Seeing those arrogant figures, he sneered and said, Xianpeng clan? Just a group of lowly mixed-haired birds. You are looking for death? A Xianpeng clan's strong man stepped out and stared at Qin Wentian. The eyes of the people around him all flickered. They didn't expect that Qin Wentian would be so rampant. He had just provoked the strong man of the White Tiger clan and dared to provoke the Xianpeng clan. In the western part of the fairyland, the Xianpeng clan is definitely not weaker than the White Tiger clan. They are extremely powerful. The royal family of their clan, the golden-winged Depin bird, is even more powerful. It has the pure blood of the ancient demon world's emperor, the golden-winged Depin king. The royal bloodline of the golden-winged Depin is simply too terrifying. Qin Wentian had just had friction with the White Tiger clan, and he provoked the Xianpeng clan again. It must be said that this guy is too arrogant. Even many demons can't stand it. The white eyes in front even stopped, turned around and glanced at the Xianpeng clan's strongmen, sneering, you said before that if they dared to humiliate the Xianpeng clan like this, you would kill them on the spot. I'll wait and see. Kill them. The little bastard stretched out his little claws behind Qin Wentian. These birdmen of the Xianpeng clan were not good people. They had been mocking and instigating the White Tiger clan's strongmen before, which was disgusting. I don't want to see you birds, get out. Qin Wentian shouted and scolded the Xianpeng clan's strongmen. The eyes of the several Xianpeng clan strongmen were terribly bright, and golden light shot out of their eyes. I saw a figure stepping out, and wings suddenly appeared on his body. His wings seemed to be made of pure gold, and the rune light was shining, sharper than swords. Buzz! A golden sky peng appeared. Although it was not a royal golden-winged peng, it also had royal blood flowing in its body. Its dazzling golden body shone brightly, and its eyes penetrated everything, which was extremely terrifying. Its wings flickered, and there was a hissing sound. A golden spear appeared on the sharp claws of the golden peng. The golden spear was covered with supreme and dazzling rune light, which could pierce through everything. It was a very powerful immortal weapon. Lowly human, you don't know how to live or die. The golden peng turned into golden lightning and rushed out in an instant. Endless golden light bloomed between heaven and earth, covering the void. At this moment, Qin Wentian only felt the space around him change, and a supreme golden peng phantom covered the world. He was in the golden peng phantom. The golden lightning spear came violently, and it was difficult to see the opponent's figure with the naked eye. Dapin's speed has always been unparalleled. He himself has also practiced a Dapin method. In front of him is Jin Peng, a member of the Xianpeng clan with pure blood. He is born with unparalleled speed. How swift! An amazing attack pierced his head. The spear could penetrate everything, and it seemed that it could also penetrate Qin Wentian's puppet armor. Qin Wentian released a monstrous light. He raised his hand and blasted it out. Through the power amplification of the puppet armor, the terrible hand of God transformed into dazzling brilliance. The destructive Fang Bian Huoji appeared, revealing a black gold light, breaking through everything, and collided with the opponent's lightning spear. A sharp and piercing collision whistle was heard, and golden lightning kept killing. It was too fast. In an instant, I don't know how many attacks were coming to Qin Wentian. The light of Qin Wentian's immortal platform bloomed wildly, evolving into the shape of a rock. He raised his hand to attack, and one rock after another was struck out with his immortal arts. In an instant, the demonic energy swept the world and collided wildly with the opponent's spear. The two of them soared into the air, soaring up, fighting wildly all the way. The eyes of those Xianpeng people flashed. Qin Wentian was actually good at the Peng's immortal arts, and it was extremely powerful. The Xianpeng strongmen struck again, and the immortal weapon's spear transformed into endless brilliant light, as if a golden-winged rock appeared, swallowing Qin Wentian's body into it. Get out! Qin Wentian shouted, and the hand of God actually chopped out a golden-winged rock made of pure gold. This golden-winged rock seemed to be a real existence, and it made a shocking blow, penetrating everything. The two golden-winged rocks collided wildly, fighting in the void, trying to tear each other's bodies apart, with a fierce and monstrous power. This scene was simply shocking. Finally, the golden-winged peng bird that Qin Wentian transformed into seemed to have endless power, and it defeated the opponent and slammed into the opponent's body. With a crackling sound, The opponent's indestructible body made of pure gold was shattered, and golden blood flowed and splashed out. At the same time, the body turned into lightning and retreated to the original place, staring at Qin Wentian with its unruly eyes. These mixed-haired birds are really thick-skinned, little purgatory, can your fire roast them? The little bastard said in a baby voice behind him, making the golden pen bird spit out golden blood again, and the other Xianpeng clan strongmen also looked at the little bastard coldly. Their eyes are so scary, they scared me to death. The little bastard said again, and then his figure flashed and descended into the void. With a long roar, golden light filled the sky in an instant, and he turned into golden-bodied and golden-winged rock, dazzling and unparalleled. He was full of light, looking at the strong man of the Xianpeng clan, and said, "See, I am the golden-winged rock with pure blood, hurry up and call me ancestor." SHH. A golden claw went straight to the little bastard in the void. Qin Wentian flashed and stood in front of the opponent's attack. He let the attack hit his body, stepped forward, and said coldly, "Why don't you get out of here? I'll see you off." As he said that, Qin Wentian stepped out. Seeing this scene, the strong men of the Xianpeng clan all had ugly faces. Their strongest Xianpeng here was defeated by Qin Wentian. How could they fight? Let's go. The injured Xianpeng flashed and flew across the void. The rest of the Xianpeng clan warriors also flashed away. What a shame. The little guy shouted. In the void, the voice of a Xianpeng clan warrior came, "Remember this. Be careful in the holy court in the future. If the king of our clan comes, you will die without a burial place. You are just bragging when you can't win." The little bastard muttered. Qin Wentian did not chase him. He looked around. At this moment, everyone looked at this side with a bit of fear. They did not dare to look at them like before, staring at them unscrupulously, as if waiting for them to make a fool of themselves and be slaughtered. If Qin Wentian is not more powerful, he will be in trouble. This is the result of strong strength. Let these people know not to mess with him easily. The light dissipated, Qin Wentian put away the city, and the puppet armor on his body disappeared. Nan Huangyangxi walked up and said, "Thank you. Do we still need to be polite?" Qin Wentian shrugged and smiled. "Well, it would be fine if you pledge yourself to me." The little bastard turned into a snow-white guy and muttered. Qin Wentian slapped the bastard away with a slap, causing the other party to roll in the air, and he did not forget to mutter, "This baby is just telling the truth. Ignore the little bastard." Qin Wentian said speechlessly. This little guy is really getting more and more naughty and has no integrity. Nan Huangyangxi smiled brightly and said nothing, but saw Nan Huangsheng beside her said, "If the Saint Yangxi pledges herself to me, will Mr. Qin marry her?" "Sheng." Nan Huangyangxi glared at Nan Huangsheng beside her, and this guy also followed suit. "I heard that it is impossible for the inheritance saint to marry outside, but Sheng is a beautiful lady. If I propose to the Nanhuang family to marry her, I wonder if the Nanhuang family will consider it." Qin Wentian saw Nan Huangsheng's smile and showed a sly smile on his face. This girl dared to tease him. "I definitely have no objection," Nan Huangyangxi said in revenge, and Nan Huangsheng's face immediately turned red. Chapter 1128 Tongshan Realm. Nan Huangsheng was born beautiful, like a beauty in a painting. Her blushing face made her look even more charming. Even though Nan Huangyangxi was a beauty, she felt a little distracted when she saw Nan Huangsheng's face at this moment. If she were a man, she would probably want to marry her home. Glancing at Qin Wentian, Nan Huangyangxi smiled and said, "It seems that our Sheng is moved. Yangxi, don't forget that I am your guardian Satan." Nan Huangsheng stared at Nan Huangyangxi, pretending to be angry, but her pretty face was still so beautiful that it made people's heart beat. "You teased me first." Nan Huangyangxi smiled. The people around were distracted when they saw that the two cold and arrogant Nan Huangsaints had such a side. They looked at Qin Wentian with a little envy. This guy is very lucky. He can make two Nan Huang beauties like this. I'm afraid these two saints really have some good feelings for Qin Wentian. After all, the saintess of the Nan Huang clan is such a person that ordinary friends would never be like this. They would still be reserved and arrogant. Only when the relationship is extraordinary will they reveal their most casual side, that is, the shy girlish attitude of a woman. By the way, Yangxi, have you seen Qinger and Zhen Mengchen in the Saint Academy? Qin Wentian asked. Qinger and Zhen Mengchen had extraordinary talents. After so many years, they must have entered the Saint Academy. He had no doubt about this, but he didn't know which Saint Academy they were in. No, I heard you say that there is more than one Saint Academy, and suddenly I remembered a secret realm of a Saint Academy. Because of my weak strength, I didn't stay in it for too long. Now it seems that it is very likely to connect all the Saint Academy. Nan Huang Yangxi also restrained her joking attitude. Her beautiful eyes flickered, as if she suddenly remembered something, and said to Qin Wentian, "You mean?" Nan Huang Shengji's beautiful eyes also flickered, and she obviously had the same idea. "What secret realm?" Qin Wentian asked. "I'll take you to see it," Nan Huang Yangxi said. "Okay, let's go." Qin Wentian nodded, and then the group stepped out, leaving this ancient peak and heading towards the depths of the Holy Academy in front. This area is very vast. When we first stepped into this place, we went to some places. There is a secret realm in the Holy Academy that can bring people into void space. There are many people there. I was wondering before whether they were all from the Holy Academy. Now that I heard what you said, I thought that there might be other Holy Academy that can be connected through this secret realm. Nan Huang Yangxi spoke, and the group moved very fast. In the distance, they could vaguely see magnificent buildings. It was unknown who built them, and it was even unknown who built this Heavenly Dao Holy Academy. It was said that the appearance of the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy was a symbol of the ancient Emperor era. In these building complexes, there were many figures flashing, and there were quite a few people, and many of them were human martial artists. It's right in front of us. Nan Huang Yangxi crossed over one building after another and finally came to an extremely magnificent altar. This altar was huge and boundless, and there was a wonderful and magical power shrouding the altar. There were thousands of altars on it. On each altar, there were figures sitting cross-legged, as if they were resting with their eyes closed. However, many people's auras were fluctuating violently, as if they were experiencing something. What a strong light! Qin Wentian looked at the starlight on the altar. On the altars, he also saw the figures of several people from the Fighting Saint clan. They were sitting on them, with amazing auras emanating from them, and they had no idea what was happening in the outside world. A series of cold rays shot over, and Qin Wentian found that the strong men of the White Tiger clan had also come here, including the royal demon Bai Mu. He glanced at Qin Wentian and said coldly, "This is not a place where you can come at your level. What does this have to do with you?" Qin Wentian stared at Bai Mu and said unceremoniously, "In this holy courtyard, this space seems to be full of people at the immortal stage realm. There is no need to talk about status, only strength. There is no need to respect anyone or a monster. Only by being strong can you win respect, otherwise the other party will humiliate and kill you without hesitation. It has nothing to do with me. I just want to remind you that this is not a place that can be stepped on with the help of immortal weapons and magic weapons. Once you enter the altar, everything depends on your own strength. It will be miserable if you step into it at your level." Bai Mu was still arrogant and unparalleled. Although his voice was calm, it contained a strong and extremely arrogant aura. After stepping on the altar, your body stays in place, but you will feel that you have arrived in another space. There are many powerful people in it, which is very wonderful. Nan Huang Yangxi sent a voice message to Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian immediately understood that there was such a wonderful place. "I'll go and take a look," Qin Wentian said in a low voice, wondering if he could see King and Jun Mengchen inside. "Be careful, the people inside are very strong, and they kill people wantonly," Nan Huang Yangxi warned in a low voice, and Qin Wentian nodded. He flashed and stepped directly into the altar, and then sat down on an altar. In an instant, a rule power enveloped Qin Wentian's body, and a strange feeling suddenly arose. The next moment, he had a faint illusion that his soul had left his body, and he appeared in another space. Qin Wentian stood on the ground and looked at his hands. He felt a little unreal, too wonderful. When he was young, Qin Wentian had been in the particle world. At that time, he practiced in the Emperor Star Academy and had a Xianmeng forest, which could enter the dream space, but now it felt completely different from that time. This power was too strong, and it was a very scary rule. Even, a lot of information appeared in his mind. Qin Wentian looked around and felt a tremor in his heart. This space was like a majestic heavenly palace, where the Supreme Masters lived. The surrounding stone pillars were more than 100 feet high, and the towering palaces were even more magnificent and majestic, as if they were made of divine stones, just like a heavenly palace. The king of the Xianpeng clan is fighting against the strong men of the 9 Emperors' immortal kingdom. Come and watch the battle. At this time, a line of words appeared in the misty void, as if written by the power of the stars. floating above the starry sky, extremely magical. What a magical space! Qin Wentian thought to himself. He knew that the ancient starry sky characters in the void were written by humans. Where? Another huge ancient character floated above the sky, as if someone was asking. In front of the Tongshan immortal stone, another person carved the words in the void. At this moment, a figure flashed and moved beside him, and Qin Wentian also followed those figures and went in a certain direction. You dare to step into Tongshan realm with such a weak realm? You are really looking for death? A man flying in the air next to him glanced at Qin Wentian and said indifferently. It was obvious that Qin Wentian's third level of Xiante realm was not in the eyes of the other party. Are the people in Tongshan realm very strong? Qin Wentian asked. Tongshan realm is a place that reaches the sky. The strong people who come in are of course strong. People of your realm can only be slaughtered, but there seems to be a big battle to enjoy at this moment, so I won't kill you. The man said indifferently. Hearing his words, Qin Wentian laughed dumbly and asked, Then I have to thank you for your mercy. Huh? The man's eyes flashed, looking at Qin Wentian and smiled. You are an interesting person, but if I don't kill you, you will still seek death? I saw your Xiante perfect in the outside world more than 10 years ago. Have you practiced any secret method? Qin Wentian's eyes froze. He didn't expect that this person actually remembered him and wanted to trick him. I guess so. How did this word of void come into being? Qin Wentian pointed to the void and asked. Have you seen those 10,000 feet high star-stone pillars that go straight to the sky? With your power, you can carve words on them and truly reach the sky and float above the void. The strong man pointed to a 10,000 feet high stone pillar that went straight to the sky and said, The golden-winged pengbird of the Xiangpeng clan is actually going to fight with the people of the 9 Emperors' immortal kingdom. It looks like a good show. The people of the 9 Emperors' immortal kingdom must be the most outstanding figures. Qin Wentian kept moving forward. It seemed that more and more strong men gathered here. After a long time, Qin Wentian finally came to a place. This place was even more majestic and magnificent. There were stone pillars in front of him that really reached the sky. The light was dazzling. The surrounding land was full of strong men, staring at the front. There was a figure of an unparalleled young man. This figure was surrounded by 1,000-foot golden light, as dazzling as a sun. His eyes were extremely sharp and could penetrate everything. He stood casually in the void, giving people a feeling of invincibility, as if he was the only one here. The royal golden-winged rock of the Xiangpeng clan. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, as if he could feel the pure blood in the other party's body. The blood in the body of this Xiangpeng clan strongman must be extremely pure, a real pure-blooded golden rock monster. Here they come. At this moment, a low voice came out, and then several figures were seen stepping in from a distance. The leader was surrounded by endless brilliance, like a divine aura, and the supreme imperial power spread all over the world. He was extremely noble, like an emperor coming, arrogant. He stood in the void, as if he wanted everyone to submit, and everyone had to crawl on the ground and bow their heads. The 9 Emperors' immortal kingdom's strongman Wang Wudi, who is at the peak of the 8th level of the immortal stage, the 5th level King Great Immortal stage, has practiced the imperial canon, and has unparalleled strength. I wonder if he can contend with this King Pen. Someone whispered, and the voice drifted into Qin Wentian's eardrums. It turned out that the young man who had arrived was the arrogant and incomparable strongman of the 9 Emperors' immortal kingdom, and he was also a member of the royal family of the 9 Emperors' immortal kingdom, the Prince Wang Wudi. The 9 Emperors' immortal kingdom stood in the central region of the immortal domain. It was a transcendent top force and one of the 3 major immortal kingdoms in the central region. Its prince was so noble and whose strength was unfathomable. He had killed many people of the Xiangpeng clan before. The 9 Emperors' immortal kingdom and the Xiangpeng clan had fought again and again. Finally, Wang Wudi was going to fight the golden-winged Dapan, the royal family of the Xiangpeng clan. Chapter 1129 Canaan Heaven. This golden-winged pengbird is an unparalleled demon king. He is a member of the Xiangpeng clan, the royal family of the demon world, and he is also a royal family. He is a golden-winged pengbird with pure blood. He is born to be a king. The golden-winged pengbird is destined to be a royal family of the Xiangpeng clan when it is born. It is noble and unparalleled. The blood of their ancestors flows in their bodies. The ancestors of the Xiangpeng clan are known for their wings that cut through the sky and soar up to 90,000 miles. With their wings flashing, they can cross the space world. They can go anywhere in the world, and the heaven and earth cannot stop them. The Xianpeng clan king in front of him is said to be named Qin Wentian. He has awakened the powerful golden winged Peng bloodline, the noble blood of the demon clan, and his strength is monstrous. No one can compete with him. The Xianpeng clan and the 9 Emperors' immortal kingdom have had many clashes in Tongshan realm. Wang Wudi has killed many Xianpeng clan masters here. Now, the extremely proud Qin Wentian can no longer bear it and invites Wang Wudi to fight. Wang Wudi came with many powerful people from the 9 Emperors' immortal kingdom. He had an amazing aura and was majestic. He was full of the spirit of a king, just like a supreme human emperor. His father named him Wang Wudi, hoping that he would become an invincible and unparalleled figure. At this time, a terrible sharp light flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes, and golden light flowed around his body. He looked at Wang Wudi and said coldly, "I didn't have time to argue with you before, but I didn't expect you to bully my people everywhere. From today on, I will kill you every time I see you. You are so shameless." Wang Wudi released the aura of a king, and a dazzling light flowed all over his body, like an unparalleled figure. He waved his hand, and immediately the people around him left his side and gave up the battlefield. "The king of our tribe has taken action, and the lowly people are destroyed like ants." In the back, the strong men of the Xianpeng tribe said proudly, with great confidence in their king Qin Wentian, and even a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. The golden-winged king Qin Wentian galloped in the southern part of the fairyland. Unless he faced someone who was much higher than him, he had never been defeated. This was their king, the undefeated king. In the Tongshan realm, Wang Wudi and Qin Wentian are both extremely powerful and terrifying figures. Few people can compete with them. Now that the strong are colliding, I wonder who will win. Everyone thought to themselves, this level of super strong confrontation is the most anticipated. Stop talking nonsense and take action. Wang Wudi stood with his hands behind his back, and the royal aura enveloped his body, as if he was wearing the armor of the emperor, as if the emperor had come to the world and the world was submissive. Qin Wentian's wings spread out, and they were even more dazzling. The boundless and dazzling golden wings were full of mysterious and powerful aura, which was breathtaking. Just by looking at them, one could feel that the wings were more terrifying than the immortal soldiers. It is said that powerful monsters with royal blood have awakened the pure blood of their ancestors. They have the blood of their ancestors flowing in their bodies, and have the memory and magical powers of their ancestors. They are extremely powerful and born to be kings. Someone murmured, looking at the wings, not knowing how powerful they were. "Humph, today I want to see how powerful the golden-winged weapon is." Wang Wudi said. His body trembled, and suddenly an amazing light was brewing. He saw his arms trembling, and in an instant a terrible fist light came violently, and the emperor's might was mighty and destroyed everything. However, Qin Wentian's wings closed, blocking his body, and the terrifying fist light slammed into his wings. The powerful light flowing on the pure golden wings directly engulfed and destroyed it, until the powerful attack completely disappeared. Buzz! A frenzy of airflow spread out, and Qin Wentian's wings opened again. His eyes were so terrifying that they could penetrate people's hearts. Everyone was shocked when they heard that he could resist Wang Wudi's attack with just one fold of his wings. Too strong. Is this the powerful royal family of the Xianpeng clan? How terrifying are these wings? It is rumored that the wings of the golden-winged weapon need to be awakened, just like the wings of the ancient ancestors. I don't know whether it is true or not. Wang Wudi's eyes flashed, and his immortal platform emerged. A supreme emperor's body appeared, holding the sword of the emperor, commanding the world, and his edge was simply invincible. Qin Wentian's eyes were still unparalleled. He stared at Wang Wudi in front of him, revealing an attitude of indifference to everything, as if he didn't take the other party seriously at all. Wang Wudi's figure flashed, and the emperor's sword appeared in his hand. His speed was surprisingly fast. He arrived in one step, and the sword was shocking, turning into a dazzling void storm, strangling all existence. Qin Wentian's wings flashed again. At this moment, his wings had extremely rich feathers that broke through the air. Each feather was like an indestructible sword, strangling all existence and strangling the opponent's void storm. In an instant, the storm of destruction flooded the space. Just one attack was so powerful that it was terrifying. "Submit!" Wang Wudi shouted loudly. In the void, there were actually many human emperors descending from the sky, all holding swords and killing Qin Wentian. The entire space was going to be buried in it. At this moment, Qin Wentian moved, and his extremely dazzling wings flickered and moved. At this moment, the crowd could only see the light. Qin Wentian's pupils shrank slightly. There was really only light. He couldn't see how terrible the opponent's body skills were. The speed of the weapon is amazing. It soars up to 90,000 miles, its wings slashing the sky, and it can cross the space world in a breath. Such speed only exists in legends. With Qin Wentian's current realm, if he fights with Jiutian, he will probably be vulnerable. He can't even see the opponent's body movements clearly. In just a blink of an eye, golden traces appeared in the void, as if the space was cut off. There, the figures of the emperors all turned into fragments, and then turned into nothingness and disappeared. Suddenly, a golden gust of wind blew, and the crowd saw a huge and boundless phantom of the golden winged weapon appear, covering Jiutian's body, and even covering the entire space. With the endless golden storm blooming inside, a golden strangling force that destroyed everything bloomed. So strong. Seeing this scene, everyone trembled. That space was covered and blocked by the wings. Jiutian wanted to strangle and tear this space apart, turning the world upside down. This was like the rule of destruction in the field, too violent and terrible. Wang Wudi's body became even bigger. The shadow of the human emperor behind him inserted the emperor's sharp sword into the void, destroying everything. Wang Wudi held the emperor's sword upright in front of him, and an aura of supreme emperor's way bloomed, indestructible, as if no force could destroy him. Jiutian's wings flapped behind him, and suddenly the wings of the unparalleled and huge golden winged rock in the void also frantically flapped. The destructive strangling storm became stronger and stronger, and the shadow of the human emperor behind Wang Wudi became larger and larger, standing between heaven and earth, turning into the peerless human emperor. A sharp whistle sounded, and the huge golden winged rock attacked the human emperor standing between heaven and earth. A violent airflow swept through the void of heaven and earth. Jiutian was still floating there. He was extremely calm, as if he didn't take the human emperor seriously. He was a descendant of the ancient golden winged rock king. No one could compare to him, not even the human emperor. Suddenly, the endless rune lights on Jiutian's body gathered together. He stretched out his hand, and in an instant, a terrifying golden winged rock's claws descended across the void. The claws of the golden winged rock grew larger and larger, covering the sky and the sun, and contained the power of monstrous runes. Wang Wudi took out the sword of the emperor and chopped it on, but he couldn't break it. Then, he saw that the terrible claws actually grabbed Wang Wudi's body. Wang Wudi's whole body was full of dazzling light, turning into the body of the emperor, immortal and indestructible. The claws wanted to smash and destroy it, but it was difficult to shake Wang Wudi's body. But at this moment, many people's faces have changed, especially the people of the Nine Emperors' immortal country. Wang Wudi was caught by the opponent's claws. Although there was no way to destroy his body, he still seemed to be unable to break free. The claws continued to release terrible golden dazzling light, with the supreme power of runes, and tightened Wang Wudi's body little by little. Buzz! With a flash of wings, Jiutian came directly in front of Wang Wudi. His wings slashed down from Wang Wudi's head. The terrifying and shining wings slashed, and the emperor's body was shaken, and then cracks appeared faintly, and a cracking sound was heard. Even if it's the human emperor, who can compete with the king of our tribe? The Xianpeng tribe's strong man said proudly when he saw this scene. Jiutian, the king of the Xianpeng tribe, the golden-winged Peng bird, who can compete with him? Only to hear the body of the human emperor Wang Wudi shattered, and finally, a scream was heard, and wings slashed over his head, screaming again and again, miserable and incomparable. Finally, the huge human emperor body was shattered, and Wang Wudi's body also dissipated into nothingness, was destroyed, and sent out of this Tongshan realm. Wang Wudi was defeated. Qin Wentian is really rarely matched. Everyone's heart trembled slightly. This Qin Wentian is really too strong. Although the battle was exciting, but everyone felt that Wang Wudi had not even allowed Qin Wentian to exert his strongest combat power. I don't know if there are other strong people who can fight Qin Wentian. I'm afraid at least the top Xianjiao of all major forces will be needed. Look at the Tongshan Immortal Stone. Qin Wentian's figure is more dazzling, engraved on it. Everyone looked at the Tongshan Immortal Stone in front of them. There were many patterns engraved on it, all of which were human figures. The strongest group of people in this Tongshan realm, the people of Tongshan realm, are called the Wei Tongshan ranking. It is said that if you're on the Tongshan ranking, you will have the opportunity to get rewards from the Xiandao Holy Academy. At this time, Jiutian looked at several strong men from the Nine Emperors. His proud and unparalleled eyes made the people of the Nine Emperors tremble slightly. Then he said, "Destroy them all." Yes. The strong men of the Xianpeng clan behind him flashed forward and killed the people of the 9 emperors. At the same time, Jiutian's figure flashed and turned into lightning. His wings slashed and killed. In an instant, one person died tragically. He couldn't even see Jiutian's movements clearly before he was killed. The difference in strength was too big and could not be made up at all. Soon, all the strong men of the entire 9 emperors were destroyed. Chapter 1130, Undisciplined Monk. Death in Tongshan realm is not real death, which Qin Wentian naturally understands. When he entered Tongshan realm before, he saw that everyone was sitting on the altar. Tongshan realm is just a realm where the power of the great Dao rules is condensed. However, even if it is not real death, being killed here will not be easy. Holy Lord! A voice came, and Qin Wentian turned his eyes and saw a strong man from the Fighting Saint clan standing beside him, who was obviously attracted. "What do you think of the strength of Qin Wentian?" Qin Wentian asked. The Fighting Saint clan member beside him also had a high level of cultivation, which was the 7th level of the immortal platform, and his combat power was very strong. Very strong. It should be the power inherited from the ancestors, which is similar to the fact that my clan stimulated the fighting bloodline and gave birth to the Fighting Saint bone. The Fighting Saint clan strongman said in a voice transmission, and he would not tell the Fighting Saint clan about the Fighting Saint clan in front of others. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded slightly. The golden-winged Dapan, like the phoenix, was known as a divine bird. The Qin Wentian in front of him was a pure-blooded golden-winged Dapan with the power of his ancestors. The golden-winged Dapan was probably like the supreme saint bone of the awakened Fighting Saint clan to the Fighting Saint clan. It was a natural king, and of course it was powerful. Its rarity was even higher than that of the White Tiger royal clan's white dyes to the White Tiger clan. The people of the Xianpeng clan obeyed the golden-winged Dapan Qin Wentian and regarded him as the king. "What's the matter with this Tongshan immortal list?" Qin Wentian asked again. He had just entered the Tongshan realm and witnessed a great battle, but he was still unclear about many things in the Tongshan realm. This Tongshan immortal ranking should be the battle record list of the strong men who have entered Tongshan realm. The order is determined based on the comprehensive ranking. According to my previous observations and some rumors in Tongshan realm, the more brilliant a battle record, the higher the ranking on Tongshan immortal ranking. Of course, Tongshan realm will also automatically determine what realm you are fighting with. Cross-border battles should be the most useful, followed by battles in the same realm. It is best to fight against people with a lower realm than yourself. The rules for issuing the Tongshan immortal ranking have not been fully understood yet. In short, there will be benefits and rewards from the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy. I understand. The realms of those who step into this place are not weak. Most people are above the 5th level of the immortal platform. Qin Wentian glanced around and said, "Saint Lord, in fact, many people with low realms come in and only dare to go to the edge area. This is the center of Tongshan realm. Most of the people who come here have been wiped out." A slightly embarrassed voice came, causing Qin Wentian to blink. Sure enough, when he looked up and looked around, several unfriendly eyes looked at him, obviously with bad intentions. "Let's go." Qin Wentian turned and left. The young man from the Fighting Saint clan followed him and stepped out at a very fast speed. Someone followed him, but the young man from the Fighting Saint clan was full of power. In an instant, a violent power of fighting swept through the void. The strong pressure made many people stop in their tracks and stop to watch the two people go away without chasing them, including the strong man who had chatted with Qin Wentian before. "How can we get out of this Tongshan realm?" Qin Wentian asked again. Tongshan realm was not entered by the main body, but he felt it was so real, as if he was in it, and he could not get out of Tongshan realm just by wanting to get out. There is an exit. You need to go to a specific exit to get out of Tongshan realm, but generally speaking, most people get out after being killed. The young man from the Fighting Saint clan said, and Qin Wentian nodded slightly. This Tongshan realm is really amazing. What else is there in Tongshan realm? Qin Wentian asked again. It's full of wonders. There are places for cultivation and places for demons and spirits. It is rumored that someone has found a treasure in Tongshan realm. There is such a thing. Qin Wentian was a little surprised. Yes. The young man from the Fighting Saint clan nodded. This place is really the same as the outside world, just like I have really come in. There is nothing unusual at all. As for the treasure, it is very likely left by the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy. Those who are destined to get it will get it. If you get the treasure, you can even take it out. I see, you go and do your own thing, I'll walk around. Qin Wentian suddenly said, causing the young man from the Fighting Saint clan's eyes to flash, and said, Holy Lord. Don't worry about me, since I have stepped into the Tongshan realm, it is obvious that I want to experience myself. If you stay by my side to protect me, I feel that everything is meaningless. The Tongshan realm is useless to me, it is better to go out, and it will also cause you to be unable to practice. You follow me, not to become my vassal, but to become stronger. Qin Wentian waved his hand, and said, Go, practice hard, this Heavenly Dao Holy Academy is getting more and more interesting, and strive to elevate yourself to a higher realm. Thank you, Holy Lord. The young man bowed slightly to Qin Wentian, I'll go. After that, he flashed and left directly beside Qin Wentian. The Heavenly Dao Holy Court is very large, and it is like a world within a world. In addition to the majestic and magnificent Tongshan realm main realm, there are mountains and wilderness on all sides, which is simply amazing. Qin Wentian came to the wilderness to practice from the majestic main realm area. He found many people with low cultivation levels, and his mind was clear. It turned out that those with high levels gathered in the main realm of Tongshan realm, competing with each other, while those with slightly lower levels were in the marginal areas. This monster tastes really delicious, a tonic, so comfortable to eat. Not far in front of Qin Wentian, there was a blazing flame, the temperature was extremely high. Qin Wentian looked there, and saw several strong men roasting monster meat there, and the aroma was overwhelming. At this moment, Qin Wentian suddenly felt a sense of danger, and then he saw a huge monster shadow appear. It was a violent golden lion, with amazing power. It instantly pounced down and went towards the people below with a monstrous anger. Qin Wentian's body retreated instantly. He already knew the fate of those people. Since they dared to eat the flesh of the monster, they should be prepared to die miserably under the monster. After finding a deserted place, Qin Wentian closed his eyes and practiced. He wanted to see if the Tongshan realm was the same as the outside world and could practice. Soon, Qin Wentian discovered that the practice in the Tongshan realm was exactly the same as the outside world. This feeling was too wonderful. Closing his eyes, Qin Wentian practiced quietly. His current realm was very uncertain, not to mention the Tongshan immortal ranking. Even going to the main realm of the Tongshan realm was very difficult. He had to practice, and strive to raise his cultivation realm to the 4th level of the immortal stage as soon as possible. At that time, his combat power would become much stronger, and he would not encounter strong people from all sides and would not even have the ability to protect himself. However, Qin Wentian was spotted before he had practiced for long. A snow-white leopard monster appeared in the distance. It was huge and had sharp eyes. This should not be the Western monster from the immortal realm, but the monster spirit in the Tongshan realm is rumored. The demon fairy snow leopard seemed to be observing Qin Wentian. After glancing at it, Qin Wentian closed his eyes again. The snow leopard circled around Qin Wentian, as if trying to find out the truth, but Qin Wentian did not move. Finally, it roared and pounced on Qin Wentian's body. The speed and killing power of the demon fairy were so terrible that they came in an instant. Qin Wentian seemed to be frozen at this moment, and frost condensed all over his body. The cold air wanted to erode his body, but a terrible light flowed on his body. The snow leopard bit down, but it bit on the endless and dazzling rune light. Qin Wentian's palm struck out like lightning, and a palm print directly knocked Zubei out, and fell to the ground fiercely, with all his internal organs shattered. Qin Wentian flashed and walked in front of the snow leopard, and heard a voice, Awesome, this snow leopard is at the same level as you, and can kill with one blow. It is really powerful, but I don't know if you are good at fire. Do you need me to help you roast the monster? Why roast it? Qin Wentian asked. Don't you know that the monsters here feed on us, and they are also a great tonic for people like us, which can enhance our immortal power? The other party was wearing a cassock, with unkempt hair and a dirty face, like a monk. Well, come on. Qin Wentian nodded, and the monk walked out, and indeed there were terrible golden flames around him. Leave it to me, brother, you wait for the roasted monster meat. The man smiled, Qin Wentian nodded and sat down cross-legged, and the other party was responsible for the flame roasting. Sure enough, the fragrance soon filled the air, and the other party had taken out the immortal weapon to cut the meat for food. Delicious, brother, you are from the Qianbian immortal sect, right? In fact, what I want to eat most is the roasted meat of the monsters of the Xinpeng and White Tiger tribes. pure-blooded monsters are definitely super supplements that can strengthen blood. It's a pity that these monsters are too fierce. If you roast them, tut-tut. Where are you from? Qin Wentian secretly thought that when he released the Star Soul and the Immortal platform, many people knew him. He saw that the other party was eating deliciously, so he also used the Immortal weapon to cut the roasted meat to eat. Sure enough, a very delicious taste flowed into the body, and it also brought immortal power, making people feel refreshed. I am just an ascetic monk. I cannot be compared with the people of your major forces. It's miserable. The man shook his head and said, just call me Buji. Buji, I don't think you are miserable at all. Qin Wentian saw Buji eating meat with big mouthfuls and laughed. This monk is quite interesting. No, brother, you and I are destined to meet. We will meet again another day. Buji's eardrums moved slightly, and then his figure flashed and disappeared like a flash of lightning. It was so fast that Qin Wentian was shocked. This Buji seemed unusual. Not long after Buji left, Qin Wentian felt a cold breath coming over the sky. His eyes were fixed again. Could it be that monk Buji had known it before? Soon, Qin Wentian saw the figure releasing the cold air. This person stood proudly in the air, like the nine heavens mysterious woman, with fair skin and incomparable beauty, but she was cold all over, and her noble face was full of murderous aura. I'm asking you, was that stinky monk here just now? The woman seemed to have sensed something and asked Qin Wentian. She looked down with an arrogant look and spoke in a commanding tone, which showed that she was of extraordinary status and lived a life of luxury. Qin Wentian smiled and ignored her, continuing to eat barbecue. I'm asking you a question. The woman said coldly, with a cold look on her face, moving towards Qin Wentian. Chapter 1131, The Saint of the Snow Temple. Qin Wentian looked up at the beautiful woman in the void and said with a smile, Want to talk to me? You. The woman's expression became colder, but then she seemed to recognize Qin Wentian and said, It turns out to be you, the guy who owned the Holy Immortal platform. Do you want to eat together? Qin Wentian swallowed a piece of barbecue and said with a smile. The beauty's eyes flashed, and then she walked down and floated down. She walked to the opposite side of Qin Wentian, took out a fairy weapon dagger, cut the barbecue and ate it. Qin Wentian was a little surprised. Seeing the woman opposite her with bright eyes and white teeth, noble and beautiful, she was obviously not an ordinary person. She said, I come from the Piaoxa Temple in the central area of the fairyland. You cast a perfect fairy platform in the second level of the fairy platform, but you had an adventure and got an extraordinary secret method. The woman was very beautiful, with bright eyes and a smile, which made people even more excited. However, Qin Wentian was not easily seduced by the beauty. He continued to eat the barbecue and smiled. Yes, everyone in the fairyland has some adventures. Then what did you get? The beauty asked with a smile. Qin Wentian looked at the woman and smiled without saying anything. What do you want? I can exchange it with you. The woman said directly, not bothering to hide her purpose. She naturally understood that Qin Wentian could see it. Qin Wentian still didn't say anything, just smiled. You want my man? A hint of pride flashed across the corner of the woman's mouth, and a hint of contempt flashed across her heart. It was really wishful thinking, but her beautiful eyes were still bright. She walked to Qin Wentian and sat down. Her charming body actually leaned slightly against Qin Wentian's body, and the fragrance blew on his face. If you can help me upgrade the Immortal platform and condense the perfect Holy Immortal platform, then you and I will be a peerless couple, which is enviable. What do you think? The woman's beautiful face was close at hand. Qin Wentian's eyes were full of brilliance, like the eyes of the true self. He practiced a true self method, and his eyes could see through the falsehood. Beautiful women did not have such a strong attraction to him. What's more, he could actually feel the disgust in the beautiful woman's heart at this moment. That disgust seemed to want to behead him on the spot. Qin Wentian still had a smile in his eyes, but his heart was indifferent. He didn't expect that the true method could have such power. When the other party had a strong idea in his heart, he could feel it. This woman must have a very strong disgust for him, so he felt it. This made Qin Wentian feel sick. He and this woman were strangers. She came to him on her own and wanted to get the method of practicing the Saint Immortal platform. She leaned against him, but she was so disgusted, as if he had offended her. Such a woman was self-righteous, completely self-centered, and a mean person. Okay. Qin Wentian smiled. He stretched out his hand and touched the other's slender waist, causing the woman's body to tremble. The cold light flashed in her eyes, But when she looked at Qin Wentian, her eyes were still so beautiful. She smiled softly and said, "Then teach me how to practice the Saint Immortal platform. Of course there is no problem, but the secret method is extremely precious. You have to satisfy me first." Qin Wentian slid his palm, stroking the soft body, and hugged the other's body against him. Looking at the pair of beautiful and unparalleled faces, he had to say that this woman was a stunner. He sneered in his heart, and wanted to see how long she could endure. His palm kept sliding upwards, faintly touching the breathtaking curve. Finally, the woman pushed Qin Wentian away with a little force, and said with a sweet smile, "Who knows what kind of person you are? If you bully me but don't admit it, I will suffer a great loss. If you teach me the secret method first, I will not let you down. What if you cheat me of my secret method and then attack me?" Qin Wentian said lightly, making the woman's eyes sink. Her face turned cold. She took a step forward, and the temperature of the void suddenly dropped. There were even snowflakes falling down faintly, which was extremely cold. "Although I can't kill you here, everything in Tongshan realm is true. If I torture you here, you will be unable to live or die. Even after you withdraw, I am afraid that you will breed demons in your heart and will find it hard to forget." The woman's tone suddenly changed, and her expression changed so quickly. Sometimes they turn into prostitutes, sometimes they turn into snakes and scorpions. The women of the Piaoxa temple are so filthy. Qin Wentian said sarcastically. As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed and stepped away. He actually grew golden wings, as fast as a rock. Humph! The woman's face was extremely angry when she heard Qin Wentian's words. She had terrible murderous intent. Her seemingly slender and soft palms pinched forward. In an instant, a strange feeling arose between heaven and earth. The entire void turned into frosty space. The air seemed to condense, making the movements of the martial artists in the entire space slow down. Qin Wentian felt that his body seemed to fall into a strange state, as if it became slow in the drifting snow. Qin Wentian's body suddenly turned around. The tyrannical body was flowing with runes. The body of Xianwu was like the body of a god, and the whole body was full of terrible divine aura. The woman came and waved her palms. Suddenly, pieces of drifting snow turned into indestructible ice weapons and rolled towards Qin Wentian's body crazily. "Suppress." Qin Wentian uttered the truth, and ancient characters floated out one by one. The supreme suppression ancient characters stretched in front of him. The vast snow weapon that rolled in was like an immortal weapon, killing the ancient characters and shaking them. Many cracks gradually appeared. Qin Wentian's lips kept moving, and the truth ancient characters attacked and killed crazily. One by one, huge suppressed characters suppressed the void. The word destroy destroyed everything. Buddhist Sanskrit sounds were born between heaven and earth, like the sound of the avenue, penetrating into the woman's eardrums, with infinite power. Endless snowflakes rose up and submerged the entire void. A wonderful rule power enveloped the world. Those ancient characters seemed to slow down, and every snowflake contained the art of killing. The woman made seals with both hands, and the power of rules was activated. The space was full of the power of destruction, wrapping Qin Wentian's body, leaving him nowhere to escape. "I will make you wish for death," the woman shouted coldly, and her long hair flew, proud and unparalleled, and a destruction technique was about to engulf Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian's body was covered with brilliant runes, and his divine brilliance was blooming. His body became even more powerful. Behind him, his true self appeared, with unparalleled power. The divine tortoise brilliance covered his body, and no attack could break through the divine tortoise shadow. Qin Wentian looked at the figure in front of him, and the perfect holy immortal platform gave rise to the shadow of the great rock. His palms were killing, and the destroyed great rocks turned into attacking sacred arts, which were incredibly fast, tearing apart all attacks and killing each other. The two fought violently, and the space was turbulent. The woman was the saint of the Piaoxa Holy Temple. She had cultivated to the 5th level of the immortal platform and was extremely powerful. However, she never expected Qin Wentian to be so terrible and difficult to deal with. She was 2 realms higher, and her advantage was so obvious. It could be said that the gap was huge, but Qin Wentian seemed to have the body of a god, and he was invincible. His great attacking art killed everything. Finally, the great rock hit her body, knocked her out, and she spit out blood, staining her clothes red. Qin Wentian succeeded in one strike, and immediately spat out the truth continuously killing, without the slightest sympathy for the woman. This woman was vicious, and wanted him to be unable to live or die. Qin Wentian had learned from Xiao Lengyu's previous experience, so how could he be polite? He blasted the woman to the point where she had no power to fight back before stopping. His body was suspended in front of the woman, shining with brilliance. Qin Wentian stood in the void and said proudly, "You want me to be unable to live, do you deserve it? A woman like you, do you really think I am willing to touch you? I just know that you are smiling but hiding a knife, with evil thoughts in your heart, so I deliberately play with you." After saying that, Qin Wentian saw a sleeve and left the place directly. "I, Chu Qingyi, will never let you go," the woman said in a cold tone, scolding, and seeing that Qin Wentian had already gone far away, she looked around, and now with her injured body, it would be difficult for her to get out. Qin Wentian did not kill Chu Qingyi because he was still weak and had no interest in competing for the Tongshan immortal ranking. He knew that it was impossible for him to be on the list, so he could only practice and accumulate strength here. Besides, this place was not real, so killing or not killing made no difference. Chu Qingyi dragged his injured body back and headed for the exit, preparing to leave Tongshan realm temporarily. On the way, there were two young figures, and their eyes flashed when they saw Chu Qingyi. "Get lost." Chu Qingyi saw the other party sneaking around and shouted coldly. She knew these two people. They were from the Eclipse Heaven Holy Sect and often competed with her own Piaoxid Holy Temple. She had severely taught them a lesson and humiliated them before. The two people's eyes flickered, and one of them said, "She seems to be injured." Chu Qingyi's face froze, and her expression was ashen. She gathered her energy and immortal power, which spread out, causing the two people to retreat slightly. However, seeing Chu Qingyi's momentum fluctuating, one of them said, "Test it." As he said that, he boldly moved forward, and a poisonous wind rushed towards Chu Qingyi frantically. Chu Qingyi gathered the power of frost to resist, but soon coughed and spit out blood. The two people's eyes flashed with brilliance. The poisonous wind entered her body, and Chu Qingyi's body was shaky and she actually sat on the ground. "I didn't expect that the Saint Qingyi was injured." The two people were as clear as a mirror. They walked in front of Chu Qingyi. One of them squatted down and lifted Chu Qingyi's chin with his hand. Seeing that pair of peerless faces, a greedy look flashed in his eyes. "Get lost." Chu Qingyi's face was as pale as paper. She knew what kind of people the Eclipse Holy Cult was. These people were extremely despicable and could do anything. Do we still remember the insults that Saint Qingyi gave us before? "Get lost." Another person said coldly, looking at Chu Qingyi's graceful body. "Tongshan Peak is no different from the real world. If the body of the Saint of Piaoxa Temple is enjoyed by the two of us, it would be a real pleasure in the world. You dare." A cold light flashed in Chu Qingyi's eyes. "You don't even have the strength to commit suicide now, I'll help you." Saint Qingyi is indeed a famous beauty. The two breathed rapidly, their eyes flashed with evil light, and then they looked around, picked up Chu Qingyi and flashed away. "Ah!" Chu Qingyi roared, full of humiliation, and even more worried about her own fate. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1132, Anger. The night was seductive, the moonlight fell on Tongshan realm, and the humiliating roar spread far away. Qin Wentian changed the place to continue eating barbecue. This barbecue was a tonic, the more the better. No wonder many people ate spirit monster meat here. Qin Wentian had heard before that the blood and flesh of those great monsters were tonic, more tonic than elixirs, and extremely precious. Even the blood of the great monsters could be used to cleanse the body and make the body strong, not to mention eating the great monsters. If you can eat the meat of the great monsters of the Xiangping and White Tiger tribes, I don't know how much tonic it would be. This is probably what many humans dream of, but no one dares to do it. Moreover, if you get a great monster, the potential of a pure-blooded great monster is so great. It would be great to use it as a mountain slave. Who would be willing to eat it? It's like the White Tiger tribe enslaving human martial artists, making them servants, and snatching human beauties to enjoy. Monsters and humans are often in opposition. It seems to be the voice of that woman. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. The woman's previous actions really disgusted Qin Wentian. She approached him to get the secret method of his practice, but she had malice in her heart, wanting him to be unable to live or die. She was malicious. He didn't know her at all. After injuring her, if such a beautiful woman met some evil people, it would be easy to lead people to have evil thoughts and suffer the most humiliating thing. Qin Wentian's figure flashed, and he chased the voice like lightning. There seemed to be a third eye between his eyebrows, with terrible perception ability. He returned to the place where he had just fought, and moved forward while faintly following the opponent's breath. In a cave in the mountains in the distance, two men put Chu Qingyi's body on the ground with their clothes as a cushion. Looking at the smooth and flawless delicate body, their eyes were full of wildness. The ability of the disciples of the Eclipse Holy Sect to practice is inherently vicious and cruel. Many disciples tend to be vicious. Chu Qingyi is such a beauty, and she is also the saint of the Piaoxia Holy Temple. She is usually high and mighty. They are also rare and proud people, but they are humiliated by Chu Qingyi. Now, Chu Qingyi lets them slaughter her. How can the two not have evil thoughts? How happy it would be to humiliate this pure and innocent saint of the Piaoxia Holy Temple. Chu Qingyi was lying on the ground, tears were falling from her eyes were filled with incomparable grief and indignation. She was in agony. What kind of person was she? The saintess of Piaoxia Temple, high and mighty, unattainable to ordinary men. She didn't even want to look at her. In her eyes, only the most outstanding and proud son of heaven could be worthy of her. There were many people pursuing her, among whom there were many peerless figures, such as a peerless and proud son of heaven from the Thunder God Temple, who had been pursuing her, and now, she had suffered such humiliation, and her life was worse than death. It's so beautiful. The young man from the Eclipse Holy Religion had an evil light in his eyes. Even if this is not the real world, it is the same. Chu Qingyi, you are high and mighty, with an unattainable and holy appearance. Did you ever think of today? The two walked forward, squatted down, and slowly stroked Chu Qingyi's delicate body with their palms. Chu Qingyi's body trembled, but she was powerless to resist. Even in the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy, I will kill you. Chu Qingyi's tone was extremely cold, and the two laughed and said, Chu Qingyi, you are so arrogant that you dare to do this now. Chu Qingyi closed her eyes, her delicate body still trembling, as if she had resigned herself to fate. Bang! At this moment, the restriction of the cave was broken, and a figure flashed over. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and he saw that the scene in front of him was indeed as he had guessed in his heart. He glanced at Chu Qingyi, who had a perfect body, and saw that Chu Qingyi also opened her eyes at this time, looking at Qin Wentian, with hatred and humiliation in her eyes. Boom! A dazzling light shone on his body, and Qin Wentian stepped out and walked towards the two people. Poisonous gas permeated from the two people, and the terrible corrosive power instantly enveloped the space. Qin Wentian's body was full of divine brilliance, and he was invulnerable to all kinds of methods. The poisonous gas and corrosive power were all destroyed after touching his body. His terrible body seemed to be born to restrain this ability. With one step, Qin Wentian's body descended in front of one of them. The hand of God struck out violently, destroying everything. With a loud bang, the man's body was directly destroyed by the huge hand of God, and he couldn't bear a single blow. The palm of another person was instantly imprinted on Qin Wentian's body, but his realm was the same as Qin Wentian's, and he couldn't even shake Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and he slapped out another palm to destroy him. Arrogant. Do you want to insult me? I will definitely make you wish you were dead. Chu Qingyi saw Qin Wentian walking towards her, but saw Qin Wentian waving his palm, and the light of destruction suddenly hit the other party, killing Chu Qingyi here. Now Chu Qingyi probably wants to die happily in Tongshan Realm and end her life in Tongshan Realm. Although Chu Qingyi wanted Qin Wentian to be unable to live or die, Qin Wentian did not think of insulting a woman in this way, but ended her life happily. People have bottom lines. Even if Chu Qingyi is not a good person, he can kill her, but he will not be as evil as the people of the Eclipse Holy Church. As for what Chu Qingyi would think, Qin Wentian didn't care. Even if she hated him, Qin Wentian had a clear conscience. From the beginning, it was Chu Qingyi who took the initiative to provoke him. He asked himself that it would be better to save Chu Qingyi, which was considered to be worthy of her. Xiandao Holy Court, on the Tongshan altar, one of the altars, Chu Qingyi's body was shaken off the altar and fell to the ground. She coughed and there was blood. She only felt weak all over, as if she had suffered a strong trauma, but the stronger trauma was mental. There was an extremely strong hatred in her eyes, and her body trembled slightly. She actually endured such humiliation in the Tongshan realm. There was terrible hatred in her eyes, Her fists clenched, and she wanted to shout in grief and anger, but she stopped herself and didn't say anything. Saint. Several figures flashed by and looked at Chu Qingyi. Chu Qingyi stood up and said, "I'm fine." "Qingyi, what's wrong with you? I saw you shaking all the time before." At this time, a figure stepped in the void and landed in front of Chu Qingyi. This person was burly, wearing a purple robe, with bright eyes and a bright look. It was obvious that he was an extraordinary person with extremely strong strength. This person was a peerless genius in the Thunder God Temple. He was regarded as the son of the Thunder God. He inherited the strange power of thunder. When attacking, he had the power to destroy the world. It was extremely terrible. Few people in the same realm could compete with him. He had spent a lot of time in the Tongshan realm before, and even entered the Tongshan immortal list, but later came out. His name was Leiba, and he pursued Chu Qingyi. His talent and strength were worthy of Chu Qingyi. "Nothing, I am surrounded in Tongshan realm. I want to kill a few people, the people of the Eclipse Holy Sect, and the young man who showed the Holy Immortal Platform and the Black Gold Star Soul when he entered the Holy Court of Heavenly Deo that day. I want them to die." Chu Qingyi's voice was extremely cold, as if it came from the underworld, making everyone around him feel the chill. They met you in Tongshan Peak, but not on this altar. I guessed before that there might be more than one holy court, and the people who surrounded you might not be here. But if you want them to die, I will enter Tongshan Peak first and kill them. Leiba said. His voice was overbearing, as if he could do what he wanted to do. Speaking of this person, I have seen someone next to him at the time. He also had a perfect holy immortal platform, so I have a deep impression of him. I have seen him in the holy court. A woman from the Pyatxia Holy Temple next to him said. "Where have you seen him?" Chu Qingyi asked. "Take me there. I wonder if he's still there." The other party responded, and then his figure flashed in the road ahead. This holy academy has a wonderful ancient peak, which contains various magical powers. Some people practiced and enlightened here and gained very powerful attacking abilities. At this time, Qin Wentian was practicing in front of an ancient peak. Sitting here to practice, he knew that his realm was still relatively weak, and it was difficult to fight against the top geniuses of various forces in the Xiandao Holy Academy. He could only improve his realm as soon as possible to better break into the Xiandao Holy Academy. At this time, a group of figures came in a mighty manner, and a strong aura enveloped Qin Wentian's body. "Wake up!" A loud shout made Qin Wentian groan. He opened his eyes, and there was a faint flash of anger. He stared at a group of figures in the void. He didn't know these people, but they were cold and swept over, as if they had a deep hatred with him. "What do you mean, I haven't offended you?" Qin Wentian asked. "Let me ask you, what is your relationship with a man who possessed the Black Gold Star Soul and the perfect immortal platform?" Chu Qingyi asked coldly. "That's my senior brother. What does it have to do with you?" Qin Wentian responded directly, without any concealment. He has always been open and honest, and would not hide his relationship with Qin Wentian. "That's enough," Chu Qingyi said coldly. Leiba stepped down, and in an instant an extremely domineering power swept down. This vast space was full of thunder rays, which slashed down from the sky. The roar was extremely terrible, and a scene of destroying the world was born in an instant. People in the distance cast their eyes and their faces changed. Qin Wentian looked ugly. This person's cultivation level was extremely high, far beyond him, and this kind of battle was impossible to win. His figure flashed, and he retreated, but he saw Leiba roaring, and a terrible thunder dragon appeared in the void, swallowing down, and instantly wrapped Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian roared, and the world map appeared. With the power of the world, he struck a shocking blow, sweeping away everything, and even causing the thunder dragon to be shaken. However, Leiba's cultivation was much higher than his. With a step, an extremely domineering palm print blasted out, and 10,000 dragons knocking the sky slammed into Qin Wentian's body. In an instant, Qin Wentian's whole body trembled violently, and the power of thunder entered his body. His whole body was flashing with lightning, and he crashed into the mountain wall, spitting blood. Chapter 1133 Strong Resentment. Qin Wentian's eyes were full of anger. He was full of momentum. Even though he was injured, he still showed terrible power. He offered his immortal weapon and wanted to fight. Leiba was high above him. He took a step forward. He had reached the 7th level of the immortal stage. His palm blasted out again. In an instant, A huge thunder palm print came down and pinned Qin Wentian's body to the mountain wall. Qin Wentian vomited blood again. His whole body was madly destroyed by thunder. It was difficult for him to gather strength to resist. The terrifying thunder dragon chain enveloped Qin Wentian, and the thunder palm print slammed his body. He seemed to have no choice but to be slaughtered. He was completely unable to compete with the other party. The gap in strength was too big. Boom! Lei Ba stepped forward, and Chu Qingyi and others behind him also walked over and stared at Qin Wentian. Chu Qingyi's eyes were extremely cold, and she heard Lei Ba beside her asking her, "Qingyi, how do you want to deal with him?" Before, his senior brother admitted that he had the secret method to condense the perfect Saint Immortal platform. Since this person has also created the Saint Immortal platform, then let him hand over the secret method. Chu Qingyi said indifferently. Her eyes were arrogant, as if she wanted to vent all the humiliation she had suffered before on Qin Wentian, just because this was Qin Wentian's junior brother. If it weren't for Qin Wentian, she wouldn't have suffered such humiliation. She was a saint woman of the Pyathoxid Holy Temple, extremely noble and unattainable. She suffered a great humiliation. She wanted to know that all these people would die, Qin Wentian, and those two people, would die, even in the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy, they would be found and killed. Hear me? Hand over the secret method. Lei Ba looked at Qin Wentian and said, but Qin Wentian burst into laughter. He looked at Chu Qingyi and said, "Bitch, you offended my senior brother and got defeated by him. You were defeated by my senior brother in the Xiandao Holy Academy, and you have the nerve to come to me for revenge. You are so shameless." Chu Qingyi's face was extremely cold. Lei Ba's palm suddenly waved, and a roar was heard. A thunder exploded and hit Qin Wentian's body, causing Qin Wentian's body to explode, and his body was covered in blood. "If you have the guts, go against the rules of the Xiandao Holy Academy and kill me. Otherwise, one day my senior brother and I will make you live a life worse than death." Qin Wentian gritted his teeth and said, "How could he, a man, give in? He would remember these. Lei Ba, isn't your thunder power known as cruel punishment? If you can force out the secret method of cultivation of the Holy Immortal Platform, it will be a great contribution to both your Thunder God Temple and my Pyathoxid Holy Temple. Perhaps, then I will consider agreeing to your pursuit," Chu Qingyi said. The method of cultivation of the Holy Immortal Platform is so rare that it is comparable to a unique skill that has been lost in the Immortal Realm. If it can be obtained, it can be used to build the Holy Immortal Platform. If it flows into any of the top forces in the Immortal Realm, it will brew a behemoth. Lei Ba stepped forward again, his whole body full of thunder. He waved his hands, and lightning snakes danced, heading towards Qin Wentian's body. The terrible power of thunder penetrated into Qin Wentian's body, eroding Qin Wentian's will bit by bit. However, they only saw Qin Wentian staring at them, looking at Chu Qingyi, and said, "My senior brother should have not only defeated you, but also humiliated you by her? But for a slut like you, I'm afraid my senior brother would not even bother to touch you even if you take off your clothes, because you think you're dirty." The chill was released from Chu Qingyi's body. Even though she was seriously injured in Tongshan realm and had an impact on the outside world, she recovered very quickly. Her eyes were extremely cold, as if she was stabbed in a sore spot, and her eyes were as cold as a knife. What Qin Wentian said was not wrong. Qin Wentian did see her take off her clothes and did not touch her at all. "I didn't say it, did I? So you come to me to vent your anger?" Qin Wentian said with a wild laugh. He remained strong despite the pain in his body. Although he was rather irritable, his will was very strong and he would never be shaken by the pain in his body. "I'm afraid I can't find out." Lei Ba blasted Qin Wentian so hard that he was covered in blood and almost crippled him. However, this was not allowed by the rules of the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy. Otherwise, Lei Ba would have crippled Qin Wentian's immortal platform and made him a cripple. As long as Chu Qingyi was happy, he would naturally be willing to help. He didn't care about the Qianbian immortal sect in the east of the immortal realm. "After I recover from my injuries, I will enter the Tongshan realm and make him live a life worse than death," Chu Qingyi said. Lei Ba nodded, and the terrifying thunder palm captured Qin Wentian's body, turned around and stepped away. A few days later, many people knew that the saint of Pyathoxa Temple, Chu Qingyi, was going to deal with a man who had the Saint Immortal Platform and the Star Soul of the Eighth Heaven. It was said that the man had offended the saint of Pyathoxa Temple, Chu Qingyi, in Tongshan realm. Chu Qingyi even captured the other junior brother to vent her anger. Lei Ba stood up for her and prepared to go to Tongshan realm to kill the man. At this time, a group of strong men stepped in from the altar of Tongshan Peak in this holy academy. In addition to Leba and several other strong men from the Thunder God Temple and the people of Piaoxa Temple, there were some people who were strong men from Xianlan Immortal Country. Among them, Xianlan Mu was among them. This Yanlan Mu is the powerful man who showed his might in the palace of Changqing Immortal Kingdom that day. He was in the 8th level of the Immortal Platform and was good at the power of Zumi. Hearing that someone wanted to deal with Qin Wentian and force him to practice the method of the Holy Immortal Platform, how could Yanlan Immortal Kingdom miss it? In the past battle of Changqing Immortal Kingdom, they had a deep hatred with Qin Wentian. That guy not only defeated them, humiliated the royal children of Yanlan Immortal Kingdom, abolished several royal prides, and held Princess Kinger's hand in public and said that she was his woman. Later, they, Tianlan Immortal Kingdom, united with major forces to launch the Immortal Realm Judgment to deal with Changqing Immortal Kingdom's strong marriage to Princess Kinger and Princess Liuli, but they were disrupted by the summoning of the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy by the Emperor Changqing. As soon as the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy appeared, powerful people from all sides gathered and the Immortal Realm was in turmoil. The appearance of the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy in the legends symbolized the era of the ancient emperors, but there were no ancient emperors in the Immortal Realm today, which means that the future ancient emperors will most likely be born from the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy. After this matter was settled, they put aside the matter of the Immortal Realm's judgment for the time being, and would settle accounts with the Changqing Immortal Kingdom later. Now that she heard the news about Qin Wentian again in the Xiandao Holy Court, how could Yanlan Mu miss the opportunity to deal with him? Jun Mengchen was still being held. He was seriously injured and tortured. At this moment, his face was haggard and his clothes were tattered, but his eyes were still indifferent. As long as he didn't die, he would sooner or later get back the humiliation today and make these people pay the price. If you don't take revenge, you'd be unworthy of being a man. It's a pity that the daughter of the Changqing Emperor was not found in this holy court, otherwise she would be able to deal with Qin Wentian and get the secret method of practicing on the Holy Immortal Platform. Tianlan Mu said in a low voice. Who is the daughter of the Changqing Emperor? Chu Qingyi's eyes flashed with coldness. Although some days had passed, she could not forget what happened in Tongshan Realm that day and the humiliation. Even if that was not the real world, everything was the same as the real world. Princess Kinger of Changqing Immortal Country, her real name is unknown, everyone calls her that. She is Qin Wentian's beloved. For her, Qin Wentian dared to confront my Xianlan Immortal Country. Tianlan Mu said indifferently. We must find this Princess Kinger. Chu Qingyi's expression was cold. She wanted to return the insult she suffered to Qin Wentian's woman, and make Qin Wentian hate and regret everything he did. Tianlan Mu didn't know the devil in Chu Qingyi's heart and that crazy idea, otherwise even he would have to think carefully about whether to tell the other party about the relationship between Kinger and Qin Wentian. If Chu Qingyi treated Princess Kinger as she had crazy ideas in her heart, I'm afraid that the Changqing Emperor would be furious, because she was his most beloved daughter. Although the Xianlan Immortal Country wanted to deal with the Changqing Immortal Country, it also needed to do it step by step, instead of directly angering the Changqing Emperor completely. I don't know how many people in the Xianlan Immortal Country would die. When the Immortal Emperor was angry, there would definitely be rivers of blood and millions of corpses. Let's go in. After we find Qin Wentian, we will make his life miserable. We will lock him in Tongshan Realm and make him unable to leave Tongshan Realm forever. Chu Qingyi stepped out and walked towards the altar. Qingyi, remember the meeting place we agreed on? It's at the Tongshan Immortal Stone. Lei Ba said to Chu Qingyi's back, and then he took Jun Mengchen to the altar. He wanted to take Jun Mengchen to the same altar, so that they should be teleported to the same place in Tongshan Realm and he would not be able to escape. Figures stepped onto the altar one after another, their bodies trembling slightly, and then in Tongshan Realm, their figures appeared in different places. Qin Wentian didn't know everything in the outside world. The grudge between him and Chu Qingyi was because Chu Qingyi looked down on everyone. Later, she used a beauty trap on him in order to covet his Xingxiante cultivation method, but he sensed that Chu Qingyi seemed to have vicious thoughts in his heart. After hearing Chu Qingyi's voice, he even went to save her from humiliation. However, for Chu Qingyi, the humiliation she suffered was enough to make her feel a huge hatred, including hatred for Qin Wentian, the source of all this, and she took her anger out on Jun Mengchen, and even wanted to take her anger out on Kinger. In Tongshan Realm, Qin Wentian was roasting monster meat. He had eaten a lot of monster meat in the past few days fighting monsters in the wilderness. The tonic made him feel that his immortal power was growing. At this time, Monk Buji was sitting opposite Qin Wentian. They were both trying to eat a barbecue. Monk Buji and Qin Wentian worked together. Qin Wentian was responsible for killing monsters, and he was responsible for roasting. Brother Qin, you have to speed up your practice and improve your strength as soon as possible, so that we can have more barbecue to eat. If you eat more, your strength can be improved faster. Monk Buji said while eating. His face was greasy, and he didn't look like a monk at all. Is practice a matter of daily life? You are so greedy. Isn't it important to abstain from desires when practicing Buddhist power? Qin Wentian cursed in a low voice. I call this worldly practice. Think about it, many monks abstain from sex if they haven't been close to beautiful women, and abstain from food if they haven't enjoyed delicious food. Can you believe it? Monk Buji said, that's self-deception. The real practice is to enjoy all the beautiful things and finally see through everything to transcend the world. Monk Buji said calmly. So you are going to enjoy enough delicious food and have all kinds of beauties, and then see through everything? Qin Wentian rolled his eyes. This is just a plan to abstain from sex, and he said it so high-soundingly that he was speechless. That's not what I said. Monk Buji pointed at Qin Wentian and laughed. P.S. I recommend a friend's new book, Extraordinary Soldier King. Those who like military affairs can read it. Chapter 1134 Convening. Qin Wentian looked at Buji and said with a smile, Buji, your name is really suitable for the occasion. Moreover, monk, I can't see your realm of cultivation. You must have practiced a Buddhist method to hide your cultivation. Guess. Monk Buji squinted and laughed. The Buddhist art is profound and extensive. You must have practiced a Buddhist magic to make people unable to see through you. But the feeling you give me is at least not weaker than that woman that day. Why do you hide from her? Qin Wentian remembered that he met Chu Qingyi that day because she was chasing this monk. You mean Chu Qingyi, the saint of Piaoxa Temple? Monk Buji shook his head and said, although this woman is beautiful, she is very vicious. I just happened to meet her bathing in the fairy river when I was sleeping, and she wanted to dig out my eyes. Oh, too vicious, it was obviously she who disturbed this monk's sleep. With your means, you won't know if someone approaches you. I'm afraid you are deliberately peeping. Monk, you are really shameless. Qin Wentian said contemptuously. If you think so, I, a monk, have nothing to say. Although monks are lustful, they are lustful in a proper way. Buji shook his head and said, you see, she is chasing me, but I don't care about her. Buddhist practice emphasizes kindness, and people like me who are kind are rare. Qin Wentian looked at Monk Buji praising him seriously, and was speechless for a while. Not to mention monks, such a weird person is rare. The power of human thought is really strong. When you think of someone, he will appear. Monk Buji suddenly said, which made Qin Wentian look puzzled. The monk's eardrum trembled slightly, and then he said, do you have a junior brother who has also entered the Xiandao Holy Academy? This person is very young and has cultivated to the second level of the immortal platform. How do you know? Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. He just said that he is being captured and is searching this area. Chu Qingyi is here. It seems that he is here with bad intentions and is looking for revenge on you. What did you do to the saintess Qingyi? You have such a big grudge, but you are taking your anger out on your junior brother and torturing him. Monk Buji said lightly. As soon as these words came out, Qin Wentian's body was chilled and he stood up suddenly, with the cold light flashing. Monk, where's he? Qin Wentian's voice was cold. From what Buji said, it seemed that Chu Qingyi had captured Jun Mengjian. Don't get excited. The monk's eardrum moved slightly, and he continued, from what they said, they should have found your junior brother outside the Tongshan realm and brought him in to find you. If you go now, you will die. Chu Qingyi said that she would make you wish you were dead but not alive. Although the Tongshan realm cannot kill you, she will torture you for several years and make you endure inhuman pain. The will to torture you can still do it. Monk, I want to save my junior brother. Qin Wentian said. It's useless even if you save him. They have captured your junior brother from the outside world and even brought him to Tongshan Peak. Even if your junior brother goes out, there will probably still be people guarding him. And your junior brother looks seriously injured. Even if you send him out, he still can't escape in the outside world. Although Monk Buji likes to talk nonsense and brag arrogantly, he is very sober at this moment. He analyzed for Qin Wentian. Besides, how can you possibly save him? Chu Qingyi brought helpers. One of them is a young man at the 8th level of the immortal stage, and there is another person at the 7th level of the immortal stage. I know that he is Leba from the Thunder God Temple, known as the son of the Thunder God. If you go to save them, you will be walking into a trap. Then you and your junior brother will suffer together. Qin Wentian naturally understood that what Monk Buji said was the truth. In the Tongshan realm, one can only rely on his own strength. If he goes to save people now, there will be no other result except sacrificing himself. Junior brother mentioned. Qin Wentian's eyes were extremely cold. Chu Qingyi. Qin Wentian and Chu Qingyi were enemies. Even if he helped Chu Qingyi avoid being insulted, he would not think that Chu Qingyi would be grateful to him. However, he did not care that much. Even if Chu Qingyi wanted to deal with him, it was normal. He did not care. Since they were enemies, conflicts between the two sides were inevitable. However, Chu Qingyi not only wanted to deal with him, but also took her anger out on Zhen Mengchen. If King or Zi Qingxun were in the same Saint Academy as her, would they also be taken out on? Some people's natures are destined and cannot be changed. Just like Chu Qingyi, she knew her nature from the experience of having a grudge with him, but he still could not bear to see her being insulted. This was Qin Wentian's bottom line. He had a bottom line, but it did not mean that Chu Qingyi also had a bottom line. Obviously, in order to deal with him, Chu Qingyi could do anything. Tongshan Stone Pillar. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and he said, I am going to the central area of Tongshan Realm. Do you have friends in Tongshan Realm? Monk Buji immediately knew what Qin Wentian wanted to do when he heard Tongshan Stone Pillar, asking for help. Well, there should be at least a few people. Qin Wentian asked. I'll go with you and help you bypass them, otherwise their immortal thoughts are stronger than yours, and they will obviously discover your existence first. Monk Buji said. Although Qin Wentian's perception is strong and his immortal thoughts can cover a wide range, he is still not comparable to people at the 7th and 8th levels of the immortal platform. And this Monk Buji has a strange secret method, which may be similar to the magical power that Zhang Ziyu has practiced. His hearing is extremely terrible, surpassing the immortal thoughts. Thank you, monk. Qin Wentian said. After eating your barbecue, it's only right to do something. Who lets this monk be kind? Monk Buji boasted about himself again, and then his figure flashed, and Qin Wentian followed behind Monk Buji, and the two of them went around in this wilderness area. With Monk Buji leading the way, not to mention meeting Chu Qingyi and others, there was not even any danger. It was extremely smooth. Qin Wentian suddenly had an idea. People who practice this kind of Buddhist magic must have a long life. They know how to seek good fortune and avoid danger. But apart from that, Monk Buji seemed to use it for some shameful things. The central area of Tongshan Realm was majestic, with stone pillars reaching the sky. Qin Wentian found a Tongshan stone pillar with starlight flowing in it. Qin Wentian placed his palm on it and engraved words in it. Soon, wonderful starlight emerged one after another. Those ancient characters followed the Tongshan stone pillar towards the sky. When he raised his head, Qin Wentian saw the big words in the void, Dao, Tongshan Fairy Stone Gathering, Qin. Although there was no special code, Qin Wentian engraved the words like this. I believe that the people of the Daozun Saint clan can understand it. As long as they see it, they will go there. Dao symbolizes the Daozun Saint clan. If it is not obvious, he signed the word Qin at the back. Anyone who is from the Daozun Saint clan will not be able to understand it. Let's go. Qin Wentian flashed forward and headed straight for the Tongshan Immortal Stone, where Wang Wudi and Jian Bian had fought before. Have they escaped your monitoring range? Qin Wentian asked. He asked Monk Buji to help monitor Chu Qingyi and the others, so that he could find them immediately after summoning the strong men of the Daozun Saint clan. No, they seem to be here too. Monk Buji shrugged and said, they are even guessing whether this word was carved by you. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and he sped up and headed straight for the Tongshan Immortal Stone. On the way, ancient characters appeared in the void again, which read, Chu Qingyi, Leba, Tianlanmu, summon the strong men of Piaoxa Temple, Thunder God Temple, and Bianlan Xian Kingdom to gather in front of Tongshan Immortal Stone. Qin Wentian looked up at the void. Chu Qingyi actually used the Tongshan stone pillar to summon the strong men from the three parties. In addition to the Piaoxa Temple where Chu Qingyi was, the three strong men also included the Thunder God Temple and the Bianlan Xian Kingdom. Have you also offended the Xianlan Fairyland? Monk Buji looked at Qin Wentian and said. Qin Wentian nodded slightly, with the cold light flashing in his eyes. How do they know it was me? They don't know, they are just guessing. This Chu Chengyi hates you very much, as well as the Eclipse Holy Sect. Even if it's not you, she will also gather strong men to find you and the people of the Eclipse Holy Sect to deal with you. Monk Buji said. Qin Wentian's heart was as clear as a mirror, and he asked again, what is the relationship between the Thunder God Temple and the Piaoxia Holy Temple? Lei Ba of the Thunder God Temple admires Chu Chengyi, and Lei Ba's status in the Thunder God Temple is not low. Is this considered a relationship? Monk Buji said with a smile. Chu Chengyi, the saintess of the Piaoxia Temple, she will regret it. Qin Wentian said indifferently. The two of them galloped and finally arrived in front of the Tongshan Immortal Stone. At this moment, many strong men came here, seemingly to watch the excitement. Ancient characters appeared twice in the void, summoning strong men to go to the Tongshan Immortal Stone. There must be a big excitement to watch. People nearby naturally want to come and see. In front of the Tongshan Immortal Stone, 5 strong men from the Daozhong clan gathered here. Seeing Qin Wentian's call, they immediately set out to come here. Seeing Qin Wentian coming, they walked forward. Because there were outsiders, they didn't say much. Hey, it looks like you will still suffer in this battle. It's agreed that I, the monk, will not help. Monk Buji said. Well, thank you. Qin Wentian said, this is his business in itself. He is naturally grateful that Monk Buji can help him. How can he have the nerve to ask the other party to help fight against Chu Chengyi and others? Not long after, Chu Chengyi and his group of strong men arrived. Seeing Zhen Mengchen's miserable state, Qin Wentian's eyes were extremely cold, shooting at Chu Chengyi like a sharp sword. At the same time, Chu Chengyi's eyes were also extremely cold, wishing to cut him into pieces and torture him to death. Chengyi, is that him? Lei Ba pointed his finger at Qin Wentian. I'm curious, how did you know we were looking for you? Tian Lanmu asked. It was that stinky monk. Chu Chengyi's eyes flashed, and he looked at the monk Buji who was hiding in the crowd. Monk Buji jumped up and said, it's none of my business. Since you are here too, you don't have to leave. Chu Chengyi spoke coldly, but saw Qin Wentian staring at Chu Chengyi, and said coldly, Chu Chengyi, I don't care who you are or what your identity is. If there's any grudge between you and me, just come to me. You tortured my junior brother, and I remember this account, but now I remind you, let him go. Even if he is in the Xiandao Holy Academy, you have to let him go for me. Let him go, are you kidding? Chu Chengyi said coldly. I don't like to threaten others with some means, but your meanness has exceeded my bottom line. If you still insist, then I won't care about the means. Chu Chengyi, do you want to be ruined? Qin Wentian said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Chengyi was filled with shocking coldness, which swept out. Of course, she knew what Qin Wentian was hinting at. Chapter 1135 A Powerful Attack. Despicable. Chu Chengyi cursed angrily, his eyes were extremely cold, and he wished he could immediately seal Qin Wentian's mouth and stop him from speaking. Despicable, you actually have the nerve to say these 2 words, you seduced me with your beauty to achieve your goal, and then I defeated you. Qin Wentian spoke coldly. He was furious at the moment. Even if he offended the saint of the Piaoxia Temple, what did it have to do with Zhen Mengchen? And his junior brother Zhen Mengchen was tortured so miserably. He had never seen Zhen Mengchen so embarrassed. Shut up. Chu Chengyi's chest rose and fell, and his face was pale. Let her go. Qin Wentian shouted loudly, very tough. Since Chu Chengyi could do such a despicable thing, did he still need to consider her reputation? Boom. Lei Ba stepped out, the void trembled, thunder shone in the sky, and the space around him was all destroyed by thunder, like the wrath of Thunder God, wanting to destroy everything. Even if Chengyi agrees to release him, I won't agree. Lei Ba walked forward. Qin Wentian didn't even look at him. He just looked at Chu Chengyi and said, then you have to ask this saint. I only give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't release him, then you will bear the consequences. Chengyi, I will kill him for you. Lei Ba said, looking at Chu Chengyi, asking for her opinion. Chu Chengyi's face turned pale, and finally, she said, release him. Everyone's eyes flashed, and they all looked at Chu Chengyi, their eyes flickering. Qin Wentian actually mastered Chu Chengyi's mysterious secret, and actually made Chu Chengyi afraid to act rashly and really agreed to release him. The woman from the Piaoxia Temple let Zhen Mengchen go. Qin Wentian dragged his injured body to Qin Wentian and shouted, "Brother, I'm ashamed of you. How did they treat you in the outside world?" Qin Wentian saw Qin Wentian covered with scars and a terrible coldness. "I was practicing in the ancient peak. They found me and injured me. Lei Ba threatened me to hand over the secret method of practicing and tortured me with the power of thunder. I must avenge this vengeance." Qin Wentian's eyes were cold. "Of course I will." Qin Wentian looked cold. He looked up at Chu Qingyi again and said, "If I knew that my junior brother was still being tortured by you in the outside world and you didn't let him go, I promised that I would carve words on the Tongshan stone pillar. You." Chu Qingyi's body trembled slightly. If Qin Wentian did this, her reputation would be completely ruined. Qin Wentian was so cruel. She wanted to tear Qin Wentian into pieces and kill Qin Wentian himself in the Xiandao Holy Academy. Qin Wentian looked up and looked at the figures in front of him. Tian Lanmu didn't need to say much. He knew Lei Ba before. He attacked Qin Wentian just because he pursued Chu Qingyi. He would make Lei Ba pay the price. In addition to these people, they had also summoned several very powerful Tongshan realm masters, including people from the Thunder God Temple, the Piaoxa Temple, and the Xianlin Immortal Kingdom. The lineup was powerful. "Qingyi, has someone offended you?" At this time, another person came. Many Xianjiao figures had gathered here, and they were all extraordinary. This person, with a fluttering golden dress and extraordinary heroic appearance, was obviously not an ordinary person. Chu Qingyi was extremely beautiful, and she was also the saint of the Piaoxa Temple. She had a noble status. Many amazing people had a good impression of her. Some even met her after arriving at the Xiandao Holy Academy and pursued her. After all, Chu Qingyi had been in the Xiandao Holy Academy for some years. Qin Wentian looked at the strong men who came one by one. It seemed that the power of the Daozun Saint clan was not enough, unless he could gather all the strong men from the Daozun Saint clan. The power of a beautiful woman was great, and coupled with her prominent status, she could easily attract strong men from all sides. "Brother, kill me first and send me out," Qin Wentian next to him said. Qin Wentian looked at him. Being killed and sent out was not a good choice. It was also like a death experience. Today's humiliation is like a death. How can you not remember it? Qin Wentian said. "Okay, I'll send you out first. If they vent their anger on you again, I promise that I will do whatever it takes to deal with that woman," Qin Wentian said, and then raised the palm print of destruction and slapped Qin Wentian. He ruthlessly killed Qin Wentian in Tongshan realm. His decisiveness was heart-shaking. Chu Qingyi's expression flashed. Qin Wentian's words made her a little afraid. From Qin Wentian's tone, if she dealt with Qin Wentian again, Qin Wentian would not die. "I'm afraid he would really do whatever it takes. I captured him to deal with you. Now that I have found you, it doesn't matter if I let him go," Lei Ba said coldly. He stepped forward, and the power of thunder shone above Qin Wentian's head, as if it could strike down at any time and destroy Qin Wentian. "Before I leave, I must at least kill that woman," Qin Wentian said. Several strong men of the Fighting Saint clan understood what he meant. Surrounding him, the fairy platform bloomed in an instant, and the momentum burst out. One after another, the phantoms of the divine ape appeared, overlooking the world, containing infinite and terrible pressure. The violent power of fighting swept the void, with boundless power. One of them raised his palm and grabbed the thunder in the void. The endless power of destructive thunder fell down, but was blocked by a terrible divine ape palm print. The power of capturing thunder was so shocking. "Son of Thunder God, do you really think you are strong? You are a frog in the well, you are just self-righteous." Chu Qingyi was the same before. She was defeated by me at the 5th level of the immortal platform. The saint of the Piaoxa Temple is really unbearable, Qin Wentian said coldly. Lei Ba stepped out, and the thunder dragon appeared, rolling the void. The thunder was like a thunder punishment, and it blasted towards the strong man of the Fighting Saint clan. A strong man of the Fighting Saint clan, who was at the 7th level of the immortal platform as him, stepped out, and the divine ape roared, and the whole body was full of the power of fighting. The divine ape roared, and the world shook. There were countless runes that turned into palm prints and blasted out. At the same time, a divine ape slapped out with a big palm, crushing the world and blasting towards the thunder dragon. The divine ape and the thunder dragon collided with each other, and the thunder was entangled. The destructive power wanted to penetrate into the body of the divine ape and destroy it, but the divine ape was extremely terrifying, with an unparalleled body, as if it was an indestructible body. Capture him. Chu Qingyi said coldly. She didn't want Qin Wentian's life. She wanted to capture him alive. It was meaningless to kill Qin Wentian. One after another, strong men went towards Qin Wentian, but saw Qin Wentian step forward. He was surrounded by the 4 strong men of the Fighting Saint clan, all of whom released a strong aura. The realms of these 4 people were not weak. In the central area of Tongshan realm, those with lower realms would have been annihilated and blasted out long ago. The weakest one had a cultivation level of the 6th level of the immortal platform. In addition to the strong men fighting with Leba, these 4 powerful people of the Fighting Saint clan guarded Qin Wentian's body and walked forward, heading straight to the direction where Chu Qingyi was, as if they were strictly following Qin Wentian's orders. Before going out, they also wanted to kill Chu Qingyi. Tian Lanmu stepped forward. He remembered a defeat in that battle in his heart. This time, he must have a good fight with Qin Wentian and his subordinates. A terrifying divine image appeared, and Tian Lanmu waved his palm forward, and particles blasted out one by one. The particles suddenly turned into a huge and terrifying divine image, killing Qin Wentian and the others. Tian Lanmu's goal was to rush to the strong man in the 8th level of the immortal platform, who was also the strongest among the 5 members of the Fighting Saint clan. This man raised his palm, and terrifying divine ape arms appeared one after another, sweeping the void and blasting on those particle divine images, blasting them all to pieces, with a mighty power that shook the sky. The other strong men attacked and killed one after another, all targeting Qin Wentian. However, the 5 strong men of the Fighting Saint clan seemed to block Qin Wentian from the wind and rain from the direction. One by one, the phantoms of divine apes that could shake the world condensed and emerged, clearing the way in front. When the strong enemy looked around, they did not retreat but advanced, killing into the opponent's hinterland. Stop them! Leba roared, and thunder rolled in the sky. It seemed that forbidden thunder appeared in the void, and dragons and snakes danced wildly, covering the void. You should worry about yourself. The strong man of the Fighting Saint clan roared, and a terrifying huge figure of a divine ape appeared in the void, with thunder on his head, motionless, eyes like angry diamonds, extremely terrifying, and an extraordinary big palm print wiped out everything and blasted out. If you observe carefully, the attack of this Fighting Saint law is indeed very similar to the Hand of God, and has the same effect. The Hand of God was derived and realized by the first generation of the Holy Lord from the Fighting Saint law of the Fighting Saint clan. Naturally, there are similarities between the two. Seeing this terrifying attack, Leba really didn't feel like paying attention to Qin Wentian. He resisted with all his strength and turned into the real son of Thunder God. He had endless thunder power on his body, and the dazzling lightning seemed to be able to destroy others. Not only the strong man of the Fighting Saint clan who was fighting against Leba, but the other 4 people also showed the peerless power. In an instant, they turned into copper wall and iron wall, indestructible. Their bodies pushed forward, allowing many powerful attacks to hit them, but they remained motionless. Such strength and resilience were shocking. So strong, who are these people? Many people around saw this duel and secretly praised the fighting power of the people of the Fighting Saint clan. They didn't know which faction of the fairyland these people were from, but they were all rare and peerless figures. Qin Wentian stood among them, being protected. His body was shining, his power was terrible, and his true self was blooming, like the body of a god. Open the way! A strong man of the Fighting Saint clan roared, and the void was violently turbulent. The terrifying attacks came and actually opened up the road. Many strong men on the opposite side resisted frantically, but they were still blasted out of a bloody road by the desperate attacks of the Fighting Saint clan. Chu Qingyi's figure appeared in front of the opened road, and Qin Wentian stood opposite her. Boom! Qin Wentian took a step forward and landed directly in front of Chu Qingyi. Chu Qingyi hadn't reacted yet and was a little stunned. With such a strong man looking around, Qin Wentian could actually kill her? Chu Qingyi, you will pay the price. Qin Wentian's voice resounded in Chu Qingyi's eardrums, as if there was a Buddhist sound resounding through the world. The Hand of God came with the strongest destructive attack power, instantly submerging Chu Qingyi's body. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, Qin Wentian killed Chu Qingyi, the saint of the Piaoxa Temple, with one blow. Chapter 1136, Holy Court Opening. After Qin Wentian killed Chu Qingyi, the road opened by the strong men of the Fighting Saint clan also collapsed. The powerful attack swept over. At this moment, Qin Wentian did not escape. He even put away the defense around him and let the destructive attack hit his body with pure flesh. A feeling of destruction and death arose spontaneously. He felt that he was about to disappear completely and be destroyed. The feeling of death was so clear that there was no illusion at all. Even consciousness was gradually blurring and dissipating. Outside, on the altar, where Qin Wentian was, a muffled groan came out. Qin Wentian's body was shaken down. Waves of pain came over him, making Qin Wentian feel real, as if the dissipated life had returned again, regained consciousness and had the autonomy of the body. All of this was like a dream, as if he had experienced a real death. The feeling was very wonderful and could not be described in words. Taking a deep breath, Qin Wentian felt a little uncomfortable all over. He couldn't tell where he felt uncomfortable. This was at the level of spiritual consciousness. His body was destroyed inside and he really experienced death. That feeling was transmitted to his original body, making him very unhappy. Several graceful figures flashed towards this side. They were Nanhuang Yangxi, Nanhuang Shengjian Purgatory. They seemed to have been staying not far away. I was shaken out. Nanhuang Yangxi whispered. Qin Wentian stood up and nodded to Nanhuang Yangxi, saying, I encountered some things inside. Mengjian was targeted. I wonder if I can find the entrance to other holy courtyards. You want to cross the holy courtyard? Nanhuang Shengji's eyes flashed. Now she can be sure that there is more than one holy courtyard. Well, the Tongshan realm is just an illusory realm, and some people are attacking Mengjian in the holy courtyard. I wonder if I can cross other holy courtyards. Qin Wentian nodded. Before, he could go to any holy courtyard in the independent castle, but he had chosen this one. It would be difficult to return to that castle. I wonder if he can do it. This holy academy is vast and endless, forming its own world, with many secret places and strange places. Although there may be passages connecting the holy academies, they have not been discovered yet. Even if the holy academy is divided, it must be difficult to find, otherwise there is no need to divide the holy academy. Nanhuang Shengji analyzed and said, it makes sense. Since the holy academy is divided into several, it may not be easy to cross the holy academy. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered, looking at this magnificent holy academy. It seems that he still needs to work hard to improve himself, so that even in the Tongshan world, he can solve everything. At this time, in front of the altar of another holy academy, Chu Chengyi was also shocked away. Her eyes were extremely cold. Under the protection of many powerful people, she was broken through by Qin Wentian's defense and killed in one blow. She, a saint woman of the Piaoxi Holy Temple, seemed so vulnerable. It was a shame. Qin Wentian. Chu Chengyi said word by word, her voice was cold to the bone. Killed by my senior brother. A sarcastic voice came. Chu Chengyi turned around and saw two people holding Mengjian. Those two people were the ones Yi and Lei Ba left here to monitor the situation. You can still laugh. Chu Chengyi stared at Mengjian and said, why can't I laugh? My senior brother said that if you don't let me go, you will be ruined. You'd better let them go. Mengjian said sarcastically, I'm wondering, what did my senior brother do to you that makes you so afraid? But with my senior brother's personality, he disdains women like you. Shut up. Chu Chengyi stood up, and a cold air swept out and rushed into Mengjian's body, making Mengjian's whole body covered with frost. Mengjian was shivering. Because of his injury, his body was easily corroded by the cold air. His body was trembling slightly, but he still gritted his teeth and said coldly, are you going to go all the way to the end? I'll accompany you. Let him go. Chu Chengyi said coldly. The two people behind Mengjian were stunned, but still nodded and left behind Mengjian. Get out. Chu Chengyi swung his palm, and the cold air attacked Mengjian's body, knocking Mengjian's body out. Mengjian lay on the ground, his whole body trembling with cold, but there was a smile in his tough eyes. Bitch, if you have the guts, don't let go. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Chu Chengyi heard Mengjian's insults, raised his feet again, and walked towards him step by step. You can try. Mengjian seemed to be very tough. He stood up again and raised his head to look at the cold figure opposite. Boom. A violent coldness swept through the void. Chu Chengyi walked towards Mengjian step by step. However, at this moment, a figure floated down and appeared beside Mengjian. The eyes of this figure were as sharp as a sword, piercing people's hearts and looking directly at Chu Chengyi. The terrible icy aura actually disintegrated into nothingness under the sword energy and could not get close to Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian's eyes condensed and glanced at the figure that appeared beside him. A smile flashed in his eyes. This person is a disciple of Shianfuji. Although the disciples of Shianfuji do not interfere with each other on weekdays, they practice on their own and even seem to be strangers. But when they see their junior brother being bullied like this, they will still stand up if they encounter it. You are at the 5th level of Xiante cultivation, but you are fighting against someone at the 2nd level of Xiante. Do you know how to be ashamed? This person was a strong man who had entered the ancient mountain of Shenxiao Villa with Qin Wentian. He was very powerful. He entered the Xiandao Holy Academy as a disciple of Qianbian Xianmen, so no one would question his help to Qin Wentian. Who are you? Chu Qingyi asked the person who came. You don't have to care. You have to give an explanation for this matter. The person spoke indifferently, his eyes still staring at Chu Qingyi. I am the saint of Piaoxa Temple. Why do I need to give you an explanation for what I did? Chu Qingyi said forcefully. This woman was defeated by senior brother Qin in Tongshan realm. She wanted revenge, so she seduced other men to help her. She found me to vent her anger, forced me to ask about my cultivation secrets, captured me into Tongshan realm and forced senior brother Qin to show up. Qin Wentian said indifferently. The Holy Academy of Heavenly Dao is a place for the geniuses to practice and compete. After entering the Tongshan realm, you were defeated and you took revenge on your fellow disciples and brothers, and even colluded with others. Don't you feel ashamed? The disciple of the Shianfu realm said coldly. He walked forward, and in an instant, a terrible sword energy storm appeared between heaven and earth, covering the vast space. Chu Qingyi felt her body stiff at this moment, and there were countless swords facing her. As long as she had a thought, it seemed that thousands of swords would come to kill her. You want to deal with me? Chu Qingyi looked cold. I don't care about bullying those with low realms, but you are so unruly, so there is no need to be polite to people like you. As soon as the man finished speaking, his body suddenly turned into a sword and rushed forward, so fast that only a ray of light was left. Chu Qingyi wanted to retreat, but the realm gap was irreparable, just like Lei Ba did Qin Wentian. The sword on the fingertip landed on Chu Qingyi's body. Then, Chu Qingyi flew out and fell to the ground fiercely. She spat out blood and her face was pale. She was bullied again. As the saint of Piaoxa Temple, she had never been humiliated like this before. I'm afraid she will never forget the trip to Xiandao Holy Academy. How you treat others is how others will treat you. It's better to have some bottom line in cultivation. The man from Shianfu realm said lightly. He didn't look at Chu Qingyi again, but took Qin Wentian away on the sword and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ah! Chu Qingyi roared, her heart filled with endless anger. She swore that she would make these people pay the price. Many people around looked at the angry Chu Qingyi, and their hearts were chilled. This is the Holy Academy of Heavenly Dao, where all the Xianjiao of the entire immortal realm descended. Even if you are the saint of the Piaoxa Temple, it is still the same. In this Holy Academy of Heavenly Dao, you are just like everyone else. Xianjiao is just an ordinary person in the Holy Academy of Heavenly Dao. Others will not be polite to you. After a while, Lei Ba, Tian Lanmu and others woke up from the altar. After the 5 strong men of the Fighting Saint clan escorted Qin Wentian to kill Chu Qingyi, they retreated while fighting. The violent 5-man combination did not even leave the other party behind, which made them have a deeper impression of the Xianjiao of the immortal realm. Qingyi. Lei Ba saw Chu Qingyi's breath floating, her face pale, as if she was healing, and immediately looked at the 2 people beside him and asked, "What's going on?" Qin Wentian's fellow disciples helped, injured the saint, and took Qin Wentian away. One person responded, Lei Ba's face sank, and thunder rolled around him. The strength of Qianbian Xianmen is not weak, especially at the level of Xiante. We have fought with them before, and their combat power is very strong. They don't care about Piaoxa Temple or Lixian Temple at all. Tian Lanmu said lightly, intending to provoke a war. Then fight with them. We will gather strong people from all sides to unite. As long as we see that they are from Qianbian Xianmen, we will make them pay a heavy price. Lei Ba's voice was domineering, just like his character. He rarely suffered setbacks, but this battle was definitely not a victory. He wanted to stand up for Chu Qingyi, but Chu Qingyi was killed in front of him, and was injured again after coming out. What breath! At this time, many people looked up at the sky and exclaimed, Figures rose into the sky one after another, an array of light surged, as if a mysterious aura enveloped the world, which was extremely wonderful. Dong! A bell rang, like a morning bell, ringing in everyone's heart. On the altar, the figures on the altars opened their eyes at this moment, while showing confusion, awakened by the bell. Dong! The bell rang again, like the sound of Tao. In the distance, there was a brilliant light, as if a real Xiandao holy temple appeared, and then a voice spread throughout the temple. 12 years after the Xiandao holy temple, the holy temple is open, and the scriptures are preached and the Tao is chanted. A sound resounded through the world, like the sound of Tao, directly into the eardrums of everyone, no matter where they were, they could hear this sound. Chapter 1137 Who is the leader of the 3,000 immortals? The same was true for the Holy Academy where Qin Wentian was. All the strong men on the altar were recalled from the Tongshan realm and woke up. All the people in this Holy Academy looked up and stared into the distance. 12 years of the Holy Academy of Heavenly Dao, the Holy Academy is open, preaching and chanting. This ethereal voice made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. The Holy Academy is open, is that the real Holy Academy? And the space world is just the space attached to the Holy Academy. One after another, figures soared into the air and looked at the void in front of them. The Holy Academy was suspended in the air and could actually stand in the air. Endless light fell, gradually covering the vast and endless space. One after another, figures flickered and moved, heading towards the direction of the Holy Academy. Is there anyone preaching in the Holy Academy? A strange light flashed in Nanhuang Shengji's beautiful eyes. Fun. The little guy whispered, as if he felt it was very interesting. 12 years since the Holy Academy of Heavenly Dao. We entered the Immortal Sea and came to the Holy Academy. It has been 12 years. It has been 12 years since the Holy Academy opened. It is extraordinary. Let's go and have a look. Qin Wentian said. Nanhuang Yangxi nodded, and the group walked out and headed in that direction. In the void, there seemed to be many more figures, surging from all directions, all heading towards the Holy Academy that descended into the space, with a wonderful light in their eyes. It took 12 years to appear, preaching and chanting the law, which must be extraordinary. Then, those who have been trapped in the Immortal Sea for 12 years and have not yet comprehended and come here, do they mean that they have missed it? Will this opened Holy Academy continue to exist or disappear in the future? Above the void, golden light shone into the sky, and the strong men of the Xiangpeng clan were all dazzlingly bright, and the wind was howling. When they passed through the void, their power was terrible. In this space, there were more than 20 people from the Xiangpeng clan who came, worthy of being the royal family of the demon world favored by heaven. Qin Wentian saw that the Xiangpeng clan masters who gathered from all sides were centered around one person. That person was the king of the Xiangpeng clan, the golden-winged pengbird Qin Wentian. He had defeated Wang Wudi in the Tongshan realm and had amazing strength. The masters from all sides gathered in addition to the holy courtyard that appeared. Some people from Nanhuang Yangxi gradually gathered here. There were more than 10 people. Their status seemed to be no less than Nanhuang Yangxi. They were the inherited saint of the Nanhuang clan. The White Tiger clan masters were terrifying. They occupied one side. In addition to Baimu, there were 2 people whose status was no less than his. They were the royal family of the White Tiger clan. In addition, there were people from the Scorpio clan, who were extremely dangerous. Enter the holy court. A voice came, and figures immediately headed for the holy court that was suspended in the air. The building was magnificent, the light was dazzling, and the palace was majestic. The masters stepped into it. Inside, there was a staircase that seemed to reach the sky. A wonderful force fell down, as if it was the power of God, making people reach out their hearts to make pilgrimages. On the staircase, masters gathered and stepped on the stairs, moving forward step by step. There were more than 1,000 figures. There were 4 holy courts, and I'm afraid that 5,000 or 6,000 people had already entered. In 12 years, 1/3 of the quota had entered the holy court of Heavenly Dao. It seems that they are all here. Qin Wentian said. He looked at the figures of masters from all sides. He found a rule that most of the demon cultivation techniques and great demons came to this holy court. In addition to the Xiangpeng clan, the White Tiger clan, and the Scorpio clan, he also saw people from the Xian'ai palace. In addition, there was a group of people with amazing momentum. They were wearing simple animal skin clothes, which seemed to be made of the skin of a big monster. They all had a rough and domineering momentum. Each of them looked quite scary. Like Qin Wentian, They came from the east of Xianyu, and from the Great Snow Mountain in the east. They were members of the Beast God cult. Not only that, Qin Wentian, with his amazing eyesight, even saw that several people had the terrible power of monsters like the prehistoric times. They had amazing bones and terrible bodies. Qin Wentian could feel that those people were also transformed from monsters, and they were monster dragons. It is rumored that there is a dragon island in the vast West Sea outside Jiutian city. It is unknown whether this rumor is true or not, but Qin Wentian is not surprised that there are monster dragons in the vast fairyland. Holy Lord, many big monsters have appeared. The strongman of the Fighting Saint clan said to Qin Wentian in a voice transmission. Beside him, there were several people of the Fighting Saint clan. Their totems were divine apes. They practiced a Fighting Saint law and were born with strange abilities. Their eyes were terrible and they could also see the true bodies of some human-shaped monsters. I see. Qin Wentian replied in a voice transmission. These people can be said to be the first group of people who crossed the Sea of Immortals and entered the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy. It is not necessarily that all of them are better than those who have not arrived yet, but in terms of overall talent and understanding, they are undoubtedly the strongest group. It is normal for the big monsters from all sides to appear here. There are also several people from Xianlan Immortal Kingdom here. Nan Huang Yangxi whispered, and Qin Wentian nodded gently. Of course, he also felt that there were a few unfriendly eyes. One of them was quite familiar. He had met him once in the palace of Changqing Immortal Kingdom. Going up the immortal ladder, there are ancient peaks of immortal mountains on the left and right, as ethereal as the residence of immortals. The immortal thoughts here are blocked. I don't know what is on the immortal ladder, so I can only climb the ladder step by step. The magical immortal ladder goes up all the way, and finally reaches the top. In front, the view is wide. On the spacious ground, there are 3,000 seats for seeking the way. Each seat is shining with stars, and there seems to be a wonderful pattern flowing on it, which contains a mysterious atmosphere. These 3,000 seats are like 3,000 immortal cushions. There is a palace in front of the 3,000 cushions. In the long corridor, a statue-like figure is lifelike, sitting cross-legged, eyes closed, without any breath, like a real person, but also like a statue. The holy court is open, preaching and chanting, so this figure should be real. There were people in the holy court, and at this moment, they were finally seen. There are 3,000 immortal seats. The front row has only 1 seat, the second row has 2 seats, the third row has 3 seats, and all the way back, there are more and more immortal seats. The strong stood there quietly, looking at the 3,000 immortal seats, and asked in order, who would sit at the head of the 3,000 immortal seats? The holy court preaches, and all 3,000 immortal seats can sit. A vague voice came from nowhere, and the figure in front was still like a statue, without any sound, let alone speaking. This voice, no one knows where it came from. The Holy Academy is preaching. Who will be the leader of the 3,000 immortals? Another voice came out, causing everyone's heart to tremble slightly, as if it had expressed their inner thoughts. In the martial arts competition, people like to distinguish between the strong and the weak. The immortal road is slow, and many heroes have crossed. There are 3,000 immortals, and since they are divided into front and back, everyone naturally thinks, who will sit in the first place among the 3,000 immortals? There are more than 1,000 strong men in front of them, many big monsters, including the West Sea Dragon Clan, the Western Region White Tiger Clan, the Xiangpeng Clan, the Phoenix Bloodline Nanhuang Clan, and the King of Beasts, the Beast God cult. Among the heroes in the immortal realm, who can sit in the first place and listen to the preaching of the Holy Academy? Jian Tian's eyes were sharp, staring at the strongest immortal position. In his eyes, it seemed that there was only the immortal position there. Since the immortal positions were divided into front and back, he would rather not sit in the back position. However, he did not take the lead. Among the heroes, the 3,000 immortals, how can the first place be so easy to sit? This is like the Tongshan immortal list. How can the top position be so easy to get? I'll sit down. A rough voice was heard, and then a figure walked out of the crowd. This figure was 3 meters tall, and his whole body exuded explosive power. His limbs were thick and strong, and his eyes were filled with flames. He was extremely terrifying, and his cultivation level was also very high, at the 8th level of the immortal stage. His whole body exuded a powerful aura. This monster is an ape monster. I don't know which species it is. It seems that he is the only one who came here without any tribe members. Qin Wentian said in a low voice. Nanhuang's beautiful eyes flickered, as if she thought of a place, and Nanhuang Shengj beside her also said, I have read the ancient books of Nanhuang. Among the distribution of forces in the immortal realm, there are not many monsters in the west of the immortal realm. These monsters live in tribes in the west of the immortal realm, but there is another place in the immortal realm where there are more monsters than in the west of the immortal realm. That is the wild land in the extreme north of the immortal realm, in the 100,000 mountains. I have heard a little about it. Qin Wentian nodded slightly. It's just that I heard that the 100,000 mountains in the wilderness are so vast. It is a place like the 10,000 Demons Island. If human martial artists go deep into it, they will almost die. The monsters there rarely have anything to do with the immortal realm. The immortal realm knows less about the 100,000 mountains in the wilderness than the 10,000 Demons Island. Even if the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy appears, there may not be too many monsters in the 100,000 mountains in the wilderness. Indeed, if the 100,000 mountains of the wilderness also descend in force, it will surely cause quite a stir like the 10,000 Demon Island, but it does not rule out the possibility that some big monsters will set foot here. A strong man from the Nanhuang clan responded in a low voice, this big monster has red eyes, and is a bit like the legendary fire-eyed violent ape. Except for the 100,000 mountains of the wilderness, the immortal realm has never heard of such monsters appearing in other places. The fire-eyed violent ape, which transformed into human form, walked to the front of the immortal seed and stepped on it in one step. It was very powerful, and in an instant, a brilliant light flowed above the immortal seed, and a terrifying brilliance shot up into the sky. Roar! The fire-eyed violent ape roared, and the terrifying light shot straight into the sky. A picture appeared in the void. There was an extremely huge and violent monster, thousands of feet tall, with red eyes and a body burning with violent and boundless flames. It seemed to have entered a state of rampage. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked as it roared to the sky. It seemed that an unparalleled pressure from the great Dao fell on him, and it was going to crush the 10,000 feet violent monster. The monster struggled and roared madly, and the world shook, but it could not break the pressure of the great Dao on it. Fire-eyed violent ape. When everyone saw the phantom, they immediately knew what kind of monster the figure was, and they showed a look of surprise. Boom! With a loud noise, the fire-eyed violent ape, who had transformed into human form, was blasted off the immortal position and fell heavily on the ground. The ground made a dull sound. He climbed up, staring at the first seat with red eyes. There was an extremely violent demonic aura raging all over his body, and it seemed that he could enter a rampage state at any time. Who will be the leader of the 3,000 immortals? This first position is not easy to sit on. Everyone was trembling, and the fire-eyed violent ape was blasted down. It is not easy to sit on the top of all the monsters. P.S. It's Monday, brothers and sisters are asking for votes. Chapter 1138, No one in the first seat. The fire-eyed violent ape came from the 10,000 mountains of the wilderness, and must be a great demon with a very high bloodline level, but it still cannot sit on the first seat. It can be said that even if there are more than 1,000 top geniuses who come to the Holy Academy to listen to the sermon, there are not many people or demons who are qualified to challenge the first seat. Let me try. A voice came out, and the powerful Bai Mu, a member of the royal family of the White Tiger clan, stepped out. He was at the 6th level of the immortal platform, although his realm was not as high as that of the fire-eyed violent ape. However, the Holy Academy did not say that only those with a higher realm could sit on the first seat. As a member of the royal family of the White Tiger clan, he should give it a try. The royal blood in Bai Mu's body was released, and the power was terrible. With a loud bang, Bai Mu stepped onto the first immortal seat. Another burst of terrifying starlight flooded the void, and a phantom appeared. The White Tiger Demon King roared madly. I am afraid that the pressure of the avenue is pressing on him, and his body was about to collapse. He roared continuously. The White Tiger Demon King seemed to want to resist that power, but he still couldn't resist it. He was slapped down by a palm print of the avenue, and fell to the ground like the fire-eyed violent ape. Bai Mu stood up. His expression was not very good. As a member of the White Tiger royal family, he also stepped onto the first seat. After that, one great demon after another tried, but they couldn't do it. A handsome and terrifying figure walked out of the heavenly demon palace. He stepped up, with extraordinary demeanor, standing on the first seat, with an invincible demeanor. However, it didn't take long before he couldn't change his fate of being blasted down. The same was true for the strong men of the Beast God sect. Even if they were unparalleled in controlling beasts, it was still useless. This position seemed to be the real chief position of all monsters. None of them could sit there. Buzz! Suddenly, a violent and sharp aura spread out. The strong men turned their eyes and saw a figure rising into the sky. The golden wings were dazzling and boundless. They were so gorgeous. Every feather was like a sword, revealing the ancient mystery and power. The king of our tribe. Several strong men of the Xianpeng tribe looked solemnly, as if they were expecting Jian Wentian to take the first seat. This was his king, and in the future he would be the king of all monsters, commanding all monsters in the world and conquering the 100,000 mountains in the wilderness. Jian Wentian transformed into his original form, a terrifying golden-winged pengbird. His eyes were unruly and boundless, revealing a terrifying spirit. His figure flashed, like a golden lightning, and instantly landed on the first seat. The light shone into the sky and enveloped his body. The picture appeared. Jian Wentian looked up to the sky and screamed. His blood burst out. In that picture, the power of God descended on the world and destroyed everything. There was a giant rock, incarnated tens of thousands of feet tall, with its wings slashing out, splitting the heavens and the earth, slashing on the mighty heavenly way, trying to contend with the might of heaven. The strong seemed to be able to feel the earth-shaking collision. The golden-winged rock was like a golden-winged rock-king, wanting to slash the heavenly way, bombarding it madly, but the heavenly way was terrible. An unparalleled palm print came to crush and kill, destroying everything, trying to kill and wipe out the golden-winged rock-king. Buzz! The wind was blowing hard, and the golden-winged rock-king's wings flashed as if they could cross space and escape from the heavenly way, but the palm print was too terrible, chasing and killing them, and they couldn't escape. The golden-winged rock-king reversed his body, shuttled through the void, and his wings slashed, rumbling and dull sounds came out. In that picture, the heavenly way seemed to be shaking, and even seemed to be cracking, but the golden-winged rock-king was still destroyed. Jian Wentian groaned, his body was repelled. His wings flickered, and he soared into the sky before landing, hanging high above the void. His unruly eyes stared at the first seat in front of him, and said, "The power of the heavenly Dao? If you don't have the blood of the holy product, you can't cut through the heavenly Dao. No demon can sit on this first seat." Jian Wentian's tone was full of domineering power, and there was a faint sense of self-centeredness, as if there was nothing he could do, no one or demon here could do it, and this kind of spirit, who else but me, as if he was unparalleled in the world. Another violent figure stepped out, someone stepped onto the power of the first seat, and the scene reappeared. An ancient wild monster Queen Yu appeared, galloping above the void, trying to break through the shackles of the heavenly Dao and not be bound by the Dao. However, what the golden-winged Jian Wentian did not do, he still failed and was blasted down. Boom! A heavy sound was heard, and a young man with full spirit and infinite strength walked out. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. This man was the great demon of Dragon Island, a terrifying demon dragon. The young demon dragon stepped onto the first seat, and the screen showed that a terrifying demon dragon appeared in the star screen. This demon dragon was a fire dragon, and it blasted towards the power of the Tao. Its huge body contained infinite power. The continuous collisions made the heavenly Tao tremble, but it still could not be destroyed. In the end, it could only be like Qin Wentian, and was blasted off the first seat. Everyone's expression was solemn and silent. It seemed that in the 12th year of the Holy Academy, the lectures were held, and the first seat was held, but no one could sit, no demon could sit. I'm afraid that only a great demon with pure blood of the holy product can sit on it. Nan Huang Yangxi murmured, "The first seat is too difficult." The Holy Academy preached the Tao, and before the Tao was even started, it gave the top geniuses a profound lesson. "Do you want to try?" Qin Wentian asked the little bastard beside him. This guy was also extraordinary. He didn't know what kind of demon he was. No, if he sat on it, he would be killed by jealousy. The little guy shook his head, which made Qin Wentian smile. This little guy was getting smarter and smarter. Even if he really sat on the seat of honor, what kind of people were there here? I'm afraid there would be no peace in the Holy Academy. There are different levels of hearing the Tao, but there is no order of attaining the Tao. Let them fight for the first seat in front. For now, Qin Wentian has no interest. Maybe one day he will be interested and fight for it, but not now. No one can sit on the first seat, so the two immortal seats in the second row will become the front position, where they can listen to the teachings of the Tao at the closest distance. I'm afraid these two positions are not so easy to sit on. The major powers are all watching, and it's not certain whether they can sit on them. 3,000 immortal positions. Once you sit down, you can't take it away. A voice came out, making everyone's eyes tremble. These 3,000 immortal positions, as long as you sit down first, the others can no longer snatch them. Whoever sits down first will get the immortal position, and then listen to the sermon on that immortal position. Dong. Another powerful White Tiger Clan king stepped out. His cultivation was terrible, the 8th level of the immortal platform, and he walked to the 2nd immortal position. The Dragon Path strongmen, the Scorpion clan and other great demon strongmen all stepped there, wanting to snatch the 2nd immortal position. King. The strongmen of the Xianpeng clan looked at the golden-winged pengbird Jian Wentian. No one can sit on the first seat of the 3,000 immortal positions, so the 2nd immortal position will become the first seat. These two positions are not so easy to sit on. If they can sit, what's wrong with me not changing? Jian Wentian said proudly, without fighting. In addition to him, there were other great demons who did not fight for it, watching these tyrannical demons fight for the 2nd immortal position. The White Tiger clan's royal family and the fire-eyed violent ape stepped forward at the same time, roaring with murderous aura, and the king's mark emerged, trying to roar the fire-eyed violent ape back. However, the fire-eyed violent ape roared and turned into a terrifying body. The 3,000 immortal positions were all very far apart, and the positions were very large. Even if the body appeared, it would not occupy too much space. It was just that violent momentum that made people feel astonished. The king's murderous aura collided with a pair of fire eyes, and the might was shocking. The two great demons walked towards each other at the same time. The White Tiger clan was wrapped in murderous aura, and the fire-eyed violent ape was frantic with flames. The two punched out, and the rumbling momentum swept out, turning into a terrible storm. The great demons of low realms were directly swept away. Even if they were competing for immortal positions, there was no place for demons of low realms. They must be great demons with strong blood and high realms. The two great demons retreated at the same time, staring at each other, as if unwilling to give in. However, on the fairy seat next to them, the fire dragon stepped onto the fairy seat and fought against the power contained in the fairy seat. However, the great demon behind found that even the 2nd fairy seat was difficult for the demon dragon to contend with. After the collision between the crazy demons, the fire dragon was blasted off the 2nd fairy seat. The 2nd fairy seat, is it so easy to sit? This caused the White Tiger King and the fire-eyed violent ape to stop fighting, their faces stiff. The White Tiger King flashed and stepped on. This time, the fire-eyed violent ape did not stop him, allowing him to step on the 2nd immortal position and fight against the power of the immortal position. In the end, the White Tiger King was blasted off, causing the other masters to lose their minds. Afterwards, the fire-eyed violent ape also failed to seize the immortal position. In the Holy Court, they could not even sit on the 2nd immortal position. Afterwards, the strong men from all sides tried and failed. Jian Wentian finally stepped in the immortal position again. The unruly golden-winged Pen King appeared on the screen again, fighting against the power of the immortal position. His wings cut through the sky, shuttled through space, and experienced a shocking collision. He actually cut through the road. A burst of strong light shot out, and Jian Wentian sat on the 2nd immortal position, surrounded by starlight, dazzling and unparalleled. The immortal position belonged to him. Sure enough, the golden-winged rock of the Sky Pen clan is much rarer than the royal family of the White Tiger clan, and its bloodline is more noble. Qin Wentian said in a low voice after seeing this scene. The golden-winged rock of the Sky Pen clan here is only Qin Wentian, but there are several royal families of the White Tiger clan. Even the monsters from Dragon Island seem to be weaker than the bloodline of the golden-winged rock. After all, the several royal families of Dragon Island are not here, and the golden-winged rock is the supreme royal family of the Sky Pen clan. Although you don't sit in the first place, you can't sit too far back. You go to take the seats in the first 10 rows. It's up to you which seat you want. Qin Wentian said to the strong men of the Fighting Saint clan. They nodded and stepped forward. Let's go too. Qin Wentian and Anhurong Yangxi and others also stepped out and walked forward. You also want a seat in the front. The strong men from Xianlan Immortal Kingdom looked at Qin Wentian and the others. The two sides had never been at odds with each other, and there had never been a conflict before. However, at this moment, when they were fighting for the immortal position, these strong men from Xianlan Immortal Kingdom seemed to intentionally target Qin Wentian. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, It means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1139 Starry Sky Sermon. Qin Wentian sneered at several Xianlin Xiangguo masters and spat out a word, "Get lost." As soon as he finished speaking, the Daoxuan clan masters stepped forward one after another. The Nanhuan clan masters stood beside them, and their powerful aura oppressed several Xianlin Xiangguo masters. Their faces changed continuously, looking at Qin Wentian and his team. Qin Wentian stepped forward, ignoring several Xianlin Xiangguo masters, and walked to the front 10 rows. There are 3,000 immortals here. Even if you are not too outstanding, you cannot sit at the back when listening to the sermon. However, many masters stepped towards the front row at this time. These masters are outstanding in talent and have extraordinary strength. They know that they cannot take the front row, but they always have to occupy a place in these front row seats. For example, the masters of the White Tiger clan, the Sky Pen clan, and the Scorpion King clan, when they stepped forward, they almost monopolized the front row seats and did not let others interfere. No one or monster is willing to be too inferior to others and sit on the immortal seat at the back. The warriors of the Fighting Saint clan stepped out at the same time, each of them flashing towards an immortal seat, but they were destined to compete with many warriors. For a while, the warriors confronted each other, and the whole space suddenly became violent. Starting from the third row, the closer to the front row, the more intense the competition. Qin Wentian felt a raging violent wind, and some warriors had already started fighting. He shook his head slightly. People of martial arts have always been competitive. This battle for immortal seats might not be calm. He took a step forward, not choosing a position too far forward, but just stepping towards one of the immortal seats in the 9th row. However, at this time, a charming woman blocked him and said with a sweet smile, "This position is mine." This woman was like wearing red armor, with snow-white skin exposed, and the ravines were looming, looking extremely charming and beautiful. She had soft red hair and a demon beauty. It was obvious that her body was a demon, and she was also a femme fatale, a strong man of the Scorpion King clan. "Sir, please give it to me." The sexy Scorpion beauty smiled and walked towards the immortal seat. Qin Wentian smiled and said, "I finally decided to find a seat to sit down. Other places are also vying for it, so I can only take this seat." While speaking, he walked towards the immortal seat. Both of them were very fast. The Scorpion beauty smiled and her sexy figure made people reluctant to attack her. Then she saw her snow-white and slender palm stretched forward, and suddenly turned into a sharp red light. Qin Wentian sneered, and his body seemed to be covered with the light of armor, and the rune light flowed on his body. His body was extremely strong, and he let the red light hide him and pointed his finger at the other party. However, the Scorpion beauty raised her plumpness forward, her eyes were as charming as silk. Qin Wentian was stunned, and turned his finger into a palm, blasted over, and repelled the other party's body, and then landed on the immortal seat. Little brother makes me uncomfortable." The Scorpion beauty looked at Qin Wentian, who had taken the immortal position, but she still had a charming smile in her eyes. She was indeed a femme fatale. If the red light she had hit Qin Wentian just now had really penetrated his body, the poison would have instantly penetrated into his body, but she had a charming smile on her face. Qin Wentian smiled faintly, and a picture appeared in the void. A magical and terrifying pressure seemed to crush his spirit and soul. A picture appeared in the void, trying to destroy and kill Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's will was strong, as if he had turned into a god's body. His Yanwu body was suspended in the sky. The hand of the god destroyed everything and blasted on the powerful and terrifying Dao power, destroying it. Then the starlight shone, protecting his body. The immortal position belonged to him. As long as he sat here and didn't leave, no one else could take it away. In front, there were constant collisions, and strong men from all walks of life were competing. One of the two immortal seats in the second row was occupied by the powerful giant Dawn, and the other was taken by a demon beast that had not attracted attention before. This demon beast was extremely terrifying, a demon lion, from the 100,000 mountains in the wilderness, an alien demon beast, a descendant of a terrifying demon bird and the Golden Lion King, with wings, and when it turned into its body, it had a terrifying dark golden armor skin, which could be called an immortal body, extremely terrifying, with amazing blood purity, able to roar and break mountains and rivers, tear the void, and was extremely powerful. Many people secretly sighed that the demon beasts from the 100,000 mountains in the wilderness were indeed rare, and some were terrifying and rare races. This demon lion inherited 2 terrifying bloodlines and merged them into one, which made him have the void ability of the big demon bird, and the terrifying defense attack and devouring power of the golden lion king, which could be called a rare alien demon king. There were 3 immortal seats in the 3rd row. A powerful royal from the White Tiger clan took 1 seat, a demon dragon from the West Sea Dragon Island took 1 seat, and another was taken by the fire-eyed violent ape. He just went berserk and managed to take that seat. Even the seats in the 3rd row were very uncomfortable to sit in. The 4th row, the 5th row, and even the seats behind were fiercely contested and taken away one after another. The strong men from the Fighting Saint clan and the Southern Phoenix clan took their seats one after another. For several strong men from the Fighting Saint clan, since Qin Wentian didn't want to attract too much attention, they all chose to take the seats between the 5th and 10th rows. Although they were not the top immortal seats at the front, they were still in the superior positions and were taken away smoothly. Qin Wentian discovered that the top human forces such as the Heavenly Demon Palace, the Beast God Cult, and the Xianlin Immortal Kingdom had all given up the competition for the front position. Compared with the demon beasts, they seemed to be more low-key and not as direct and domineering as the demon beasts. In this holy academy, there were more demon beasts than human martial artists. However, among these forces, there were definitely some very powerful people who were forbearing and not exposed. Qin Wentian heard that the Great Snow Mountain Beast God Cult was the king of beast control. If the people of the Great Snow Mountain Beast God Cult did not want to subdue and control some of the super powerful monsters of the demon world royal family, Qin Wentian would not believe it. However, they had never taken action in the Holy Court, and they seemed low-key and mysterious. If the Beast God Cult really dared to enslave the big monsters in the Holy Court, it would surely arouse the hatred of the major monster clans. The Beast God Cult must know this very well. The monsters that can enter the Holy Court are not easy to mess with. The fairy seats in front were taken and sat down one after another. Gradually, from the front to the back, there were fewer and fewer fights. There was nothing to fight for the seats in the back. It was meaningless. Finally, when everything calmed down, more than 1,000 of the 3,000 fairy seats had figures sitting down, quietly looking at the front. This void holy court opened, preaching and chanting. They were all very curious. What kind of scriptures, what kind of Tao, so grand, can it help their practice? The figure in front of them still sat silently, without any signs of life, standing there like a statue, but everyone still believed that it was a living person, not a statue. This place was the Heavenly Dao Holy Courtyard. How could a statue preach? Close your eyes and concentrate. A vague voice seemed to come from the void. When the voice fell, everyone felt a sense of quietness, and involuntarily stopped the commotion and calmed down. According to what the voice said, they closed their eyes and concentrated their minds. Above 1,000 immortal seats, it was extremely quiet, and there was no sound. Gradually, above the starry immortal seats, the stars shone, and everyone had an illusion at this moment. They seemed to be not on the holy courtyard, but in the endless void, as if they were wandering in the void. You can open your eyes. The vague voice came again, and everyone opened their eyes, and then their expressions all condensed. At this moment, they were not in the holy courtyard, but really in the endless starry sky. Moreover, they were still sitting on the immortal thrones, with endless starlight falling from the sky. Those stars, like the stars in the 9 heavens galaxy, were in various forms, with dazzling brilliance, falling on everyone. In front of them, the statue seemed to open its eyes and condensed into a figure with a vague meaning. There was still no breath on the figure, but it was precisely because of this that people felt terrible. The strength of this person was absolutely beyond their imagination. This is the first 12 years of the opening of the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy. Every 12 years, there will be an opportunity to preach at the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy. This person spoke slowly, and everyone had a feeling that this opportunity must be extremely rare. They need to work hard to understand every word of the other party and improve themselves. The strong ones of the immortal platform use the power of the rules of the immortal to condense the immortal platform, cultivate the power of the attribute rules, and enhance the power of the immortal platform. However, do you know where the power of the rules between heaven and earth comes from? This figure slowly spoke and asked everyone. I heard that there is an original power between heaven and earth. These rules are all a wisp of power transformed from the original power. Our practice is to improve little by little. It is recorded in my inherited memory that the ancestor of my clan was born from the original power and turned into the golden-winged Pen-King. He is not bound by the heavenly Dao. With a flash of his wings, he can split the heavenly Dao and fly through the space world with his wings flapping. But this is the case. The golden-winged Dapan, the king of the Xianpeng clan, spoke, domineering and determined to pursue the path of the ancestor and become such an existence. I guess so, but what you said is too far-fetched. Even if you are a pure-blooded golden-winged Pen-King, you can't directly control this kind of power. You still have to rely on your own practice to comprehend. The figure seemed to sense the arrogance of Jian Bian's heart, and slowly spoke, as if he wanted to persuade the other party to be down to earth and practice step by step. I understand what you mean, senior. Jian Xianzhen said respectfully. Although he is the king of the Xianpeng tribe, he dare not look down on others. Now, for him, it would be like crushing an ant to the strong man in front of him. No matter how strong the ancestor is, he is not him after all. However, a demon beast like you with pure blood does have natural advantages. You have innate talent. As long as you grow step by step, you will be able to become an immortal emperor. Many demons and humans can only envy such talent, but this talent is also a constraint. Your growth trajectory seems to be destined, and you need to follow the path of your ancestors. Compared with demon beasts, humans are much more malleable. The strong man said this. All the strong men could understand this. Of course, this is also compared to extraordinary people. Ordinary people can only look up to them. Chapter 1140, Sudden Enlightenment and Breakthrough. In the starry sky, everyone sat on the immortal throne and listened quietly. Humans are called the spirits of all things, and are blessed by heaven and earth. Their perception can be improved through practice to find the star soul that suits them. They can have many choices. Even if their ancestors have super strength and pass on powerful attribute blood to them, they are born with certain powers. However, they can not only practice what their ancestors have inherited, but also choose to walk their own path and practice another path. It's different from monsters. You want the golden-winged Dapan to comprehend the power of water attributes. Is this appropriate? The higher the level of the monster, the stronger the power they inherit, and the more restricted the path. On the contrary, some ordinary monsters do not inherit too much power from their ancestors, but can walk their own path. As the saying goes, where there is gain there is loss. That's the truth. No matter who you are, you need to see yourself clearly and not look down on yourself. When you just envy and admire the power and talent of those who inherit the great demons, you have already lost yourself. Those who can sit here are all people with extraordinary talent. Even though you may need to look up to the golden-winged rock and the strong men of the dragon clan now, maybe one day your mount will be the golden-winged rock or the demon dragon. It is not impossible, the strong man spoke slowly. The so-called preaching and chanting, even if it was some ordinary truths, when spoken by the strong man in front of him, it was heavy enough. Even the golden-winged rock and the strong men of the dragon clan did not dare to interrupt. Moreover, there seemed to be a strange magic in the other party's voice, like a dusk drum in a morning bell, as if to wake everyone up. Rules are actually the laws of heaven and earth, and also a kind of order. The world you live in is in the endless starry sky. Among the vast stars in the 9 heavens galaxy, every martial star contains incredible power. The stronger you are, the more you can feel the power of these martial stars. The existence of endless stars has forged the laws of heaven and earth, allowing this land to exist under various attribute rules, and the existence of living beings is a process of understanding, practicing, controlling, and even transforming into rules, until one day, you can forge rules and forge your own rules in this world. The voice floated into the eardrums of the strong men, causing them to tremble in their hearts. They seemed to feel that the other party's words were close to the truth of the existence of this world, which was the great truth between heaven and earth. No one knows what rules were created when the world was first created, but even if we trace back to the time when the world was first created, the power of rules would never evolve to be as perfect as it is now. There are rules of various attributes, and you have countless choices. I believe that this must have been created by living beings. In our world, the 5 elements of heaven, earth, water, fire and earth are everywhere. They are the most numerous rules. Perhaps it is because of their existence that this world is constructed, or perhaps it is because there are the most living beings practicing these rules, and there are many super strong people who forge and continuously forge these rules to make them mature. Have you ever thought that in the endless starry sky, there are some worlds constructed by special power rules? For example, sometimes there is only space power, which is not even suitable for the survival of humans and monsters. However, the strong can use it to comprehend. In some worlds, a certain power is particularly prominent, such as the power of gold. This leads to the people of the entire continent practicing the power of gold and multiplying it to the extreme. This is easy to understand for all the strong. It's like some forces practice a certain power, but they just magnify it to one world. These words sounded like common sense, but they were the simplest of the great principles. Without sufficient knowledge, it would be impossible to say them. Qin Wentian was even thinking at this moment, how many worlds exist in the vast universe? Is the world of the 33 heavens realm really the only world? Then where did the ancient emperors go to those places that even the immortal emperor could not reach? These simple words are enough to make people think about the existence of the world, the essence of cultivation, and the origin of the power of rules. It seems simple, but it will definitely play a big role in the future cultivation of the strong. Everyone fell into contemplation, listening quietly. The other party's words were ethereal, bringing everyone into the real world of cultivation. After a long time, everyone's eyes slowly closed, feeling like they had entered the vast and endless starry sky, sitting in the middle of the endless stars. Each star contained a powerful attribute rule power, but because they were not good at that attribute, it was difficult to absorb it, but they could still feel it clearly. This feeling was extremely wonderful, making them even unwilling to wake up. In their minds, the voices were still there. Those voices were like the voice of the Tao. The so-called preaching and chanting of the Tao were not empty talk. Perhaps they would understand why listening to a word from you was better than 10 years of cultivation. Even after the voices stopped, the masters still did not wake up. The voices of the Tao kept echoing in their minds, making them feel and think. The words of this master were enough to make many masters think about it for a lifetime. They all entered a wonderful state, forgetting time and where they were. The sound of the Tao surrounded them. In their imagination, their bodies seemed to be in the endless starry sky, thinking, comprehending, or practicing. There were even some masters who had starlight constantly falling on their bodies. They practiced unconsciously, and the speed of practice was extremely fast. It seemed that they had entered the state of enlightenment that martial arts monks dreamed of. This state is hard to come by, but the Saint Academy's preaching brought all the strong men into this state. In the vast fairyland, I wonder if there are other strong men who can do this. The children of these top forces, the super strong men in their clans, do not have such extraordinary abilities. Qin Wentian sat quietly on the fairy throne. He did not say a word from beginning to end, but listened quietly. At this moment, light circulated around him, and his terrifying body circulated the light of immortals and demons. The light of his true self shone, and his body was unparalleled. If he continued to practice like this, the growth rate of his physical body would probably surpass the fairy platform, and he would cast rules with his physical body and become a body of rules. Starlight fell down, and among the endless stars, he seemed to be able to sense his martial star and summon power from it. After listening to the Saint Academy's preaching, he had a wonderful feeling, as if the power of his martial stars had become stronger. Each martial star contained a powerful and terrifying rule power. He could directly enter the fairy platform, and his practice speed would be improved. In the starry sky, a misty figure quietly looked at everyone. At this time, the light on one of the immortals gradually dimmed. His immortal position actually began to flow and went to the back, standing at the end of the last row. The next moment, the light on the strong man disappeared and he opened his eyes. Huh? The moment the man opened his eyes, he took a deep breath. He looked at what was in front of him, as if the previous experience in the starry sky was false and unreal, and the 3,000 immortals in the Holy Academy and the motionless statue were the real world. My cultivation seems to have improved a little. He felt the power of his immortal platform and said secretly. Not only that, but more importantly, his mind has changed. This time, the Holy Academy's preaching has benefited him a lot, better than his years of hard practice. My position. He looked around and found that his position had shifted and he was at the end of the list. The others seemed to be still immersed in their practice and had not yet woken up. Seeing this, he secretly felt sorry. He had been in enlightenment for 3 months, which was the shortest time. The others were still in the state of enlightenment. So, his gains might be the smallest. He sighed in his heart and did not leave. Instead, he closed his eyes and continued to practice, trying to comprehend the great way that the strong man said, hoping to make his strength and state of mind stronger. Time passed slowly, and some people woke up one after another and found that their positions had changed. They did not disturb others and continued to practice at ease. In the Saint Academy, listening to the strong man's preaching, everyone felt that this place was sacred and no one dared to act recklessly. A year later, more than half of the people had woken up, but still no one left. 2 years later, more than half of the people had woken up, but still no one left. Gradually, as the immortal position moved, only the people in the first 10 rows were still practicing. They had been able to achieve enlightenment for such a long time, so they must have made great progress. Among those who had woken up, many of them had even improved their cultivation and reached a higher realm. These people have extraordinary comprehension. After listening to the strong man's preaching, they understood for a long time. Someone looked forward and said, in the following time, even the people in the first 10 rows gradually woke up, and the immortal position moved again. 3 years later, the strong men woke up one after another. Nanhuang Yangxi, Nanhuang Shengji and others woke up one after another, and the strong men of the Fighting Saint clan also woke up. At this moment, only the seats in the first 5 rows were left. Nanhuang Yangxi's beautiful eyes looked at the figure of Qin Wentian in front of him. He was at the end of the 5th row. He was moved one position after another. I'm afraid Qin Wentian himself didn't know that he had moved to the 5th row of the immortal position unknowingly. A strong man from Xianlan immortal country looked at Qin Wentian with a slightly unhappy expression. This guy was extremely talented, had extraordinary comprehension, and had terrible potential. Xianlan immortal country only had one person left in the 4th row of immortals. He must persevere and not be surpassed by Qin Wentian. At this moment, Qin Wentian was surrounded by terrible power. His divine aura flowed, and a strong aura fell from the sky. Unknowingly, his realm became stronger and he entered the 4th level of the immortal stage. This was his 2nd realm improvement after entering the Holy Academy. Nanhuang Yangxi's beautiful eyes flashed with a smile. It was not surprising that Qin Wentian's realm improved. During the Epiphany, many people improved their realms, including her. Qin Wentian's cultivation was not high to begin with, and he was only at the 3rd level of the immortal stage. It was relatively easy to improve his realm. It was reasonable for him to enter the 4th level of the immortal stage now. 3 years of Epiphany was comparable to decades of practice. Chapter 1141, The First Immortal Seat. However, even after breaking through the realm, Qin Wentian still did not wake up, as if he had accidentally broken the mirror and involuntarily broke through the realm in the state of enlightenment. Another person moved and came behind Qin Wentian, and the strong behind that person all moved forward. At this time, Qin Wentian seemed to be wandering among the endless stars, listening to the sound of the avenue, like the evening drum and morning bell, and comprehending the power of the heavens and the rules of the martial stars. He could feel that there were countless attribute powers hidden in those martial stars. Of course, there were also many stars with similar attributes. The immortal realm is to cultivate the immortal platform and the power of rules. When the immortal power of the immortal platform is perfect and the power of rules is cultivated to the extreme, it is to impact the realm of the immortal king. The immortal king is the so-called rule immortal body, which achieves the rules and incarnates the rules. The existence of the immortal king itself represents the rules and is part of the power of the rules of heaven and earth. It contains stronger power. They can easily dominate the survival of a particle world. When the world was first created, the rules were first born. At that time, the strong explored and found their own way to achieve supreme success. However, no one knew how many epochs the world had existed. The stars in the sky cast the rules of the world. The practice of martial arts power had already been evolved to the extreme by the predecessors. Most people followed the path of their predecessors. Very few people could walk their own way. There was no one to guide them. How could they walk on the non-existent road and the non-existent attribute rules? Too difficult. Qin Wentian heard the truth and even thought about how the world was derived when it was first born, and how the stars in the sky were born. If one day, he could cast the rules, would it be the realm of the ancient emperors? At that time, was he casting the rules of his predecessors, or was he creating his own rules? In the endless starry sky, Qin Wentian felt that he was insignificant. The light of the martial star fell on him. His body was full of divine brilliance. Qin Wentian felt that he had refined his body with immortals and demons, and achieved it with blood, tempered it with the hand of God, and now cultivated the method of self-cultivation. If he continued to practice like this, his body would be able to achieve the body of rules. His flesh was the rules. Of course, these were just principles. Although you understand the principles, you still need to rely on the accumulation of practice to reach that step. The deeper you understand the principles and the better you do, the smoother your path of practice will be and the faster you will go. The path of cultivation begins with absorbing and comprehending the power of the stars, and then one moves up little by little until one steps into the fairyland and comprehends the rules. Only then can one truly embark on the path of cultivation. The fairy platform is the starting point of cultivation. Comprehend, practice, control, incarnate, and forge. Step by step, the rules become the way. The content of my physical body is a fusion body, which can also be transformed into a separate path of cultivation, and the physical body can become the way. Qin Wentian thought secretly, and fell into contemplation. After many days of comprehension, Qin Wentian's position on the fairy position of the Holy Academy has entered the third row. In the end, only 5 people are still practicing, and the rest of the strong have all woken up from enlightenment. At this moment, the Dragon Clan strongman moved his position and swapped with Qin Wentian. He opened his eyes and saw that there were still 4 people practicing. Among these 4 people, 2 came up later, namely Qin Wentian and a strong man from the Beast God sect. The strong man from the Beast God sect exuded a mysterious aura and had a strong cultivation realm. In addition to the 2 of them, there were also the Golden Winged Depan Kanunchen and the alien monster lion. After a few days, the strong men of the Beast God cult and the demon lion woke up one after another. Qin Wentian had already sat on the 2 immortal seats in the second row, sitting side by side with the Golden Winged Great Peng Jiananshan. Many strong men from the Xiangpeng clan, the White Tiger clan, and the Xianlin Immortal Kingdom all stared at Qin Wentian's back. This guy had been practicing and realizing it until now, and he was still immersed in it. Obviously, Qin Wentian was still digesting the great principles that the strong man said. Only by constantly understanding it could he continue to practice. When Jiananshan opened his eyes, all the immortal seats were rearranged, and all the strong men moved forward one position. Qin Wentian sat at the top of the 3,000 immortal seats. Even though no one had been able to step on the first seat before, after the sermon, he had to see the Dao fruit. The first seat was destined to be someone. Jiutian and Moshi were still tied for second place. They looked at the figure of Qin Wentian in front of them, their strange eyes flashing with dazzling brilliance. However, Qin Wentian still did not wake up. It was not until several months later that the aura on Qin Wentian's body gradually calmed down. When he opened his eyes, he was stunned for a moment, and saw that there was no immortal position in front of him, only the statue appeared there. Qin Wentian only felt that a lot of eyes fell on him, like a thorn in his back. After understanding what was going on, Qin Wentian laughed dumbly. He had no intention of competing for the immortal position in front of him, thinking it was insignificant, but he did not expect that after waking up from his practice, he had already sat on the first seat of the 3,000 immortal positions, attracting countless eyes. More than 1,000 strong men still did not leave. This time, they really felt the horror of the mysterious strong man and felt deeply the mystery of the Holy Academy. They would rather practice here and did not want to miss any words. It has been more than 3 years now. When the 12-year period arrives, the Holy Academy will reopen. We will call you then. Come back then. Go. The ethereal voice came, and everyone was reluctant to leave. Although this sermon could not make people transform instantly, it was enough to affect their future practice and even the achievements they could eventually achieve. Such sermons are never boring to listen to. Even if they were asked to listen here for 10 or 8 years, there would be no objection. People stood up from the immortal position one after another and turned away. Qin Wentian stood up and stretched his body. As soon as he turned around, he saw the little bastard jumping on him. He was still lazy like a pet, not like a demon immortal at all. Not bad, the first place in the immortal position. In just over 3 years, the cultivation level has entered the 4th level of the immortal platform. This time, the harvest is great. Nan Huang Yangxi looked at Qin Wentian and said gently, "Well, fortunately, my realm is low, so it is relatively easy to break through the realm." Qin Wentian shrugged and smiled. "Don't be so modest. When you first entered the Nanhuang clan, you were still at the first level of the immortal stage. Princess Qin's speed of cultivation is really enviable." Nan Huangsheng smiled gently. Qin Wentian looked at her and said, "Didn't you also break through the realm? Moreover, There seem to be quite a few people who broke through the realm this time. The Holy Academy preaches that several years of enlightenment are equivalent to many years of cultivation. People from the Nanhuang clan and the Fighting Saint clan came over here. Purgatory also followed Qin Wentian quietly and walked forward. Following the ladder between the ancient peaks, everyone stepped down step by step, and sometimes they looked in Qin Wentian's direction. Obviously, because Qin Wentian was finally ranked first in the immortal position, it attracted a lot of attention. More than 1,000 strong men walked down the stairs at the same time, and many groups gathered together to chat. The strong men of the Xianpeng clan seemed to have said something to Jian Wentian. Jian Wentian, who was walking in front, glanced in Qin Wentian's direction. As a golden-winged peng, Jian Wentian's eyes were extremely aggressive, and just one glance made people feel very uncomfortable. Qin Wentian looked at him, and he saw a pair of unruly golden-winged peng kings, who seemed to want to cut through the sky and soar into the starry sky. Jian Wentian's ambition was higher than the sky. It's a pity that your realm is too weak, otherwise we could have a fight. Jian Wentian seemed to be talking to himself, then his eyes moved forward, looking at a figure not far away, and said, "You are the descendant of Xian Mopeng, the traitor of Xianpeng clan." The eyes of the demon lion suddenly became sharp. Looking at Jian Wentian, he was indeed the descendant of the demon bird Xian Mopeng, and said coldly, "Xian Mopeng is a separate lineage, what does it have to do with your Xianpeng clan?" The Peng clan are all of the same lineage, belonging to our Xianpeng clan, serving the golden-winged Peng as the king. There are rumors in ancient times that the ancestors of Xian Mopeng wanted to compete with the golden-winged Peng for the throne, but they were defeated and rebelled against the Xianpeng clan. Jian Wentian's calm voice was extremely aggressive. "It's just a fabrication of your golden-winged Peng clan." The demon lion said coldly. "My golden-winged Peng is known for its unparalleled speed and can travel through space. Xian Mopeng is the only Peng clan in the Xianpeng clan that can challenge the status of golden-winged Peng. You have half of the blood of Xian Mopeng and are a different species. How about competing with me in speed?" Jian Wentian continued. Boom. The demon lion did not speak, but a pair of black wings shone between heaven and earth, expressing his meaning with action. Behind Jian Wentian, wings also appeared, as if they were made of pure gold, shining brightly, one black and one gold, both of which were extremely dazzling. Buzz! A violent hurricane blew on everyone, even the bodies of people with low realms were blown away, but the two figures disappeared directly, so fast that it was beyond imagination. The Sky Demon Peng is indeed a Peng clan that can compete with a golden-winged Peng for the throne. Someone exclaimed. The Sky Demon Peng is unruly, and never believes in others as kings. It is a truly terrifying demon bird. These two demon beasts are extraordinary. They are indeed qualified to be the head of the immortal position. They are not like some lowly humans who are just deliberately immersed in practice and do not wake up. A strong man from the White Tiger clan said coldly. Demon beasts have always respected the strong. Some people from the White Tiger clan admired the two big demons, but they were disdainful of Qin Wentian, the human who had a fight with them, a lowly human. Some lowly races are still evolving in IQ. Qin Wentian said lightly, which made many people look interesting. The White Tiger clan royal family stared at Qin Wentian with white eyes and said indifferently, "If the Holy Academy could kill people, you would not be alive today. I don't know if the meat of the White Tiger royal family is more delicious. Little guy, do you want to try it some other day?" Qin Wentian said to the little bastard. The little bastard drooled, his eyes sparkling. White tiger meat, roasted and ate. A terrifying evil spirit suddenly enveloped the stairs, causing the strong men to slow down their pace. The strong men of the White Tiger clan looked back at Qin Wentian, with evil spirits surging, while the strong men of the Fighting Saint clan and the Nanhuang clan looked back. The two major forces were confronting each other, and it seemed that they were about to explode. Does the Nanhuang clan want to meddle in other people's business? Bai Mu said coldly. Your White Tiger clan has not yet settled the account for the humiliation you caused to my Nanhuang clan. If you want to fight, the Nanhuang clan will accompany you. Nanhuang Yangxi said coldly. It's fierce enough. The Saint Academy cannot kill. I wonder what will happen if the Saint girl of the Nanhuang clan is captured to give birth to White Tiger cubs for our White Tiger clan. Another White Tiger clan royal family strongman said arrogantly, and the auras of several Nanhuang clan strongmen became violent. The rest of the strongmen avoided the confrontation between the two major forces. Chapter 1142, Battle against the White Tiger tribe. Neither side was willing to show weakness, and their momentum collided with each other, with violent power, as if a war could break out at any time. I also think it's a pity that the Holy Academy cannot kill people, otherwise I must enjoy the taste of white tiger meat. Qin Wentian said coldly. The more he looked at this group of white tigers, the more he disliked them. Although the unruly golden-winged rock Qin Wentian was also arrogant, his arrogance had its own pride. He was too lazy to find fault with people of low realms. Although it was annoying, he was not as lewd and lowly as the white tigers. They attacked him before, and Baimu directly shocked him. He humiliated Nanhuang Yangxi and Nanhuang Sheng with words, and now his words were unscrupulous. Qin Wentian even had no doubt that if they were not afraid of the rules of the Holy Academy, they would really do some insulting things to the saints such as Nanhuang Yangxi and Nanhuang Sheng. These evil beasts of the white tigers could sit on servants under their feet, and they thought that humans were lowly. There was nothing they dared not do. Really. The White Tiger clan's powerful royal family member had a fierce and ferocious expression on his face, and said, I don't want to kill you, but to make you a slave for generations of my White Tiger clan. These beauties from the Nanhuang clan can not only be slaves, but also reproduce some offspring, which is not bad. We White Tiger clan have played with many human beauties, but not with Nanhuang clan. We are ready to try. Qin Wentian's eyes were cold. He suddenly turned his gaze and looked up the stairs. He said loudly, Senior, can we open a place for a life and death battle in the Holy Court to resolve the irreconcilable conflict? Everyone's eyes flashed and stared at Qin Wentian. This guy seemed to be angered by the White Tiger clan. The two major forces wanted to have a real battle. My White Tiger clan also agrees that the Holy Court is indeed lacking a life and death battlefield. The White Tiger clan's powerful royal family member raised his head and said loudly. The masters of both forces requested their orders. They looked up at the sky above the stairs, and saw a vast empty battlefield suddenly appearing above the stairs, between the ancient peaks. Then another voice came out, saying, I wanted to wait a few more years until you all have achieved success in your cultivation, have a stronger realm, and have a deeper understanding before opening up the battlefield of life and death. However, since you asked, I will help you. As long as you are willing to step onto this Holy Academy battlefield, you can live or die on it, but you must rely on your own strength, and you are not allowed to borrow any immortal weapons or magic weapons on it. Thank you, Senior. Qin Wentian said, and everyone in the Holy Academy looked up at the high-altitude battlefield. Then Qin Wentian looked at the people of the White Tiger clan and said, Evil beasts, go up. As he spoke, he and the masters of the Fighting Saint clan and the Nanhuang clan flew into the air and headed straight for the empty battlefield. At the same time, he said to Nanhuang Yangxi and Nanhuang Sheng, don't go up. Nanhuang Yangxi and Nanhuang Sheng's eyes froze. Their cultivation was not weak now, but if they wanted to fight in a group, they obviously needed a higher realm to support them. Even Qin Wentian, who is at the 4th level of the immortal stage, was a little reluctant. Qin Wentian is right. You wait down there. The inheritance saint of the Nanhuang clan said. They went up and ran straight to the top of the ancient peak and walked onto the battle stage. The White Tiger clan's strong men roared continuously. They also left behind the clan members of the lower realm. All the clan members above the 5th level of the immortal stage went up to the battle stage above the ancient peak. For a moment, the figures below flickered and moved, floating in the air, watching the empty battlefield around. On the battlefield above the ancient peak, the strong men of both sides stood on their own side. This life and death battle stage was covered by a strange light curtain, like a closed space. Although it looked vast from the outside, it was not too big. But when they stepped into the battlefield, they found that it was Azumi space, which was boundless. This made the strong men of both sides stagnate. Such a terrifying and boundless battlefield seemed to have blocked even the retreat route. It was not easy to escape after being defeated. In the battlefield of life and death, the way to get out is to close your eyes and concentrate, and walk out with perception. It takes 3 breaths to get out. Another voice came, making the eyes of the strong men flash. In the war, 3 breaths of time are enough for them, such powerful beings, to do too many things. Close your eyes and concentrate. In the life and death situation, 1 breath can kill you countless times, let alone 3 breaths. Unless both sides don't want to fight anymore, they may have 3 breaths of free time to go out. Roast white tiger meat. The little guy was waving his claws and wagging beside the battle stage, babbling. The White Tiger clan is the royal family of the demon clan. If the white tiger meat is roasted, it is definitely a super tonic, far better than elixir. If a demon beast or human strongman with ordinary qualifications eats it, it can even change his qualifications. There are some monsters with ordinary qualifications in the fairyland. They practice very hard. After they become strong, they rely on hunting and devouring monsters with noble blood to strengthen themselves. They constantly use this method to make up for their innate deficiencies. They struggle between life and death, and are constantly hunted and killed. In the end, they become extremely terrifying. This kind of powerful monster is extremely terrifying. I don't know how many big monsters with noble blood died in his hands. I really don't want to kill the beauty of the Nanhuang family. If Nanhuang Yangxi doesn't come up from below, I will definitely take her. I will love this saint of the Nanhuang family very much. A strong man of the White Tiger clan stared at Qin Wentian and others and said, and that Nanhuang Sheng, serving me together will definitely be very happy. It is much more exciting than those ordinary lowly human beauties. The beauties here are all good. Catch them all to give birth to white tiger cubs and see if they can give birth to alien monsters. The White Tiger clan member said very presumptuously. The saint of the Nanhuang family stepped forward, and phoenix wings appeared behind her. The fairy platform bloomed, and the phoenix shadow appeared. It was extremely gorgeous, and the strong and hot flames burned everything. Kill. The White Tiger clan's strong men stepped forward, their murderous aura swept across the world, extremely terrifying, especially the few White Tiger clan's royal strongmen, who were even more terrifying, with a king's mark on their foreheads terrifying. Be ruthless. Qin Wentian said, and the strong men of the Fighting Saint clan beside him stepped on the battle stage. Their bodies seemed to have become larger, and the divine ape appeared, with a terrifying power, and his whole body was full of dazzling brilliance, arrogant. Boom, boom, boom. The violent momentum crushed the world, and both sides moved forward, and the confrontation collided in an instant. The instantaneous attack had the supreme killing power, and each collided violently. As the royal family of the demon clan, the White Tiger clan's combat power was unquestionable, tyrannical and terrifying, with unparalleled strength and amazing speed, fierce aura and terrible defense, and all aspects were very perfect. Every attack of the White Tiger clan is a magical skill of the clan. A roar can actually destroy the soul, and the evil spirit can enter the body and destroy the human body. Ordinary people can't resist the terrible evil spirit at all, and their bodies will explode directly. Bai Mu's eyes were fixed on Qin Wentian. He walked towards him step by step. Although he was far away, Qin Wentian looked at him. At this moment, Bai Mu didn't look like a human figure, but like a tiger king with evil spirit rushing to the sky, overlooking all living things. The towering white tiger phantom wrapped the world. With a roar, Qin Wentian saw shocking tiger king coming towards him to devour him, and wanted to swallow him up in one bite. Bai Mu is a powerful member of the royal family of the White Tiger clan. Even though he didn't break through the realm when he preached in the Holy Academy before, he was still the 6th level of the immortal stage, with a king-grade bloodline and a king-grade immortal stage. He can destroy people with a roar, and he wants to destroy Qin Wentian with a roar from a distance. The strong men in the lower air secretly sweated for Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian seemed particularly small under that might, as if he would be swallowed up by a single blow and become Bai Mu's meal. Was it Qin Wentian who roasted the white tiger meat or the white tiger who ate people? Qin Wentian's divine body blossomed, his true self was alone, and he transformed into a body of gods and demons, insolent. He shouted loudly, and suddenly the endless power of his true self blossomed crazily. The monster roared, suppressing the void, the sword energy killed the sky, and the halberd broke the sky. The endless attack broke out in this shout, attacking the white tiger phantom. Rumbling and terrifying shocking sounds were heard, and the white tiger phantom swallowed everything, still indestructible. Qin Wentian's divine hand blossomed, his whole body was covered with divine aura, and he was extremely powerful. He raised his palm and pointed towards the void. Suddenly, an incomparably huge golden winged rock of destruction appeared, soaring up, its wings breaking through the sky, and slashing towards the huge white tiger figure. With a loud bang, the murderous white tiger was destroyed. Qin Wentian looked across from him and saw Bai Mu giving him a cold look. A warrior from the Fighting Saint clan pressed forward and fought with Bai Mu. Roar. A roar came, and a white tiger of the 5th level of the immortal stage flew over to Qin Wentian in the gap between the battles of the warriors. He transformed into his true form, with a body of 100 feet long, and his evil spirit was extremely terrifying. The light on his body was all evil spirit. Roar! With another roar, he rushed out and turned into a flash of lightning to pounce on Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian shouted loudly, and his body actually rose directly from the ground, transformed into a body of 100 feet long, the same size as the opponent, and punched out with his fist, and slammed into the opponent's White Tiger fist, wanting to compete with the White Tiger clan's strongman in strength. Crack! A crisp sound came out, and the huge White Tiger was actually repelled, and let out a low roar. As a member of the royal family of the demon world, his strength was not as good as that of human martial artists. A terrifying golden evil spirit bloomed on the huge White Tiger's body. The White Tiger roared and pounced again, roaring in the void. The king's mark on the center of his eyebrows bloomed. He grabbed and pressed down, and the terrifying evil spirit attack technique turned into a monstrous light and shadow and killed Qin Wentian. It was the powerful killing magic of the White Tiger clan. The entire space was about to be submerged and destroyed by this terrifying attack magic. The evil spirit enveloped the world. Qin Wentian's body soared into the sky, and the big palm print was raised and blasted out. Endless divine brilliance flowed between his palms, defeating everything. A destructive Fangyan painted halberd appeared in his palm, and he killed the huge White Tiger in the void. One after another, the terrifying and monstrous destroying rock roared in the sky, and the light curtain of destruction submerged the void. The White Tiger clan's strong roar shattered the sky, and continuously launched the strongest attack, but was torn to pieces by the destroying rock. A terrifying black Fangyan painted halberd came to kill, as if it was transformed by the rules of destruction, and stabbed in. Roar, roar. A miserable roar shook the earth and rocked the life and death arena. The strong men of the White Tiger clan looked over here and trembled all over. They saw a huge black Fangyan Huoji, which penetrated the terrible defense of the strong men of the White Tiger clan, and directly pierced into the huge body and came out from the back. Chapter 1143, Violent Battle. Qin Wentian stood proudly, holding the Fangyan Huoji, like a god, invincible. The White Tiger clan's defense was so strong, his body was terrible, and his strength was extraordinary. However, at this moment, the White Tiger clan's strong man, who was one level higher than Qin Wentian, was pierced by Qin Wentian's Fangyan Huoji, which pierced directly from the lower abdomen to the back. The huge White Tiger let out a sad roar. Let go. A loud roar came, and the terrifying evil spirit blasted towards Qin Wentian. The strong men of the Fighting Saint clan stepped forward to block the White Tiger clan's strong man, but saw Qin Wentian's eyes turned, and the Fangyan Huoji in his hand was full of destructive light, which was originally condensed by the power of destruction. Let go? Both sides went to the life and death battle stage to fight violently. How could they let go? Boom! A destructive force raged in the huge body of the White Tiger, destroying everything. Qin Wentian blasted out with another one, causing the White Tiger clan to let out a stronger sad roar and struggle continuously. In an instant, the roar was earth-shattering, and the rest of the White Tiger clan's warriors all transformed into their White Tiger bodies. All of a sudden, huge monsters appeared on this zoomy battle platform, and their ferocity was simply terrifying. In the distance, Qin Wentian saw a powerful White Tiger clan member with his eyes erected, and the king's mark between his brows released a monstrous evil spirit. At this moment, Qin Wentian only felt that a Tiger King had descended in front of him. With a loud roar, the extremely terrifying evil spirit condensed into a White Tiger that directly killed Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian raised his left hand to attack, but the evil spirit broke his defense. The evil White Tiger slammed into his body, knocking him out, and at the same time, the huge White Tiger flew out with him. You can't save him. Qin Wentian snorted coldly. The black Fangyan Huoji was covered with endless destructive light, depriving the huge White Tiger of its life. At the same time, a powerful being from the Jiutian Saint clan stepped in front of the White Tiger King clan's strong man. The divine ape immortal platform enveloped the heaven and earth. For a moment, a golden Jiutian light curtain appeared with his body as the center, covering the sky and blocking the sun, blocking this space world, making it impossible for him to attack Qin Wentian from a distance. These White Tiger clan's strongmen were extremely cruel to others, trampling on others' lives, and did not treat human martial artists as human beings. However, when they saw the pursuit of their clansmen being killed, they collectively ran away, and the king's evil spirit rose up, as if to collapse the zoomy battlefield. The outside powers were also stunned for a while. Qin Wentian's fighting power was indeed tyrannical and terrifying, And he was simply unscrupulous. He actually killed a white tiger. In terms of the pride of the White Tiger clan, this was definitely trampling on them. I'm afraid Qin Wentian must be killed as soon as possible. In the future, the White Tiger clan will keep a close eye on Qin Wentian. Of course, the premise is that Qin Wentian can walk down the zoomy battlefield of life and death alive. The powers also saw that this battlefield of life and death was the zoomy battlefield. The space inside seemed to be extremely huge. So many strong men fought, and they were not affected by the space at all. This level of battle had a very wide range. Saint Lord, you go out first. A strong man of the Fighting Saint clan said to Qin Wentian in a voice transmission. At this moment, those white tigers were running wild and wanted to break through the defense to kill Qin Wentian. Once they were broken through by a high-level white tiger, the consequences would be terrible. These white tigers were like evil spirits, with extremely strong attack and destructive power. As long as they caught a blow, they could make people pay a heavy price. I will try my best to take care of myself. Qin Wentian responded. Even though many of his opponents were very powerful, he would not flee from the battlefield. His eyes moved, he observed the battlefield, and then his figure flashed and headed in a certain direction. There, a saintess of the Southern Phoenix clan was fighting against a powerful white tiger of the 6th level of the immortal platform. The white tiger kept blasting out the white tiger killing treasure technique. The phoenix wings of the Southern Phoenix clan's strongmen flickered and moved. The terrible flames enveloped the battlefield. He kept moving and flickering, using his agile body to deal with the opponent's tyranny. Suppress. Before anyone arrived, Qin Wentian spoke the truth, and suddenly the endless runes turned into a huge ancient word of suppression. This ancient word contained a monstrous power of suppression, allowing the rule power of this space to gather on this ancient word, blooming with dazzling light, and directly bombarding the opponent. The white tiger's claws struck out, and a huge killing rune fiercely bombarded the ancient word, shattering it. The saint of the Southern Phoenix clan became relaxed. In a duel between two powerful opponents, it was extremely useful for someone to block the opponent's attack. An existence of this level could influence the outcome of the battle in a moment. The power of the immortal platform bloomed, and the saint of the Southern Phoenix clan struck out with her palm. Suddenly, an ancient phoenix rushed out and descended on the opponent in an instant. An extremely large phoenix of fire enveloped the opponent's body, as if trapping the opponent in it. The huge white tiger roared, and the endless golden evil spirit tore through everything, constantly breaking the ancient phoenix's power. Qin Wentian was not idle either. His fighting power was so strong that he was not afraid of this white tiger, even if he fought alone, let alone fighting together. Qin Wentian's immortal platform released a terrible pressure. The flawless immortal platform gave rise to a number of powerful golden-winged rock phantoms. The rock was even endowed with a terrible sharp sword energy and an extremely powerful destructive force. An unparalleled sword power gathered from heaven and earth. The rules of the sword were everywhere. Qin Wentian pointed his huge finger forward, and the immortal platform seemed to burn. The terrible immortal power poured into this finger fiercely. A number of terrible golden-winged rocks appeared. These terrible rocks turned into indestructible swords of destruction. The sword of the rock, like a ray of light, struck the white tiger and killed everything. The immortal destroying sword is an immortal technique. When Qin Wentian used it in the celestial realm, he naturally could not exert its full power. Moreover, he had to burn all his strength to trigger a ray of immortal power. But now, he is at the 4th level of the immortal realm and can fully exert the power of the immortal destroying sword. Moreover, he now even knows that the immortal destroying sword is actually a sword in the shape of a rock bird. It is indestructible and as fast as lightning. It is endowed with the power of destruction, which is very consistent with the power of his practice. When Qin Wentian was practicing, he also thought that the demon sword seemed to have the spirit of the rock. The rock in the clouds hated the sky for being too low. When the demon sword passed on the immortal destroying sword to him, I wonder if it was because he happened to be the incarnation of the rock in the demon god sacrifice. The immortal destroying sword was struck out, like a rock transformed into a sword of destruction, and instantly fell on the huge body of the white tiger. The white tiger roared in pain, and the power of the sword of destruction penetrated his huge body and tore the defense apart. Another miserable roar was heard. How could the saint of the Southern Phoenix clan miss such an opportunity? She offered a phoenix sword in the immortal platform and stabbed it directly into the body of the white tiger. A terrible blazing flame actually made the white tiger's body burn, and screamed continuously. Roasted, white tiger meat. Outside the zoomy battlefield, The little bastard's eyes were shining. The flames of the strong men of the Southern Phoenix clan were extremely powerful, and they actually made the white tiger's body burn. Qin Wentian and the strong man continued to attack and killed the huge white tiger that kept roaring. Bang! However, in another battlefield, a saint of the Southern Phoenix clan was also knocked out. Bai Mu's terrible attack technique hit the opponent's body. With one successful blow, the saint remembered spitting blood and her breath was weak. The immortal platform was severely damaged. Roar! A low roar came out of Bai Mu's mouth. He looked back and forth at Qin Wentian, ignoring the saint, and walked towards Qin Wentian. Two of his clansmen died tragically on the spot, killed by Qin Wentian. The person who wanted to kill the most at this moment was undoubtedly Qin Wentian. Taking a step forward, Bai Mu, who had transformed into a huge white tiger, had a terrible murderous aura on his body. An overwhelming pressure descended on Qin Wentian and the saintess of the Southern Phoenix clan beside him. Be careful. The saintess beside him reminded Qin Wentian that Bai Mu was a member of the royal family. Although he and the opponent they had killed before were both at the 6th level of the immortal stage, they were actually not on the same level. Roar! A terrifying roar of a white tiger was heard, and the murderous aura rushed into the sky. Qin Wentian and the saintess of the Southern Phoenix clan beside him saw a white tiger with an astonishing murderous aura swallowing them. Even if Qin Wentian's body was 100 feet long, it seemed that he would be swallowed up in one gulp. Qin Wentian raised his palm and struck out with one blow. A giant rock soared up and chopped the white tiger into pieces. The attack was extremely powerful. However, at the same time, Bai Mu descended. His whole body was pure white, but it was faintly flashing with a blazing light. There were dark golden runes flowing on his pure white body. There was also an extremely huge white tiger phantom in the void, like a white tiger demon king. His sharp claws pressed down towards the air below, and suddenly a group of white tigers roared in the sky, covering the void and the earth, wanting to swallow Qin Wentian and tear them apart, like a doomsday scene. Qin Wentian's true self bloomed, and his endless divine brilliance bloomed. His immortal platform gave rise to a number of phantoms of the Great Pang, and the sword energy was shocking. Then he raised his hand and struck, using the second move of the immortal sword, which was even more powerful. The power of his immortal platform was consumed very quickly, and the phantoms of the Great Pang defeated the heaven and earth, and attacked from all sides, tearing everything apart. The phantoms of the white tiger were all torn apart and destroyed. Qin Wentian's attack power was so strong that it made people tremble. The saint of the Nanhuang clan next to him was shocked. Before she could attack, Qin Wentian broke Bai Mu's tyrannical attack technique. A huge white tiger was suspended above them, and the murderous aura rolled down. The demon eyes were terrifying. I will make the saint of the Nanhuang clan become a plaything of my white tiger clan, and be trampled and played with at will. Bai Mu said coldly, staring at Qin Wentian, as for you, I will destroy your immortal platform and cut off your limbs first. Bai Mu, the royal family of the white tiger clan, is pathetic and lamentable. You are at the 6th level of the immortal platform and have been showing off in front of me before. I only sigh that I practiced a little late, otherwise you, the royal family of the white tiger clan, would be like a pet ant in front of me. You are still arrogant and call humans lowly. I really don't know where you get the capital. Qin Wentian said arrogantly, White Tiger Clan, I have never seen such a lowly and shameless monster clan. Roar. Bai Mu roared and pounced towards the air below, with a terrible big mouth to swallow everything. P.S. September 1st, the school season, the new January begins. Brothers and sisters who have guaranteed monthly tickets, please vote, thank you. Chapter 1144 Eating White Tiger Meat. The white eyes turned into Tiger King, devouring. The saintess of the Nanhuang clan beside Qin Wentian saw the scene and her beautiful eyes condensed. She could clearly feel the super strong evil spirit. I'll do it, Qin Wentian said, and then his body expanded again, becoming even larger. The true self body bloomed with endless brilliance, covering Qin Wentian's body. Destruction, suppression, sword, demon and other terrible powers emanated from the true body and spread in all directions. The power of his divine hand exploded to the extreme, and the whole body seemed to be flowing with divine power. Qin Wentian's true body spit out a series of true words and went towards the devouring mouth. He stretched out his hands, and the divine hand contained an extremely terrible power. He directly grabbed the huge white tiger mouth it was devouring and wanted to tear it apart. Roar. The white tiger became huge again, trying to swallow Qin Wentian, but Qin Wentian's body also became huge again. The hand of God blasted into Bai Mu's body. A terrible rumbling sound was heard, and Bai Mu's huge body was shaken back. His body turned back to its original size, and the fierce and evil spirit on his body could destroy everything. Low roars continued to come out of Bai Mu's mouth. Looking at the huge body, he actually collided with him with both hands. Evil beast, you are a royal family of the White Tiger clan, 2 realms higher than me, but this is all your strength? Qin Wentian shouted, making Bai Mu so angry that his whole body was in turmoil. His huge body hovered above Qin Wentian, and waves of evil spirits fell down. The king's mark between his eyebrows released the most terrifying light, as if an ancient power was released from his huge body. The more extraordinary and terrifying evil spirit pressed down, and turned into a Tiger King figure with monstrous evil spirit, rushing towards Qin Wentian and killing him. From all directions, the evil spirit strangled everything. Qin Wentian kept uttering the mantra, and the ancient mantras such as suppress and destroy kept killing and destroying the evil white tiger. All the terrible evil spirits in the void gathered on Bai Mu, making him a Tiger King with a monstrous evil spirit. Those evil spirits can directly penetrate a person's body and destroy a person's body. The power is infinite. Buzz! Bai Mu's body moved, like the wind, incredibly fast. Clouds follow dragons, winds follow tigers. The white tiger moved, turned into a residual image, and the white tiger's killing magic full of evil spirits fell directly towards Qin Wentian's body. At this time, Qin Wentian had completely opened the strongest combat state, spanning 2 realms, fighting the royal family of the White Tiger clan. He had to go all out. The perfect holy immortal platform, the body of gods and demons, the body of the true self, the method of the true words, the hand of God, the great killing magic, all the means he could use broke out in this battle. For a time, the roar shook the sky. The crowd could only see the white tiger turned into a residual image and attacked again and again. Qin Wentian defended with all his strength, enduring violent attacks again and again. His white eyes ran wild, and his evil spirit turned into a killing magic. He attacked madly without stopping for a moment. Qin Wentian's true self was surrounded by the phantom of the divine turtle. When he raised his hand, the great demon magic in the treasure tripod bloomed with the power of the hand of God. The power was infinite. The big rock killed everything, the divine elephant shattered the eternity, and the real hyena swallowed the world. All kinds of magic broke out and killed. 1 person and 1 demon fought to the earth. Qin Wentian's perfect holy immortal platform was being consumed at a terrible speed. So strong. Above the Holy Academy, many strong men did not leave, watching the battle. The battle between Qin Wentian and Bai Mu attracted many strong men's attention. Qin Wentian broke through the realm of cultivation when he was preaching in the Holy Academy. He entered the 4th level of the immortal stage and was able to directly fight Bai Mu, the royal family of the White Tiger clan. This kind of combat power is simply amazing. He has perfected the holy immortal stage, cultivated the power of unique learning, and seems to have powerful Buddhist spells, which makes the mantras he spits out have tyrannical power, and he fought against Bai Mu without being defeated. At this moment, the saintess of the Nanhuang clan who had joined forces with Qin Wentian was stunned, watching the battle between the two in shock. Qin Wentian and Bai Mu's violent battle was thrilling. If one was not careful, one of them might be seriously injured. The attack power was too strong. She mobilized her power to help Qin Wentian fight. This was a life and death battle, so there was no need to talk about any rules. Besides, Bai Mu was 2 realms higher than Qin Wentian, and he killed without hesitation. Her body was shrouded in phoenix flames, and her phoenix wings fluttered. She rushed towards Qin Wentian's battlefield in an instant. She stretched out her delicate jade hand, and with a finger, the fire phoenix roared out. Bai Mu turned back and roared, and the roar directly turned into the white tiger evil god's attack to shatter her. She seemed to be unaware and moved forward again. A phoenix phantom continued to kill in front. Bai Mu roared, and his body turned into a gust of wind and rushed into the void. His cold eyes stared at the 2 people in the air below, and he actually stopped his violent attack. Qin Wentian had been unable to attack for a long time, and his counterattack was also very strong. Although he didn't care about the saint girl of the Nanhuang clan behind him, she had been harassed and affected his battle with Qin Wentian. Once Qin Wentian retaliated, it might be a disaster. He roared repeatedly, and Bai Mu's eyes were extremely angry. He didn't expect that he couldn't kill Qin Wentian. He was a member of the White Tiger clan. Is this the royal family of the White Tiger clan? Qin Wentian was not polite. He said sarcastically, and his white eyes swept across the other battlefields. Both sides suffered injuries. A White Tiger clan warrior was seriously injured, and another White Tiger fought bloody. As for Qin Wentian's side, a warrior from the Fighting Saint clan was injured, and a saintess from the Southern Phoenix clan was seriously injured. The battlefield was extremely fierce, and it could even be described as tragic. In this Saint Academy, the most powerful monsters gather, and many of my people and the powerful people from the Southern Phoenix clan are not here. If the major Saint Academy merges together, it will be the end of your White Tiger clan. Qin Wentian said coldly, which made Bai Mu's eyes tremble. His powerful White Tiger clan was actually threatened by a lowly human, and a human warrior of the 4th level of the immortal stage. It was simply unreasonable. The two sides of the battle were about to open the battlefield, and each retreated to one side. This kind of violent battle consumed a lot of energy, and the slightest carelessness would be a life-threatening situation. They all had some concerns. The White Tiger clan's arrogance seemed to have been hid after this battle, and they were no longer as confident and arrogant as before. They were facing a powerful blockade. Roar! At this moment, many huge White Tigers actually rushed towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian and the Southern Phoenix Saint retreated to the back. The Fighting Saint clan and the other Southern Phoenix strongmen also came to block the other side. The two strongmen finally separated. The strongmen of the Fighting Saint clan surrounded Qin Wentian behind them, knowing that the strongmen of the White Tiger clan wanted to cut Qin Wentian into pieces. How is it? A Southern Phoenix Saint said to the severely injured Southern Phoenix Saint behind her. The Southern Phoenix Saint was covered with flames and a phoenix shadow shrouded her body. She was seriously injured and almost killed on the spot. At this moment, she used the power of Nirvana to save herself, but it was probably also a serious injury to her vitality. The saint was healing without saying anything, which made the Southern Phoenix Saint stare at the White Tiger clan strong man with an extremely cold expression. These evil beasts were looking for trouble and humiliating them with words. They even threatened to capture them to give birth to tiger cubs and let the White Tiger clan play with them and enslave them. It was simply unbearable. Fortunately, Qin Wentian's power was not weak, and he was also strong. He killed 2 White Tigers. Roar! The low roar continued, and the strong man of the White Tiger clan moved slowly, as if he was still thinking about launching a fatal attack. However, the strong men of the Southern Phoenix clan and the Fighting Saint clan remained motionless, and their bodies were full of terrible power, which would not allow the other party to take advantage of it. You will definitely pay the most painful price. A strong man of the White Tiger royal clan stared at the strong men on Qin Wentian's side and said, "The man tortured and killed, and the beautiful woman of the Southern Phoenix clan was played to death by us White Tiger clan people." The White Tiger clan strongman was arrogant before, but now he was angry. 2 White Tigers died, and the body of 1 White Tiger was still on Qin Wentian's side. "Let's roast this White Tiger meat and eat it directly." Qin Wentian dragged the White Tiger body to his side. The saint girl beside him waved her hand, and the blazing and terrible flames burned the huge White Tiger body, and it was actually roasted on the battlefield. Roar, roar, roar. The strong men of the White Tiger clan roared in anger when they saw this scene, and their murderous aura was extremely violent. "You want to torture and kill us, and play with us to death? Then I also tell you, you White Tiger beasts, don't fall into my hands, otherwise I will kill you and roast you and eat the White Tiger meat." Qin Wentian said coldly, "Blood for blood, tooth for tooth." The White Tiger clan's strong men were unscrupulous, so what was there for him to fear? Since the White Tiger clan wanted to play, then he would play along. The flames of the Nanhuang clan's strong men were so overbearing that they soon roasted the huge White Tiger red, almost burning it to ashes. Fortunately, the saint controlled the heat intentionally, and a scent of barbecue wafted out. This was a real White Tiger from the royal family of the demon world, a natural tonic, and the aroma naturally wafted out when it was roasted. Qin Wentian's palm turned into a sharp sword and cut out a piece of White Tiger meat. Then he condensed his immortal power into a spear and pierced it, sending it into his mouth. It was extremely delicious. He tasted the White Tiger meat, and his mouth seemed to be drooling. He said with great enjoyment, "It is worthy of being a White Tiger. The meat is delicious and a great tonic." Roar. The earth-shaking roar seemed to tear the battlefield apart. The White Tiger clan's strong men all ran away and attacked again. Qin Wentian's eyes were extremely cold. He wanted to anger these evil beasts. These evil beasts did not regard people as human beings. They wanted to enslave and play with the women of the Nanhuang clan. If Nanhuang Yangxi and Nanhuang Sheng fell into the hands of the other party, it was unimaginable how miserable the ending would be. In this case, he would let the people of the White Tiger clan remember this day well and let them pay the heaviest price for their so-called arrogance. Eating the White Tiger face to face, I am afraid these evil beasts will never forget this lesson. In the past, only their White Tiger clan killed people and played with human women. How could humans dare to be so crazy? Even the strong men outside the battle arena felt terrified. Some great monsters secretly advised not to provoke Qin Wentian easily. This bastard could do anything. He even dared to eat white tiger meat in front of the strong men of the White Tiger clan. Chapter 1145, The White Tiger Tribe Retreats. Madman. At this moment, the strong men thought to themselves, this guy is a madman. The strong men of the Xiangpeng tribe were also absent-minded. They were also present and made sarcastic remarks when the White Tiger tribe and Qin Wentian had their first conflict that day, but at that time they did not expect Qin Wentian to be so crazy that he would eat the White Tiger in front of the strong men of the White Tiger tribe. But there were also human strong men with indifference, laughing in their hearts. Although Qin Wentian was crazy, he had to teach these big monsters a lesson. These royal families in the monster world all had a high and mighty attitude, claiming to be a higher race and thinking that humans were inferior, but they did not know that in the eyes of humans, monsters were monsters after all. How could they be on par with humans? Even the super monster tribes like the Xiangpeng tribe and the White Tiger tribe, they had top figures among the humans. This fairyland was still a world dominated by humans after all. The world of monsters was in the wild 100,000 mountains in the extreme north of the fairyland. The White Tiger tribe wanted to kill Qin Wentian and others and insult the beauties of the Nanhuang clan. What else did Qin Wentian have to worry about? Leave some for me. The little bastards ruled. White tiger meat must be delicious. It is also a great tonic for monsters. Too much? How can you eat so fast? The little bastard bared his teeth and claws at Qin Wentian on the battle stage. Although the strong men on the immortal stage can live without food, their appetite can be amazing. Even a huge white tiger monster can eat very quickly. Qin Wentian ate the meat with big mouthfuls. He felt full of energy in his body. It was as if the consumed power was about to be revived. He was worthy of being the royal family of the monster world. It was refreshing to eat. It's so refreshing, Qin Wentian said loudly, which completely angered the White Tiger clan. Not only him, but also the people of the Fighting Saint clan and the beauties of the Nanhuang clan swallowed a mouthful of white tiger meat into their stomachs after fighting to restore their strength. They formed a line to block the violent attack of the White Tiger clan. Next, Qin Wentian threw the white tiger meat out, and immediately those warriors in the battle opened their mouths and swallowed it directly, without delaying the battle at all. They ate the meat while fighting, but they also angered the White Tiger clan, and the real evil spirit swept the world. Qin Wentian looked indifferent, and the White Tiger clan was completely enraged. They blocked this wave of powerful attacks from the opponent and took the opportunity to counterattack. Soon, a white tiger was almost eaten clean by them. He flashed and went around in the direction of Bai Mu. At this moment, he was full of energy and felt that he had inexhaustible power all over his body. The perfect Saint Immortal platform released the immortal power, and the true self body like a god and devil flowed with endless brilliance. When he stepped, it seemed that the divine power bloomed, and a wisp of terrible power swept out. Raising his hand and striking, the great Pang soared into the sky. The great demon magic was amazing, and he went straight to kill the huge body of Bai Mu. Bai Mu's body was huge, and he madly struck out the white tiger magic, which was powerful. The violent battle made the entire battlefield seem to collapse, and the roar continued. Finally, the white tiger's momentum gradually weakened, and a strong man from the Fighting Saint clan seized the opportunity to counterattack. The Fighting Saint magic evolved into a monstrous and terrible attack, and blasted the body of a white tiger away. He stepped on the ground and wanted to chase and kill it. But at the same time, a royal white tiger beside him roared, covering the void. He roared, and all the white tigers roared at the same time, and the murderous spirits rushed out. The strong men resisted frantically again, and then they saw the strong man of the White Tiger clan came to the injured white tiger and took him to retreat. That roar was actually the code of the White Tiger clan. Of course, it could also be the original language of their White Tiger clan. Puff. A saintess of the Nanhuang clan also spat out a mouthful of blood at this moment, and the evil spirit in her body spread out. She was surrounded by flames, expelling the terrible evil spirit of the white tiger that had penetrated into her body. The other strong men saw the scene and did not catch up. The strong men of the white tiger clan kept retreating until they retreated to far distance. Their expressions were extremely cold, and then they roared to the sky, with the anger of the white tiger clan, wishing to cut Qin Wentian and others into pieces. Then, the strong men of the white tiger clan closed their eyes, and after a few breaths, their figures disappeared from the battlefield, taking away the body of the strong man of the white tiger clan. In this battle, several strong men of the white tiger clan were injured, and 2 white tiger monsters died in battle. Their white tiger clan had never had such a miserable record. The warriors of the Fighting Saint clan and the Southern Phoenix clan all relaxed. This battle was tense and fierce, and it was a great burden on them. The white tiger clan was not an ordinary race, but a royal family of the demon world. Moreover, there were several great demons of the white tiger clan in the opponent's side, and their strength was overwhelming, which put a lot of pressure on them. The reason why they were able to gain the upper hands in this battle was because the people of the Fighting Saint clan and the Southern Phoenix clan were the elites among the elites of the human race. Let's go out, Qin Wentian said, and the warriors of the Southern Phoenix clan immediately took the injured saint girl and closed their eyes. After a few breaths, their bodies disappeared from the battlefield and appeared in the outside world. They stepped down and joined Nanhong Yangxi and others. The life and death battle stage on the steps of the ancient peak was empty, without any figures, but the tragic battle just now left a very deep impression on everyone. The roaring sound continued to be heard. In the far distance, the white tiger clan's strong men transformed into human forms. Their eyes were full of fierce murderous aura, especially when they looked at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian could clearly feel the murderous aura in their eyes even though they were far away. Qin Wentian, Nanhong clan, you must remember this battle. A cold voice uttered from the white eyes. A defeated clan, are you trying to scare me? Qin Wentian's eyes were cold. You keep saying that we humans are lowly and want the saint of the Nanhong clan to be your slaves. Now that you have been defeated by us, aren't you even worse than lowly people? It's just a joke. A saint of the Nanhong clan sneered. The defeated white tiger clan dared to be so arrogant, so what were they afraid of? When the other party wanted to capture the saint of the Nanhong clan to humiliate the white tiger cubs, the two sides had already formed hatred, and now it was just that the hatred was completely intensified. Nanhong clan, be careful. If you fall into our hands, you women will know what it's like to live a life worse than death. I will let you suffer the most painful torture in the world. The white tiger clan's strongmen shouted angrily, and then left with a low roar. They lost this battle, so there was no need to stay here any longer. If others had a chance, they would definitely settle this grudge. Watching those figures disappear, a saint of the Nanhong clan said, Mr. Qin, I'm afraid we will have to walk together in the future, otherwise these evil beasts will definitely take revenge if they get a chance. Yes, indeed, especially you must be extra careful. Qin Wentian said to the saints of the Nanhong clan. There are rules in the Saint Academy that you cannot kill or abolish people. They believe that even if the White Tiger clan is crazy, they dare not violate the rules of the Saint Academy. If they catch him and the people of the Fighting Saint clan, they will at most torture them madly, but if they catch the Saint of the Nanhong clan, I can't imagine the consequences. It will definitely make the Saint of the Nanhong clan crazy. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Qin. A saint smiled lightly and expressed her gratitude to Qin Wentian. This is my business. The White Tiger clan not only offended the Nanhong clan, but also has a grudge against me. Qin Wentian said indifferently. Where is my white tiger meat? The little bastard rushed in front of Qin Wentian and glared at him fiercely, gritting his teeth in hatred. This guy was enjoying a large piece of white tiger meat. I left some for you. Qin Wentian glared at the guy and took out a few large pieces of roasted white tiger meat. Suddenly, the little guy suddenly opened his big mouth and swallowed it in one bite, which made the people around him dumbfounded. This little bastard can really eat. It smells so good, but it's not enough. Next time I'll roast a big white tiger to eat. The little guy stroked his belly with his paw and said lazily, looking like he deserved a beating. If you have the ability, go catch it yourself and roast it. Qin Wentian knocked on the guy's head, making the little bastard a little depressed. He said, when the baby is stronger, I will catch a white tiger myself and let the beautiful sisters roast it first, and then eat it. This guy actually amused the saintess of the Southern Phoenix clan. This naughty guy is so cute. Let the saintess go and heal their wounds first. Qin Wentian said, and the saintess nodded, and then they all left this place in a flash. Below the Saint Academy, many newcomers appeared. They were all people who crossed the Immortal Sea to enter the Saint Academy during the 3 years when Qin Wentian and his friends were practicing. However, because they missed the opening day of the Saint Academy for 12 years, this Void Saint Academy was sealed, and they could only have the opportunity to listen to the Saint Academy's teachings in the next 12 years. The strong men stepped away one after another. The strong men of the Xianlan Immortal Kingdom looked cold, staring at the direction where Qin Wentian and his friends were going. One of them whispered, "The White Tiger clan didn't kill them. They are really lucky." The Xianlan Immortal Kingdom also felt that Qin Wentian's power was very strong. I really don't know if it was cultivated by the Qianbian Immortal Sect. It is clear that he is from the same clan. If we had joined the battle just now, we would have been able to put them to death. A person from the Xianlan Immortal Kingdom said, "It's okay to let Qin Wentian and the others die, but if we join the battle, we will also make the people of the Nanhuang clan suffer the strongest humiliation. Those white tiger monsters can do anything. If such humiliation is heard by the Nanhuang clan, our Xianlan Immortal Kingdom will have another great enemy in the southern part of the fairyland. This is not the result that the elders want to see. Will the Nanhuang clan interfere in the confrontation in the Holy Academy in the outside world? These are all saints and even inherited saints. Even if they are killed by strength, it is relatively easy to say, but being captured by the White Tiger clan and humiliated to give birth to White Tiger cubs, do you think the Nanhuang clan can tolerate it? Have you forgotten the rumors about Nanhuang Jiuyu back then?" The Xianlan Immortal Kingdom's strong men whispered. Qin Wentian didn't have time to care about what they were thinking. He found a place to practice. The strong men of the Nanhuang clan and the Daoxuan Saint clan also needed to recover their vitality. A month later, Qin Wentian didn't know that Chu Chengyi had not forgotten the hatred from 3 years ago. This hatred was engraved in her heart. She even broke through her original realm when preaching and practicing in the Holy Academy this time. She and Lei Ba went to Tongshan realm and used the Tongshan stone pillar to make a sound. People from Piaoxa Temple and Lishan Temple would find the Holy Academy where Qin Wentian was to deal with him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1146. Everyone knows. In the Holy Courtyard, a palace complex, Qin Wentian was in it. He stood in front of the immortal wall of a palace. There seemed to be two powerful figures fighting on the immortal wall, but it seemed a little blurry. Qin Wentian's eyes were closed. His immortal thoughts penetrated into the immortal wall, and his consciousness appeared in another space. In this space, he was an illusory existence, only appearing as an illusory body. In the space, there were two peerless figures, experiencing a terrible and shocking battle. The two figures were suspended in the sky, bathed in the light of the unparalleled stars. They were surrounded by extremely powerful rules, without the immortal platform to release, but their bodies themselves were like the body of rules. They were the rules, and more than just a kind of rule. One of them stepped out, and suddenly thousands of golden sword lights slashed out crazily. The body of rules, the body turned into rules. They could use the power of rules to derive various powerful magical skills to fight, with infinite power. The strong man on the opposite side stepped out, and suddenly there was a yellow earth power to bury the world, covering and binding the space. Then the two collided together, the body of rules collided, and Qin Wentian could directly feel the existence of the powerful rule power, but he would not be destroyed. This is the wonder of the immortal wall in the palace, which can infiltrate immortal thoughts into it and experience the battle between the immortal kings up close. If he was in the outside world, if he dared to watch the battle between the immortal kings so closely, he would be torn apart by the power of rules, and the aftermath could wipe him out. There was no way to feel and comprehend in the center of the battle, but the immortal wall made it possible. These immortal walls are simply holy places for cultivation and enlightenment. You know, everyone in the Holy Academy is at the realm of the immortal platform. With the talents of the strong people in the Holy Academy, it is inevitable that they will step into the realm of the immortal king. Being able to have such conditions for enlightenment will inevitably speed up their pace towards the immortal king and let them feel the power of the immortal king in advance. Although many of the strong here are descendants of emperors and have elders who can let them feel the emperor's momentum, real fighting is another different feeling that can make them comprehend more deeply. After a long time, Qin Wentian read out the immortal, took a deep breath, and comprehended a lot. Then he stepped into another immortal wall and continued to comprehend. Soon, all the immortal walls of this palace were comprehended on one side. He walked out of here and went to the palaces next to him to comprehend. This process was slow but fulfilling. This holy academy has various holy places for cultivation, battle holy places like Tongshan Peak where imaginary life and death battles can be carried out, and various secret realms that have not been explored. There is also a holy academy for preaching. In the entire fairyland, there is probably no other top force that can find such conditions for cultivation. Moreover, the Buddhist true self method that Qin Wentian cultivated before made Qin Wentian feel that it was a great magical method comparable to a unique skill, with infinite power, and it was also rare in the fairyland. Sometimes he would think about where this Xiandao Holy Academy came from. The Chan King Emperor summoned him from the endless starry sky. Will there really be an ancient emperor who will be born and rise in the future? If there is, he, Qin Wentian, must occupy a seat. If he cannot become an ancient emperor, how can he follow his father's path? This is his belief. How do you feel? Qin Wentian met Nanhuang Yangxi in a palace and asked with a smile. I have a lot of insights. The Holy Academy is too mysterious. Nanhuang Yangxi smiled. Perhaps the Nanhuang clan's ancestral phoenix knows some of the secrets of the Holy Court. Qin Wentian smiled. The ancestral phoenix of the Nanhuang clan's ancestral land is an extremely ancient existence, and must be knowledgeable and experienced. I'll ask when I get a chance. Nanhuang Yangxi smiled sweetly, but now, I still don't know how to get to the other holy courts. Yet, I don't know how Kinger and Zhen Mengchen are doing. Qin Wentian murmured, missing Kinger. He thought there were 4 holy courts, and Zhen Mengchen and Kinger were obviously not in this holy court. Qin Wentian's guess was not wrong. In fact, it was true. There were 4 holy courts. Most of the people in this holy court gathered great monsters and strong people who had cultivated monster abilities. Therefore, Little Bastard, Purgatory, and the Nanhuang clan with phoenix blood were all here. In addition, there were also great monsters. In this holy court, monsters suppressed humans more. But in the other 3 holy courts, human strongmen mostly dominated. The holy court where Kinger was, also had such a palace with immortal walls, where one could watch the battles of the strong and comprehend the cultivation. After the holy court preached, Kinger's cultivation entered the 3rd level of the immortal platform, but she was not happy. In this holy court, she was often harassed. At this time, when she was facing the immortal wall to practice, a handsome and extraordinary figure stood quietly beside her. Kinger turned her beautiful eyes, her expression was cold, and her whole body was full of coldness. Her beautiful and cold face showed a rare look of disgust. What a coincidence, Sister Kinger. The young man beside her smiled and looked at Kinger. Kinger knew a little about this person's identity. He was a disciple of the Purple Emperor, with a strong cultivation. In the holy court, he often harassed her and followed her. While speaking, the young man actually moved towards Kinger. Kinger waved her palm, and a cold light burst out. She knew that she could not do anything to the other party. She flashed and appeared outside the palace, and then sacrificed a powerful space magic weapon. With a shining space light, her body disappeared directly. The young man stood with his hands behind his back, and did not chase after him. He just smiled and watched the departing figure. Is this meaningful? A figure opposite the young man said calmly with his back to the young man. Why not be teased by a beautiful woman? The great Emperor Changqing is not appreciative and does not give face to the master. The master is very unhappy. The young man smiled faintly and said, then faced the immortal wall, infiltrated it with immortal thoughts, and began to practice. Qin Wentian naturally did not know what happened in the holy court. After practicing in the immortal wall of the palace group for several months, he came to the altar leading to the Tongshan realm. In order to guard against the strong men of the White Tiger clan, Qin Wentian asked Nanhuang Yangxi, Nanhuang Sheng, Purgatory and others to wear puppet armor. In this way, Nanhuang Yangxi and others can still do what they want to do without everyone being together. In Tongshan realm, Qin Wentian's figure suddenly appeared in this space. He looked around. More than 3 years ago, Lei Ba of Thunder God Temple and Chu Qingyi of Piaoxa Temple in Tongshan realm brutally abused Zhen Mengchen. Although he threatened Chu Qingyi not to use Zhen Mengchen to deal with her again, otherwise Chu Qingyi would be ruined, he still had no idea about Zhen Mengchen's current situation, and didn't know whether Chu Qingyi used other people to deal with Zhen Mengchen. Qin Wentian's figure flashed, and he headed towards the wilderness with many monsters. He was ready to use the monsters to fight first, and get some monster meat to eat. On the way, he saw someone hunting monsters for meat, and said with a smile, "The monster meat is indeed very nutritious, it's really refreshing. It's refreshing to eat, but don't become a meal for monsters." Another person said with a smile, "There are many big monsters in our fairyland. If you can eat their meat, the taste must be unimaginable. Have you heard that in a certain holy academy, someone ate the meat of a white tiger? The arrogant white tiger tribe was roasted and eaten in front of them, suffering a great humiliation." Haha, I've heard about this. The major holy academies are not connected, but they are connected to each other in this virtual space Tongshan realm. There was news that the white tiger tribe was eaten in front of humans. With the character of those big monsters of the white tiger tribe, they were able to endure it. The big monsters of the white tiger clan are used to being arrogant. They use humans as mounts, ride under them, play with human beauties, are lewd and evil, and do not take people seriously at all. Qin Wentian passed by here and happened to hear these people's words. He did not expect that everyone in Tongshan realm now knew the news that he ate the white tiger, but it was normal for such news to spread quickly. The two men seemed to sense something, turned their eyes, and then saw the figure of Qin Wentian. One of them had a flash of eyes and stared at Qin Wentian with an interesting look. "Qin Wentian," one of them said coldly. "Do you know me?" Qin Wentian's eyes condensed. "There are probably not many people in Tongshan realm who don't know you." The man sneered. Qin Wentian thought it was about eating white tiger meat, but he shouldn't have recognized himself, right? "What did you do to Chu Qingyi that made the saint of Piaoxa Temple use all means to deal with you? Do you know that Chu Qingyi is willing to pay a high price as long as she captures you and hands you over?" One of them laughed, and Qin Wentian was speechless. He thought it was about eating white tiger meat, which would shock the other party, but he didn't expect it to be Chu Qingyi. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with brilliance. His terrifying true eyes seemed to be able to see through the falsehood. As expected, he felt the other party's greedy and vicious thoughts. His body was full of light, and he turned into a body of gods and demons. His figure flashed and he raised his hand to attack violently. The strong man of the 5th level of the immortal platform was stunned, and saw a domineering and boundless destruction rock strangling him. His body retreated violently, but was chased and hit by the attacking force and directly wiped out. The other person's eyes darkened. Chu Qingyi said that Qin Wentian was at the 3rd level of the immortal stage, which was obviously a breakthrough, and his fighting power was so terrible. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't escape under Qin Wentian's palm print, and was directly wiped out. Qin Wentian walked forward, snatched their territory, sat down calmly, and began to enjoy the unused monster meat. He ate very happily, and there were cold lights in his eyes. Chu Qingyi, Zhen Mengchen hadn't settled the account with her yet, but she was still thinking about herself. "The fragrance is so fragrant, young master really knows how to enjoy it." I saw several figures coming over with smiles on their faces. These figures were all dressed in white, beautiful and unparalleled. They were all rare beauties, pleasing to the eye. Qin Wentian looked up at the beauties and said with a smile, "Do you know me?" The saint in green carved your portrait on the Tongshan stone pillar and sent it to the sky. "Everyone in Tongshan realm knows you." One person laughed softly. The beauty among them was not inferior to Chu Qingyi in beauty. She was a rare beauty. The beauty of Yaote Palace in the north of the fairyland. The name of Yaote is indeed well deserved, but if you beauties want to capture me, you must think clearly. Aren't you curious about why Chu Qingyi hates me so much? Qin Wentian smiled, and his eyes wandered around the beauties, with a faint lustful light. P.S. I recommend a new book, Jiangshan Marenzi, Riding the Tide, Official Road Without Borders. Author Rujan's transformation masterpiece, historical fantasy work Feng Hong, can be searched on Jiutian and Book City. Everyone can take a look. Chapter 1147 Shameless Monk. The Yaote fairies looked at Qin Wentian, and the leading fairy had a heart-moving smile on her face, not caring about Qin Wentian's wanton gaze. "We are indeed from the Yaote Fairy Palace in the north of the fairyland. My name is Shen Yuhua, the saint of the Yaote Fairy Palace. I don't believe that Mr. Qin is a lustful person." The Yaote fairy looked radiant and pleasing to the eye. "I'm not lustful. So how could Chu Chengyi hate me so much? Guess what I did to her? Qin Wentian smiled softly, his eyes still unscrupulously admiring the beauty's figure. It turned out that she was the saint of the Yaote Fairy Palace. No wonder she was so beautiful. There are many beauties in the north of the fairyland, and the Yaote Fairy Palace is especially beautiful. There are so many fairies. In addition, the princess of the beaming fairy dynasty that Qin Wentian had seen was even more rare. The cold and frosty beaming princess was a famous beauty. Even Chu Chengyi and Shen Yuho in front of him were less beautiful than the beaming princess. I don't know about that. Maybe young Master Qin teased the saint in green as he teased us. Shen Yuho walked in front of Qin Wentian. Her lotus steps were full of charm. I heard that young Master Qin has the extraordinary secret method of cultivating the Saint Immortal platform. My Yaote Fairy Palace also has countless powerful magical secrets. If young Master Qin is willing, can we exchange them? Shen Yuho smiled. The secret method that can improve the rank of the Immortal platform is inestimable. Does Fairy Chu Qingyu believe me just because I tease her casually? Can the rank of the Immortal platform be improved just by saying it? What's the meaning of so-called talent and practice? Qin Wentian stood up with a smile. He walked to Shen Yuho and could smell the fragrance of the beauty. He took a deep breath, as if he was intoxicated, and his body was almost touching Shen Yuho. But if the saint asks me how I became a saint immortal, I can tell you a thing or two. But Qin doesn't want any secrets. As for what I want, the saint should know. Qin Wentian said softly. The Yaote fairies behind Shen Yuho showed displeasure. They stepped forward, and a coldness was released from their bodies. This guy actually teased Shen Yuho. Mr. Qin, don't joke. For a cultivator, the face is just a skin bag. There are countless beauties in the fairyland. With Mr. Qin's ability, if he wants a beauty, he can get it easily. At the beginning, I saw several saints of the Nanhuang clan standing beside you, and the daughter of the Changqing Emperor also had a close relationship with you. How could you like me? Shen Yuho's face did not change at all. She smiled as usual, and her beautiful eyes slightly raised to look at Qin Wentian's eyes. At this time, Qin Wentian's eyes were deep and boundless, as if he could see through the illusion. Shen Yuho was shocked, and felt faintly that she was seen through. There was fairy power flowing in her beautiful eyes, blocking Qin Wentian's gaze. This saint of Yaote is not as evil as Chu Chengyi, but she also wants to get the secret method. Qin Wentian knew it clearly. It was normal for the saint of Yaote to want to get that secret method. Moreover, Qin Wentian felt that the saint was actually a little curious about him. Practicing is hard, and I like beautiful women. They are pleasing to the eyes. How can the beauty of the world be compared to the skin? Qin Wentian's body was almost close to Shen Yuho, and he could faintly feel the softness of the other's body. At this time, Shen Yuho finally flashed back, smiled lightly to avoid Qin Wentian's invasion, bit her red lips lightly, and stared at Qin Wentian, which was beautiful. Haha, brother Qin is worthy of being a fellow monk. I was right about the monk. A laugh came. Qin Wentian and Shen Yuho raised their heads and looked into the void, and saw a monk coming on a cloud. This monk was the monk Buji. He was really everywhere. The fairy of Yaote is indeed beautiful and unparalleled. I really want to marry into Yaote and keep company with the fairies. The monk Buji landed and said, still without any proper conduct. So you are a high monk from Wengxin Temple. If you enter my Yaote palace, I am afraid that the monks of Wengxin Temple will regard me as a witch and disturb Buddhism. Shen Yuho said with a smile. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. This monk Buji was actually from Wengxin Temple. No wonder he was so powerful. He had heard of Wengxin Temple, a powerful Buddhist force in the central part of the fairyland. It did not interfere in the affairs of the mortal world. It was mysterious and unpredictable. It rarely participated in disputes between major forces. They asked for their own conscience when doing things. There were monks of all kinds practicing in it. They obtained powerful Buddhist secrets and magical powers. They were extraordinary and very powerful. The saint is very knowledgeable. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also kind-hearted. Monk Buji said with a smile. However, the people of my Wengxin Temple have always practiced according to fate and cause and effect. If I enter Yaote, Wengxin Temple will not interfere. I am afraid Yaote will not accept me. Master, you are joking. Yaote Saint Shen Yuho looked at Monk Buji with a serious look, which made Qin Wentian feel interesting. It seems that the monk of Wengxin Temple has a high prestige outside, which makes Yaote Saint wary of him and calls him a great monk. However, this monk is really powerful. Qin Wentian's eyes can see through illusions, but he can't see through him. Shen Yuhu can easily guess that he came from Wangxin Temple, which is extraordinary. The people of Piaoxa Temple couldn't see it at the beginning. Brother Qin, I know Chu Qingyi is there, and now there are only a few beauties of Piaoxa Temple around her. Lei Ba of Thunder God Temple and some other strong men have been sent away by her. Monk Buji suddenly spoke, causing Qin Wentian's eyes to flash with a sharp light. Where? Qin Wentian asked. Are we good brothers? Monk Buji asked Qin Wentian, causing Qin Wentian's eyes to flash. What was this monk planning again? Brothers are everywhere. If you help me, you are a brother. Qin Wentian said. That's right. Brothers are everywhere. And the beautiful fairy of Yaote. From now on, Qin Wentian is my brother. Our acquaintance is also a fate. We are all good friends. You want to know the secrets of Xingxiante? I think Brother Qin will not be stingy to reveal some of his cultivation methods to you. Maybe it can help you. Do you fairies agree? Monk Buji said again, causing Qin Wentian to roll his eyes. It seems that their conversation was all overheard by this monk. Qin Wentian was thinking, is this monk a pervert? Of course, I am willing to be friends with Mr. Qin. Shen Yuhu glanced at Qin Wentian and smiled softly. Yes, that's right. From now on, we will all be good friends. Friends should share happiness and adversity. Chu Qingyi's affairs are also my affairs. Monk Buji patted his chest and said, and took the opportunity to put his hands on the backs of Qin Wentian and Shen Yuhu, which made Shen Yuhu's beautiful eyes stunned. This monk is really familiar. At this time, Shen Yuhu turned her eyes and looked into the distance. She saw a strong aura coming from there. Qin Wentian also looked over there and felt the momentum. The next moment, a series of bright and dazzling immortal arrows broke through the air and almost shuttled through the void and rushed to Qin Wentian and his side. The power was extremely violent, as terrifying as a sun. Monk Buji dodged behind Qin Wentian and Shen Yuhu. Qin Wentian and Shen Yuhu released a powerful aura, and the attack blasted out with a raised hand, colliding with a terrible fairy arrow and exploding at the same time. Then, they saw a group of dazzling figures stepping in. These people were extraordinary, arrogant, and extremely noble. They stared at Qin Wentian with cold eyes. Brother Qin, fairy beauty, good friends share happiness and difficulties. The monk whispered, and then saw the figure who came and shouted, what do you mean? Do you want to interfere in the affairs of my Xian kingdom? Qin Wentian and Shen Yuhu were completely dumbfounded, and felt that they were deceived by the bastard monk, especially the fairy Yaote. They felt confused and were led into a ditch by the monk with a few words. It turned out that the stinky monk was being hunted. What are you talking about? Brother Qin, fairy Yaote and I are close friends. How can I interfere in the affairs of your sun-chasing fairy kingdom? Qin Wentian was still in a daze when he heard Monk Buji speak loudly, and instantly they became close friends again. You lewd monk. A very beautiful woman from this Huri immortal kingdom stepped forward. She was wearing immortal armor and looked heroic, but her face was frosty. She stared at everyone and said, I must kill this Monk Buji. If you want to help him, let's kill him together. Buji, as a disciple of the Wangxin Temple, you are so unbearable. You are a disgrace to this holy place. Another strong man also said coldly. Qin Wentian secretly cursed this lustful monk for what he did to the beautiful woman from this Huri immortal kingdom. As soon as the voice fell, the strong men of the sun-chasing immortal country simultaneously offered the sun-chasing arrows. In an instant, the light shone in the sky. It was extremely terrifying. The arrows broke through the air and came directly to kill. Qin Wentian and the fairy of Yaote were completely in trouble. Qin Wentian was shining with light all over his body. He slapped his palms, and the fairy of Yaote also attacked with a tyrannical magical power to defeat the opponent's arrows. However, the strong men of the sun-chasing immortal country had amazing archery skills. The sun-chasing arrows shot out in a row, endlessly, covering the sky and turning into a rain of arrows, and the destructive power of each arrow was extremely strong. The phantom of the divine tortoise appeared around Qin Wentian, and the monk Buji had a solemn appearance and turned into an indestructible body of diamond. At this moment, his cultivation was revealed. He was in the 5th level of the immortal platform. Several fairies of Yaote were extraordinary. As they flashed, thousands of phantoms appeared and went towards the strong men of the sun-chasing immortal country. Obviously, they understood that it was useless to defend like this. Release. A cold shout was heard, and the arrows suddenly changed direction. Qin Wentian and Monk Buji took this opportunity to flash and move, and instantly approached the strong man of Jiutian nation. They raised their hands to attack and fought in close combat. However, the strong man of Jiutian nation had terrible power. When they got close, arrows continued to fly out, as if coming from nothingness. Fighting with them was extremely dangerous. Monk Buji was indestructible. He raised his hand and grabbed the beautiful woman of Jiutian nation. His palm turned golden, crushing the arrows and approaching the other party's body. Lewd monk. Seeing this, the woman's face turned pale and her body retreated. The strong men of this Jiutian nation all retreated and kept their distance. Monk Buji said, "My brother Qin Wentian is incomparable in combat power, and he has the help of Fairy Yaote. You can't do anything to me, so don't continue to track me. It's not a big deal. You." The beautiful woman from this Jiutian nation was furious and pointed her finger at Monk Buji, but heard someone beside him say, "I, the Jiutian nation, have made a note of you. Farewell." After that, they retreated directly without continuing to attack. Seeing this, Shen Yuhu whispered, "The tracking technique of this Jiutian nation is unique in the fairyland. It is very dangerous to be entangled by them, and these people are obviously not the most powerful people in this Jiutian nation. Master, you have harmed us badly. We share the happiness and the difficulties. From now on, the fairies' affairs are my affairs." Monk Buji said calmly. Qin Wentian glanced at him and uttered, "You are shameless." Chapter 1148. Be my slave. Monk Buji looked at Qin Wentian seriously and responded, "If we talk about shamelessness, how can anyone compare to Brother Qin? I, a monk, know exactly what you did to the saint girl in green. Tisk tisk, it's simply. Although we are friends, I still have to remind Fairy Yaote and Brother Qin to keep a proper distance." As he spoke, he moved closer to Shen Yuhu. Qin Wentian was completely defeated by him and asked, "Where is Chu Qingyi?" "Brother Qin, I'll take you to find someone now," Buji said, and then his figure flashed, and Qin Wentian followed, flashing forward. Shen Yuhu and several fairies in green tea had their beautiful eyes flashing, and then their figures also flashed, following behind the two of them. They, like Qin Wentian, were tricked by Monk Buji, but this monk was from the Wangxin Temple, and he must be an extraordinary person himself. However, looking at the hostility of the beautiful woman from the sun-chasing immortal country, this monk seemed a little. After a while, Qin Wentian and his companions came to a mountainous area. This wilderness was quiet and silent, but monsters often appeared. Qin Wentian was a little surprised. What was Chu Qingyi doing here? Did she find something strange? It's right in front of us. Brother Qin, just keep going forward. With your immortal thoughts permeating forward, you will naturally find someone. Although you and I are brothers and friends, this is about your personal grudge with Chu Qingyi. After all, you have wronged the Saint Qingyi first. At this time, I will not intervene as a brother. I will keep watch for you here. You can go ahead on your own. I will take good care of the fairy friend." Buji patted Qin Wentian on the shoulder and said politely. Qin Wentian completely understood this monk. He was too shameless. He didn't want to help or cause trouble, but he said it so righteously. His vague words made the Fairy Yaote mistakenly think that he had really done something to Chu Qingyi. In terms of this level, the fat man Fanel in the past was incomparable to him. Qin Wentian ignored the shameless man and headed straight ahead. His immortal thoughts spread out and seeped into the ancient peaks. Seeing Qin Wentian leave, Monk Buji said, "What are Fairy Yaote's plans? I'm going to leave Tongshan realm for the time being. How about we go together? Isn't it too shameless for you to do this?" Shen Yuhu said. "The tracking skills of the sun-chasing immortal kingdom are so powerful. They must be going to summon the strong men of the immortal kingdom at this moment. If I don't leave, I will only implicate the fairy. How can I bear it?" Monk Buji said. "You go. I don't have a big grudge against the sun-chasing immortal kingdom. As long as you explain it clearly, it should be fine," Shen Yuhu said with a smile. Monk Buji nodded, "Take care, fairy." After that, he left straight away, and no one knew what he did to the beautiful woman of the sun-chasing immortal kingdom. Qin Wentian walked forward, and sure enough, he found Chu Qingyi's figure. Not only Chu Qingyi, but also two other women from the Piaoxa temple. However, their cultivation was not very high. The two were guarding outside, but Chu Qingyi seemed to be doing something. When the immortal mind sensed everything there, Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. In front of the mountain, on a boulder, the eyes of the two women from the Piaoxia temple flashed, and one of them said, "Qing Yi, someone is coming here, watching here with immortal mind. It's him, the person you are looking for." The other one's eyes flashed, and a cold light flashed in Qing Yi's beautiful eyes on the cliff. Her immortal mind spread, and sure enough, she saw a figure rushing towards this side, and it was Qin Wentian. She glanced at the two figures curled up in front of her and said, "In this way, then everyone is here. Kill us." In front of Qing Yi, there were two people who had been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable, breathing weakly, with their hands cut off, and their immortal platforms destroyed. They just wanted to die. These two people were the ones who insulted Qing Yi. Although their behavior was despicable, they were actually the geniuses of the Eclipse holy religion. Now they were tortured and in agony. "Kill you? I will make you two regret living in this world." Qing Yi struck out with her fingers, screaming. The two people's eyes were blinded. It was these two pairs of eyes that saw what they shouldn't have seen. Unfortunately, this was the Tongshan realm. She wished she could torture them like this in the real world. "I will torture you all the time, and make your original bodies crazy, fall into the devil's barrier, and can't extricate themselves," Qing Yi said with great hatred. Her beautiful face seemed to be distorted by this terrible resentment. She hated these two people, and she had never hated them so much. Finally, there was wind in the distance, and Qin Wentian's figure came towards this side. Qing Yi turned around and walked towards the boulder. She stood with the two women from the Piaoxia Holy Temple and stared at the figure coming in front. Qin Wentian finally understood why Qing Yi wanted to send the others away. Because she didn't want others to know about this matter, she wanted revenge. He took a look at the two strong men of the Eclipse Holy Sect. They were also asking for trouble. Although Qin Wentian hated Qing Yi, a woman with a venomous heart, the two took advantage of others' misfortune and did despicable things, which was also shameful. "I have been looking for you for a long time, but I didn't expect you to come here by yourself." Qing Yi looked at Qin Wentian, with strong hatred in her beautiful eyes. Even though more than 3 years had passed, she still couldn't forget the shame of her life. The powerful aura on her body bloomed, and a cold air swept out. After the sermon in the Holy Academy, her obsession with cultivation was extremely strong. She actually broke through the realm and entered the 6th level of the immortal stage. Her combat power was much stronger. In addition, the two strong men of the Piaoxia Holy Temple beside her were both strong men of the 6th level of the immortal stage. Qin Wentian came here to seek his own death. "I think I have done my best for what happened 3 years ago. You plotted against me and wanted to kill me if you couldn't get the secret method. I injured you. Do you think it's wrong?" Qin Wentian looked at Qing Yi and questioned, but Qing Yi's voice was cold. "Should you talk to me now?" "Yes, you were humiliated by these two people because I injured you. Even if you hate me, I have nothing to say. How you want to deal with me is a matter between us, but you are wrong. You shouldn't vent your anger on my junior brother." Qin Wentian's violent aura of the 4th level of the immortal platform burst out, causing Qing Yi's beautiful eyes to stagnate. No wonder Qin Wentian dared to come alone. It turned out that he had also broken through. "You used your beauty to seduce Leba, attack my junior brother, and abused and humiliated my junior brother. Whether it's you or Leba, I will settle this grudge." Qin Wentian's body, which was like a god and demon, was simply invincible. The perfect holy immortal platform bloomed, and his whole body seemed to be ferociously pounced out by the supreme divine power, invincible. Boom! 3 terrifying icy auras attacked Qin Wentian at the same time. In an instant, the entire space was frozen. Endless sword power bloomed on Qin Wentian's body, sweeping and killing everything. The frozen space was constantly broken. Qin Wentian took a step forward, like a raging sea. He pointed his finger forward to kill. The immortal platform evolved into a large rock phantom, and endless immortal power rushed to his fingertips frantically. The second move of the immortal sword, this move of the immortal sword was killed by the Dapan treasure technique evolved by Qin Wentian's holy immortal platform, blooming with the hand of God. How terrible the power was! In an instant, the sword energy of the Xiangpeng whistled out frantically, covering the front and killing the 3 people. The 3 strong men of the Piaoxia temple resisted frantically. Qin Wentian's finger pressed directly towards one of them again, and suddenly a large rock fell on her body, killing her. "Suppress, destroy." Qin Wentian uttered the truth, and continued to attack and kill, suppressing the opponent's attack with the force of lightning, not allowing the opponent to resist at all. Chu Qingyi's face was pale, and the power of the truth came down directly from the sky to suppress and kill. The ancient characters contained supreme divine brilliance and infinite power. Qin Wentian raised his palm and struck out the Depan treasure technique. The fair spur tore through the void and killed another strong man from the Piaoxa temple. His tyrannical fighting power was terrifying. Qin Wentian's fighting power was able to compete with Bai Mu, a member of the White Tiger clan's royal family. Although the two strong men from the Piaoxa temple were powerful, they were still far behind Qin Wentian in his prime. Qin Wentian was merciless and did not give them a chance. Chu Qingyi's body was also repelled. Her face changed and became extremely ugly. She looked at Qin Wentian. How could it be possible? How could you be so powerful? You coveted my secret method at the beginning, but you despised me in your heart and were arrogant. However, you, the saint of the Piaoxa temple, do you think I care? Qin Wentian spoke coldly, and his power was overwhelming, which shook Chu Qingyi's inner pride. Boom! Qin Wentian stepped forward, and the perfect saint immortal platform was filled with boundless immortal power, which made Chu Qingyi's immortal platform feel suppressed. Ancient characters floated directly from the immortal platform, the ancient characters of suppression, the ancient characters of destruction, the ancient characters of monsters. The power was infinite. In an instant, there seemed to be infinite power between the heaven and earth, crushing the heaven and earth. Chu Qingyi violently attacked and resisted, but Qin Wentian still stepped forward. The divine aura of the immortal platform flowed, and the shadows of the great rock swept out. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Qingyi was constantly attacked by powerful forces. Finally, Qin Wentian attacked with a supernatural palm print, which was imprinted on her body, causing her to spit blood. Qin Wentian took a step forward and continued to attack. Several palm prints fell at the same time. Cracks appeared on Chu Qingyi's immortal platform and she was severely injured. Her face was as pale as paper. She was crushed by Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian grabbed Chu Qingyi's injured body with a big hand and directly pressed it on the big palm print. He could easily kill her. Kill me. Chu Qingyi's face was ashen. Another blow made her doubt herself and feel sad. Kill you? Then what you did to my junior brother is just like this. Qin Wentian sneered and retracted the palm print. Chu Qingyi's body moved towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian stretched out his hand and grabbed her delicate body directly in his arms. From today, Chu Qingyi, you will be my slave girl, listen to my command, and serve me. I want to see how proud you, a saint girl, can be. Chapter 1149 Abuse. Chu Qingyi's slender waist was firmly bound by Qin Wentian's hands. When she heard the word slave girl from Qin Wentian's mouth, she felt a burning sensation in her chest and almost spit out blood again. SHH. The light shone. Chu Qingyi actually wanted to commit suicide. Qin Wentian hit her with another palm force, which completely disabled her. She couldn't muster any strength. She was limp and extremely humiliated. She wanted to kill Qin Wentian for revenge, but now, she fell into Qin Wentian's hands. Brother, kill us. A weak voice came from the two Xianjiao of the Eclipse Holy Religion. Qin Wentian glanced at them and left this place with Chu Qingyi in a flash, ignoring the two people. Some things have been done, and they should bear the consequences themselves. Although he hated Chu Qingyi, he would not sympathize with these two people. Qin Wentian led Chu Qingyi and flashed towards the mountain range. Fairy Shen Yuho and the others from Yaote were still waiting for Qin Wentian. Then they smiled bitterly and whispered, "Let's go." After that, the fairies from Yaote left one after another. In the outside world, the two women from Piaoxa temple who were killed felt that things were not good. With Qin Wentian's fighting power, Chu Qingyi was likely to be killed. However, Chu Qingyi on the altar was shaking, as if she was traumatized, but she never woke up. Their faces sank and they thought of a possibility. Afterwards, the news that Chu Qingyi was captured began to spread. Lei Ba and other strong men were furious. In Tongshan realm, strong men from all sides looked for Qin Wentian and went to the place where Chu Qingyi was captured to ask the two tortured strong men. They learned that Qin Wentian had indeed captured Chu Qingyi and went deep into the mountains. Strong men from all sides entered the mountains to search for Qin Wentian's traces. A few days later, in the deep mountains of this vast wilderness, Qin Wentian was quite relaxed. He caught a powerful flaming lion as his mount, which roasted monster meat for him. He was having a great time. By the way, the flaming lion could also watch over Chu Qingyi for him. Lying on a stone, Qin Wentian finished eating the barbecue in his palm, and then said to Chu Qingyi, "Go get me some more meat." Chu Qingyi stared at Qin Wentian with an extremely cold expression, but did not dare to disobey his order. She obediently went to get the barbecue and gave it to Qin Wentian. "Don't look at me like that, feed it to me," Qin Wentian said lazily, and Chu Qingyi's eyes seemed to be able to kill people, staring at him intently. Qin Wentian stretched out his palm, and an invisible force rolled Chu Qingyi's weak body towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian lay there and held her in his arms, stroking her delicate body with both hands, taking a deep breath, as if he was smelling the woman's body fragrance. "This place has a beautiful scenery, suitable for doing some wonderful things." Qin Wentian smiled faintly. "Hey," Chu Qingyi said coldly. "Such an expression is not beautiful." Qin Wentian climbed towards a certain tempting place with both hands. Chu Qingyi's delicate body trembled. She didn't know how many times she had been caught by the claws of the devil in the past few days. Now she has gradually become numb and squeezed out a smile. Although it's a bit ugly, it's still acceptable. Qin Wentian let her go. Chu Qingyi fed Qin Wentian monster meat, and Qin Wentian seemed to enjoy it. Hunting monsters and eating meat, with beautiful women as company, this life is really happy and carefree, not to mention it. Qin Wentian stretched and said, "What do you want to do? You didn't touch me at the beginning, I don't believe you will now." Chu Qingyi looked at Qin Wentian and said, "What you did exceeded my bottom line. Killing you is useless, but I won't let you go. How can I make you remember it if I don't torture you? Besides, it's really lonely to practice killing monsters alone. Wouldn't it be nice to catch a beautiful woman to keep you company? As for whether I will touch you, you are a beautiful woman after all. Why are you so unconfident about yourself?" Qin Wentian smiled evilly and said, "Come, help me massage my shoulders. They are a little sore." Chu Qingyi walked behind Qin Wentian and massaged his shoulders. Qin Wentian closed his eyes and enjoyed it. He seemed to be having a lot of fun. Roar. A deep roar came from the flaming lion. Qin Wentian flashed, grabbed Chu Qingyi's body and fell on the demon lion, saying, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, the demon lion ran out. It was the demon spirit of this mountain range. It should be very familiar with this place. It has a keen sense of smell for the approach of big demons. Qin Wentian would let it run away if there was anything wrong. Qin Wentian only provoked demon beasts within the 7th level of the immortal platform. If he could kill them, he would roast them and eat them. If he couldn't kill them, he would leave. In a blink of an eye, Qin Wentian stayed in this demon beast mountain range for several months, constantly honing his combat power. This time when he entered the Tongshan realm, he still didn't think about the Tongshan immortal ranking, but just to train himself. It would naturally make him happy to find Chu Qingyi to avenge Qin Wentian. There was a clear river in the forest under a mountain range. Chu Qingyi was bathing in the river. She was wet all over, adding a bit of feminine beauty. "You are a beautiful woman, but you have a vicious heart." A voice came suddenly, causing Chu Qingyi's face to change. She looked up and saw a figure lying quietly on a boulder. She clasped her hands across her chest and said coldly, "Aren't you a thief as well?" "A thief?" Qin Wentian smiled faintly. "I've seen it a long time ago. Is there any need to be a thief? I even know the touch of your skin clearly." As he spoke, Qin Wentian sat up from the rock, looking at the delicate body unscrupulously. Chu Qingyi pointed her finger at Qin Wentian and said coldly, "You are shameless. Are you qualified to say the word shameless?" Qin Wentian looked at the shy and angry beautiful woman, sneered and turned away, as if he had no interest at all. This scene made Chu Qingyi ashamed and angry. Her pride had been constantly hit these days, and now her state of mind had become particularly fragile. She was no longer the proud saint of the Piaoxa temple. After being tortured by Qin Wentian for so many days, she had completely become a maid, serving Qin Wentian. Chu Qingyi walked from the water to the shore, her wet clothes sticking to her body, her curves perfect. She looked at the beautiful woman reflected in the clear river water, biting her lips gently. Why could he disdain such a delicate body? She was the saint of the Piaoxa temple, holy and unparalleled, the goddess of countless people's dreams. But then her face changed, a little ashamed. She actually had such a thought. It seemed a little ridiculous to say. "Have I been tortured to the point of having no pride at all?" Chu Qingyi was extremely fragile at this moment, her eyes were slightly moist. Back in the forest, Qin Wentian was roasting monster meat and eating it. Feeling Chu Qingyi sitting on a stone next to him, he said, "Come over and dry your clothes. Do you think your wet body is good?" Chu Chengyi came to Qin Wentian and squatted down, curling up her body. The firelight reflected her face red. What are you going to do? Let me go. Chu Chengyi said. Did I say I would let you go? Qin Wentian glanced at Chu Chengyi, then said, maybe one day when you no longer hate me, I will let you go, but I'm afraid that's unlikely. At this time, Qin Wentian raised his eyebrows, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he whispered, it seems that he can still be found like this, it should be your admirer. A ray of hope flashed in Chu Chengyi's beautiful eyes, and he looked into the distance. Not long after, a handsome figure appeared in the void. This figure was wearing a gorgeous robe and had an extraordinary demeanor. Obviously, he was an extraordinary person. He was a genius from a superpower in the central part of the fairyland and an admirer of Chu Chengyi. He looked at Qin Wentian and Chu Chengyi together, and Chu Chengyi was wet, and his face suddenly became particularly ugly. Say Chengyi, what did this beast do to you? Chu Chengyi's face changed slightly. They were alone, and Chu Chengyi was a prisoner. She was so beautiful, and now she was wet. Anyone would imagine that. Say Chengyi and I treat each other with respect. We are roasting monster meat together and living a quiet and comfortable life. Can't you see? Qin Wentian smiled with narrowed eyes. Among the people who escorted Jun Mengchen that day, there was this person. Boom. A violent aura burst out from this person. He was at the 6th level of the immortal stage, very strong, and there was a golden sword light buzzing all over his body, turning into thousands of small swords, extremely sharp. Hey, you're going to hurt the saint in green. Qin Wentian hugged Chu Chengyi and said with a faint smile. The man was furious and said, Saint in green, you. Chu Chengyi looked at him coldly when she heard this. You believe his words? Go ahead, kill me so I can get out. Okay. The man nodded, and countless golden swords swept down. Qin Wentian's body of gods and demons bloomed, and a light curtain enveloped him and Chu Chengyi's body. He said coldly, you really don't know how to be sympathetic to women. As soon as the voice fell, his body soared into the sky, uttered the truth, and the word suppress and destroy swept across the void, and thousands of golden swords stopped in the void. A ray of fire seemed to fall from the sky, and a dazzling and boundless golden flame sword slashed down from the void, stabbing towards Qin Wentian, as if coming from the sky, and the sword energy was shocking. Qin Wentian's holy immortal platform is now more and more powerful. It evolves into a great demon body, roars out, and blasts towards the sword in the void. He points his finger at the void, and the endless sword power seems to be used by him, falling on the Jinxiao sword and breaking together. The godlike body steps out. Qin Wentian is full of divine aura, and has unparalleled power. He raises his hand and attacks with a great demon treasure, like a violent storm. The arrogant resists the endless golden sword divine power, but sees Qin Wentian's attacking power is violent and boundless, shaking the world. Qin Wentian, who is shrouded in divine aura, is like a peerless god of war. His long hair flutters, and he fights invincible. Chu Chengyi is shrouded in light. She stands quietly below and watches the battle in the void. Seeing Qin Wentian's peerless elegance, she feels faintly that if she is not hostile to Qin Wentian, she should appreciate Qin Wentian's strength. She finds that she has never seen such a terrible person, who suppresses the terrible Xianjiao of the 6th level of the immortal platform with the 4th level of the immortal platform. She knew this person very well. He was a talented person from a powerful force. He was unparalleled in strength, but he lost his temper when he was crushed by Qin Wentian. Perhaps, when she first met Qin Wentian, she had her inherent arrogance and prejudice. She was high and mighty, but that peerless figure seemed to be more proud than her. Chapter 1150 I'm his. Chu Chengyi may have been tortured to numbness by Qin Wentian, or perhaps her pride was completely worn down by Qin Wentian. She herself did not know that she would begin to admire this young man whom she hated to the core, even though what she admired was the truth. Soon, the proud Xianjiao was defeated by Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian destroyed the opponent's immortal platform, cut off the opponent's legs, and then trampled him into the ground, stepped on him, and let him struggle below. Qin Wentian stood with his hands behind his back, staring at him indifferently. Ah! The man let out a low roar, and his eyes like tears and blood stared at Qin Wentian. He was about to say some powerful deterrent words, but before he could open his mouth, Qin Wentian's foot stepped directly on his face, crushing him hard, as if to make him swallow back the words he was about to spit out. Stop saying those high-sounding but disgusting words. You are a 6th level immortal who came here arrogantly, but now you are being trampled under my feet like a beast. If I were you, I would only be ashamed to death. No matter how you comfort yourself, the cruel facts still tell you a truth. Qin Wentian's voice sounded slowly, as if to completely destroy the pride in the young genius's heart. This truth is that the reason why you were able to maintain your elegant demeanor and arrogant personality in the past is that you have never met a real genius, and therefore you are arrogant and self-righteous. This battle is enough to beat you back to your original form and let you clearly realize how useless you are. Being trampled under the feet of an unknown person who you look down on in a posture that crosses 2 realms, you should think about it carefully. If a person like you can step into the Emperor realm one day, then what level should I reach? Qin Wentian's calm voice pierced into the young man's heart inch by inch like a sword, stripping away the pride deep in his heart bit by bit. This cruel and merciless voice made even Chu Chengyi below tremble all over. Qin Wentian's words were too terrible, especially when the other party was an extraordinary genius. Such words were enough to crush the other party's confidence and faith. After all, Qin Wentian's foot did step on the other party's head, and he was indeed at the 4th level of the immortal stage. But Chu Chengyi understood that it was not because the young man was weak. She was also crushed by Qin Wentian. It was just that the arrogant figure standing with his hands behind his back had a trait that no one could match, a rare fighting talent. At least, she had never seen such a terrible person. Boom! Qin Wentian stepped down again, and stepped the other's body into the ground, saying coldly, "You will lie here helplessly, and then wait for the monsters in the mountains to come and devour you, so that you can leave this Tongshan realm." After that, Qin Wentian flashed back to Chu Chengyi's side. Looking at the figure beside him, Chu Chengyi deeply felt how strong Qin Wentian's revenge was. As long as anyone participated in the attack on his junior brother, he would take the most cruel revenge. She suddenly found herself a little lucky. If Qin Wentian had not had a bottom line as a human being, there would be too many cruel methods to deal with a beauty like her, enough to make a beautiful woman collapse. Thinking of this, she felt cold sweat oozing from her back. Although what Qin Wentian did to her before was hateful, it seemed that she was still quite lucky to fall into Qin Wentian's hands. "Let's go." Qin Wentian had no mercy on the trampled Xianjiao. He hugged Chu Chengyi's body and stepped on the back of the flaming lion. A low roar was heard, and the flaming lion took them away from here. It was not until a few days later that the trampled young man was found. Fortunately, it was not a monster that found him, but a strong man from the Thunder God Temple who came to find Qin Wentian and Chu Chengyi. Seeing his miserable state, the strong man from the Thunder God Temple twitched secretly. It seems that in the future, we must be careful of the young man. If he falls into his hands, the consequences will be miserable. Qin Wentian still wandered in the mountains, hunting countless monsters and eating a lot of monster meat to replenish his body. His combat power was constantly honed. Of course, he was also hunted by powerful monsters, so that his mount was destroyed. After several months, he didn't know how deep he had gone, but he secretly sighed in his heart at the vastness of this Tongshan realm, as if it was really a world. At this time, Qin Wentian was walking among a mountain of huge rocks. There were no plants here, only huge mountains made of rocks. Chu Chengyi followed behind Qin Wentian. She had witnessed how powerful Qin Wentian was in the past few days. Her hatred for Qin Wentian had gradually faded from her previous deep hatred to now. She even showed a hint of admiration from time to time. If it was said that the geniuses cultivated by this holy academy would become figures like the ancient emperors in the future, then who knew that the young man in front of her might not be the destined one? There seems to be a very scary aura. Qin Wentian whispered, and continued to walk upwards. He looked back at Chu Chengyi and said, "I'll take you up." Chu Chengyi walked forward and naturally walked to Qin Wentian's side, letting him hug her. Qin Wentian flashed and went towards the void. He turned his head and saw Chu Chengyi's beautiful eyes staring at him. A strange look flashed in her eyes. He also found that Chu Chengyi's beautiful eyes gradually no longer had such strong hatred. This was really strange. Moreover, at this moment, she leaned on him, not like a captive at all, but more like a lover. Qin Wentian was a little puzzled and couldn't help but ask, "Does the saint of the Piaoxa temple have a tendency to be masochistic?" He recalled that he had been cruel to Chu Chengyi these days, abolishing his cultivation in Tongshan realm and driving her like a slave. However, she became more and more calm. Chu Chengyi's expression turned cold, and her beautiful eyes were a little cold. Qin Wentian smiled and whispered, "This is a normal look." He stepped out and came to a stone. He looked up at the void. There was a black fog, and a terrible aura permeated, isolating the immortal thoughts. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with strange light. He looked into the black fog, and the eyes of the true self saw through the illusion. Then, he saw a terrible scene. In the black fog, there was a group of big monsters whimpering, piled up like a mountain, and blood flowed all over the ground, as if they wanted to drain the blood bit by bit. Qin Wentian even saw a few real big monsters, not the monster spirits of Tongshan realm, but the monsters from the Holy Academy. They turned into their real bodies, with endless fear in their eyes, and became sacrifices. They looked at the figure in the black fog in the middle with sad eyes. There seemed to be a young and indifferent figure sitting there. He was covered with strange runes all over his body. On the body of the big monster, light continued to flow into his body. It seems to be a member of the Beast God cult. These Beast God cults seem to be low-key, but I didn't expect them to be so deep and terrifying. Qin Wentian looked at the young man practicing here with hundreds of monsters as sacrifices, and his heart trembled. Although he also killed many monsters, he still felt a chill. This method was too cruel. Using big monsters as sacrifices, the method of practicing of the Beast God cult must be terrible. At this moment, the young man in the black fog suddenly opened his eyes. Across the space, the deep and terrifying monster eyes looked at Qin Wentian. In an instant, Qin Wentian trembled all over, and felt a terrifying fierce power that was about to tear him apart. He tightened his body, as if a terrifying big monster clawed at his throat, and as if his body was torn apart by a big monster. Qin Wentian's true method shone brightly, and his body trembled violently. He didn't look at the other person. This person was at a very high level, much stronger than him, and he couldn't compete at all. He pulled Chu Chengyi away in an instant. The figure in the black fog did not interrupt his practice because of Qin Wentian, and was still immersed in it. "Who is there?" Chu Chengyi asked on the way. "A very dangerous person." Qin Wentian responded. "You seem to be very afraid. Is there anyone in this Saint Academy that you are afraid of?" Chu Chengyi's impression of Qin Wentian has changed recently. She thought that he did not take anyone seriously. The Saint Academy is full of geniuses, including the geniuses of the fairyland. Although there are many idiots like you, there are also top figures. Isn't the golden-winged rock Canaan strong? He is just more high-profile. There are many powerful figures, but they are not as arrogant as you idiots, afraid that the world does not know your existence. Qin Wentian scolded without any hesitation. On the way back, Qin Wentian actually met several people from the Fighting Saint clan, including Qida, the strongest fighter. When they saw Qin Wentian, they came forward and shouted, "Young Master Qin." In front of outsiders, the people of the Fighting Saint clan would not respectfully address the Holy Lord. "How did you find this place?" Qin Wentian asked. "We have been paying attention to the news about young Master Qin. People from Thunder God Temple and Piaoxa Temple are looking for him in this area," Qida said. Chu Chengyi looked at these strong men who respected Qin Wentian very much. She knew the powerful fighting power of this clan. Why did they respect Qin Wentian so much? In Chu Chengyi's eyes, Qin Wentian seemed to be more and more mysterious. "Let's go back to the central area of Tongshan realm. They don't need to look for him anymore." Qin Wentian smiled, and then the group stepped forward. The Tongshan Fairy Stone area of Tongshan realm once again gathered many strong men. Just like last time, Qin Wentian used the Tongshan Stone Pillar to inform Lei Ba and others. After receiving the news, the strong men from Piaoxa Temple and Thunder God Temple came. When Lei Ba saw Qin Wentian and Chu Chengyi standing together, his face became particularly ugly. Everyone knew that Lei Ba was pursuing Chu Chengyi. However, Qin Wentian had held Chu Chengyi hostage for such a long time, and Chu Chengyi was a rare beauty. Everyone would imagine in a certain direction, especially since Qin Wentian was out for revenge. Would he let go of the opportunity to rape Chu Chengyi? Qin Wentian could feel Lei Ba's anger. Before he crossed the Saint Academy and trampled on Lei Ba Hadan in the future, he could only retaliate against Lei Ba in this way. "Chengyi, no matter what he did to you, it was just a false illusion of Tongshan realm. I will definitely get back the humiliation you suffered tenfold and 100-fold for you," Lei Ba said solemnly, as if reminding himself that everything in Tongshan realm was false, and the Saint Chengyi was still pure and innocent. Perhaps he still had a glimmer of luck in his heart that Qin Wentian had not done that to Chu Chengyi, although he thought the possibility of this was very small. "No need," Chu Chengyi said lightly, causing Lei Ba's eyes to stagnate. Then, under Qin Wentian's gaze, Chu Chengyi smiled with her beautiful eyes, looked at him affectionately, and even hugged his arm, saying softly, "I am already his woman." Qin Wentian felt his eardrums buzzing when he heard this voice, and cursed in his heart that this Qin Yi saint of the Piaoxa temple was really a perverted masochist. Seeing the saint of the Piaoxa temple, Chu Qingyi, happily leaning on Qin Wentian, the spectators around him looked like they had seen a ghost, and showed incredible eyes. As for Leba, it was as if he was struck by lightning, which he was good at, and he was petrified on the spot, and he felt that he couldn't breathe out. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.